It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Fast. Fast.
fast.
Most teams are going to be focusing on qualifying for Japan, but we're focusing on winning.
I hope they will prepare good, because we're gonna for sure.
Continue looking incredible.
We are here to make our mark. Get ready to witness greatness.
The tournament has to buckle up because we're about to unleash a storm of energy, synergy, and power.
We are here to play and slay and show the world what we are made of.
If you think that we are done, we're gonna surprise you.
And welcome to the playoffs of VCT EMEA. We're coming to you live from Messe Berlin. It's crazy to think that we've already been here for 8 whole weeks and we're in the final stretch. We started with 10 teams and we've narrowed it down to just 8 now, as 4 of them will be securing a spot at Masters at Tokyo. But before I get ahead of myself, let's take a look back at all of the action from week 8 and how the final battle for playoffs played out. Here, this could be the problem. Angel going to be caught a little bit here, and actually Chronicle, perfect timing, and Na'Vi fall like flies. Chronicle, insanity!
Sender is still in the back, but the fact is, Sender didn't know he was there either. And they've put him in a box. They know where he is, and they're keeping him from crossing back off the site. He's got one. The turret could take him down, though. He cannot peek that angle again. Seeker making its way towards this player, Molsey. He's got lots of HP, just needs one bullet to land. But Weber! 3 kills, a 1v3!
He's outseen it. We already heard the Hunter's Fury. Sharp from Zipan steps on in, finds them all. Na'Vi sweeping this up. Oh.
No flank coming through for Carmine Court. Everyone funneled between spawn and connector here. There's a load of bodies inside that smoke, but Vitinho actually catches XMS.
They might just push this forward. He's in danger, turns the flash preemptively for the paranoia as well. He's in so much danger, has Navarra by his side, but it doesn't seem to matter. Giants holding on to this so well. Vitinho having a round here still. He's absolutely tearing him apart. Still looking, but he's not on this site, so it's a 3v2
Cloud will get Seekers here as well, yeah. Invest it immediately.
Oh, but Scream gets to slip a little further ahead. He's just completely out of his mind finding 2. If he just sent that, he'd have got it. Nookie, you're going to have to do something amazing. He can't do it! Scream completely unleashed on this round.
Welcome to the Valorant News Network EMEA, your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
Coming to you, not exactly live, but recorded.
Berlin? From Berlin.
Yeah.
I'm Yingsu Collins.
And I'm Christy Frierson. Unfortunately, after our comments on our last episode revolving the player Zelsis, Riot's pulled the funding, so we have to do this all our own. We've got a great little thing there. But we do have a sponsor that actually made this entire thing possible. Durka Clears, right? The brand new skincare product for your face. It's a 5-in-1 product, and you'll never have to worry about a single blemish ever again, except if you go to Iceland. The revolutionary product boasts an ACS of 274. Durka Clears has the ability to clear everything. Alspas, CNED, Safe, Foxy9, you name it. Durka clears it. Durka even clears older scars like Yay or that pesky HFMI0DZJC9C7. Make sure to grab your own Durka clears at your nearest VCT pharmacy. Durka, go clear. Side effects may include heightened senses, improved reaction speed, and baldness. Durka, go clear.
Our deepest gratitude to our sponsor, Durka Clears, and also to the Paris Major I Know My Lines, because now Counter-Strike is a dead game. VNN viewerships is expected to hit an all-time high, and maybe for the next episode, we'll have enough budget for a teleprompter.
That would be fantastic. You want to?
Yep, and our top story of the day as we get into it. Fnatic fans are currently staging a 24-hour protest outside of Fnatic HQ, demanding the team to stop stomping their opponents. The union leader declared and explained, the average Fnatic round only lasts 15 seconds. We demand for it to last longer.
Let's not be quick to judgment there, okay? 15, it's average. In foreign affairs, after 4 months of hosting the VCT Americas in Los Angeles, we obtained secret and yet official documents that explain, due to the abysmal results of the North American teams, the league will be relocating to Brazil next season. Yikes, this is supported by a plethora of tweets from the league commissioner stating, bring Sassy and Pancata home, as well as come to Brazil.
Come to Brazil indeed. Now, the VCT Supreme Court passed a historical judgment this weekend. It is another huge victory for G2, not that one, the other one, G2 Gozen. G2 Gozen after their win against BBL Queens, as they will now reserve the exclusive right to be referred to as the true top G from here on forward.
Well, Mixwell leaked on stream that Team Heretics are in the process of requesting permission from Riot to add a 6th player for LCQ. In response, K-Corp said, what?
Yeah, no, they didn't. Next, a groundbreaking development on the new disease called BBL-itis. The World Health Organization has identified choking as the main symptom, especially in the areas around foot.
Foot, really? I didn't know that was possible. Anyways, while K-Corp failed to make playoffs, heart goes out to them. The Blue Wall, their new environmental initiative with the aim to open up the sky, has been a huge success. Air pollution in Berlin has been dramatically reduced with all the O2 K-Corp have emitted. Yeah, well done to K-Corp. We didn't have time to put a graphic in, but yeah, good work. Definitely. Well, as always, we asked you, the fans, who do you think is the Bulgarian player of the week? It's always been a tight race week after week, which means we are so proud to say that just like Fnatic, Koi's Wolfen went undefeated this season, back to back weeks. I think that was enough weeks, and is your Bulgarian player of the week. Yeah, thank you to all of our loyal voters, especially to Hilasan for voting every single week. If your favorite Bulgarian player didn't make the cut, don't worry, you can still vote for next week's Bulgarian player of the week. So make sure to tune in and vote. See if anyone could take down Wolfen. Anyways, for the VALORANT News Network EMEA, I've been Christy Frierson. And I've been Sue Collins. Please give us money. We cut the VNN budget, but don't worry, we have two distinguished gentlemen to join me for today and tomorrow as well. Ryan and Zesh, welcome. It's good to have you both here. How are you doing? Wonderful. I'm feeling great. I'm in Berlin. I get to see VCT. I get to see who goes to Japan. It couldn't be any better. It's always a blessing to work playoffs. We've had some great series and tournaments previously, but it is just wild to me, I suppose, that we have 6 teams in playoffs, and because of Fnatic are locking, 4 are going to make it to Tokyo this time around from EMEA. So there's a great opportunity. Some of these orgs never been to an international event. I'm excited to see them there. Yeah, let's talk about this bracket real quick. As you guys can see, 4 teams will be making to Masters Tokyo. So we have some spots where they're going to be securing their qualification. Of course, Fnatic and Na'Vi. And whoever joins them in that side of the bracket only needs to win that one game. And they could potentially be going. But luckily, Vincent, if you lose, not the end of the world. We have a lower bracket. And you can even qualify through the lower bracket. It feels
a bit like I'm in teleshopping and they offered me another slot for the region, right? It's great because it basically requires most of the teams who haven't been to international events, or let's say invited international events, qualification international events, to be actually attending such a great one. And I'm personally very curious to see how that first round of lower bracket will really pan out. Will it be Fnatic and Na'Vi actually guiding through? Will it be a bit of a surprise there? Will we see a surprise here? We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a few teams that everybody is kind of touting as the favorite, but I want you to guys take your eyes to this grand final. Of course, by this point, we would have all 4 of our teams officially qualified. This will be a seeding game, of course, for Masters, but it is a very, very, very important seeding game, as you guys know from the past. And also, the winner will be getting that flashy, sexy trophy that we've been seeing every single day as we come into work.
We've been dying for a trophy in EMEA, haven't we? See like Pacific and stuff in previous like seasons and stuff have something to show. The fact that this is going to one of the teams, also just I imagine some positives of going as the top seed from EMEA for sure for these squads. But it's like you've got Fnatic, you've got Na'Vi, firm favourites, but those other 2 slots and even a chance for these teams to make the top spot, it's completely open for me.
That thing looks really sturdy, really tough, just as a challenge to find a 6th player for some teams. But yeah, it looks really beautiful. I'm happy we have it.
Yeah, and this is today's schedule. Of course, the winner of today will be going through to play Na'Vi and Fnatic tomorrow. Giants versus FUT, followed by Liquid versus Vitality. Vincent, it was very nearly not Vitality.
Yeah, it nearly was. Had a red carpet laid out for themselves, loss after loss, but they've done it. Last chance to qualify, they've made it. But now they need to prove us that they're that good. And I have a feeling that they are that good.
Yeah, what makes it worse is that Vitality had such a strong opening. Like Super Week, they beat Team Liquid in their first series. Now we get to see that rematch. Both teams on different trajectories. Liquid looking the favourites for that one, I think.
I mean, like you said, Vincent Vitality, they got to prove that they belong in playoffs, right? Because BBL, I feel like nearly squeezed themselves in, but not quite indeed. But before I get ahead of myself, let's talk about the first matchup of the day. It is Giants versus FUT. Well, every match here at playoffs is going to be a rematch, so we have a lot of pretty interesting storylines. But this one in particular, I want to highlight because the last time Vitality played, not Vitality, FUT played Giants even. These are the vetoes that we saw, and Giants, they did end up absolutely dominating FUT. But Ryan, in my point of view, that was a bit of an anomaly on the side of FUT. I just don't think they turned up and played as well as we know they can play.
Not at all. This was like the veto from week 3, week 4 or something. It was just as Giants were starting to pick up. I guess the most obvious thing here is that Lotus was floated by FUT. They've been picking it consistently. They let it go here, and it wasn't chosen at all. At that point, we see Icebox Giants. They look much stronger on those maps overall, especially Icebox. But it was a case of, I think, Giants ramping up. They had a torrid start, like 0-2 in Super Week, now starting to pick up stuff. I sort of agree with you. They're like FUT were in a really strong position. Let this slide, but I also think there's an element of they need to be better than just the Lotus team. They need to be better at multiple maps instead of relying on just one, right?
Did you guys inhale some copium?
No, Vincent, I genuinely think that the match today is a more of an even playing field. In fact, I think FUT could also even be the favorite after what happened against BBL.
I will disagree. I will absolutely disagree. And you know what? I can tell you why. I'll give you a few reasons why. I'm very much convinced that this lineup right here is beatable. FUT is absolutely beatable, as you see them right there, particularly because of one reason. Individual performance is one aspect that we have to take a look at. Kiwi is a great player, undoubtedly one of the best. But in my eyes, there's not many other on that team that can mess with Giants. Kiwi can come up against Cloud, against Nuki, but this does not necessarily mean that the other ones are capable. Yeah, I'd captain from time to time, but I'm not sold on them. Let's move on. What else do we have? Statistically, they're in a bit of, shambles. Let's put it like that. When we take a look and exclude Fnatic and Na'Vi as opponents, the margins for Giants were really small. They're really tight. They were always very close to actually winning those. And finally, last but not least, I'm a big fan of their mid-round calling, particularly on attack when there's just 30, 40 seconds left on the clock. It feels like they have always the perfect read to make it work on that side.
Yeah, but Giants lost to Heretics that were playing.
I don't count that.
Yeah, and I don't count this for fun, and I don't count the Giants game. If we both can not count one, I would like to not count this. But to be fair, I'm with you in a sense that I think this Giants roster is very good. They won fair and square the last time they played against FUT, but I just think that Ryan, FUT are a different team now. They had their throwy games, and I just don't expect them to do this anymore in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a really good test, I think, for this squad that have a good amount of international experience, but in these kind of games, can they come together and work together?
And also, for the love of God, Ryan, please, as you guys go over there, tell me that you have something from the side of FUT that you can show Vincent and get him to change his mind, please.
I don't want to lose these audio pads. I feel like they're just going to be more trousers around my ankles if we got that.
You're too slow, Ryan.
Right, so show me what you want to talk
yeah, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that. I need to just go back in that one. Let me see if it is the right one. I got it. Okay, look. Okay, so round number 5. Here we go. We're going to take a look at something that is very unusual for the side of Giants. We're exactly on split overall. Double initiator in the form of KO and Sky. This is what we're seeing right here. And this is where the decision-making really shows how great they are. So let's play this round a little bit. We're going to put it a bit on a higher speed so you are not seeing Resident Sleeper. And let's take a look at what KO does first of all. A dagger that goes right here towards male. This will clear this room. This will clear this room. Great. Okay, so now they know there's nothing really nearby in middle. Let's move on for a bit. Okay, the bird goes down in this direction to clear how close ropes looks like. Ropes looks great as well, so let's move on. Here comes the dog, and it clears the heaven side of things, where it suddenly notices there are nanoswarms and there's an Astra Star. Looks like it might be a very fortified B side. Smart thinking now on the side of Giants. Avoid it. Let's not go over middle. We don't really know what awaits us there on A heaven. Let's send it all towards the A side, where Viper, Hoodie, already waits with his wall. They find a great entry from this point on. It's smooth sailing, as they already have the second wave of utility of information. Exit, enter the site, plant the spike, and look who's remaining. Just one player. So I'm sold on this round. I think they're looking great.
So this is like Giants attacking mid-round.
Absolutely.
Which is funny, because if I take control of this and show you why I think FUT's going to win, in fact, I'll be bullish. I'll even take a series that we actually see FUT lose. I'm going to take a round a little bit later on onto FUT's attacking side. It might even not load because it's, you know, really pushed against me at this point. But if we actually try and like play elements of it, we actually see one of the teams that are best when it comes to getting into a first kill, being in the 5 versus 4, but also capitalizing off of this. So this is now FUT attacking, pushing mid, going into these early positions, and they actually get the first kill onto Hoodie that's playing on the Viper into vents. So as it's pushing up, they get the kill. This is all pretty standard stuff. But it's this point that I think is easy to overlook when it comes to pro teams, how they interact, how they activate off of getting a first kill. Some teams might overheat a little bit and might go, we got a kill on A, let's rush to B. They're not necessarily going to expect it. But what I really like here from looking at FUT's perspective, they have a lot of control, a lot of pressure towards A, and we don't see it on the minimap, but we actually see the KO on the side of Giants for a fragment, and we also see a Nuki on the Raze throwing not only a Raze grenade into this position over towards sort of A tower, but they also use a showstopper. They absolutely overcook on this defense, really panicking about an execute, and FUT just let it simmer. They just take their time, they let Giants use all of this utility, and then eventually they sort of hear it out, play it around, heal up some of the damage that they've taken from that utility being used, and then they head over towards B. Sort of similar to what we saw on your side, the attacking side, the Viper ult here. All of that control towards B tower, the plant coming in, but I think ultimately the reason why I think FUT are favorites in this overall is they're very good at, if they get an advantage, they can run with it. They don't overheat, they don't panic, they don't go through those situations, but with Tokyo potentially on the line, is that pressure going to be an added addition to it?
I mean, I feel like the pressure, it is high, but it won't be as high as tomorrow. I think today is more of a, I almost see it as like an extension of group stage. You know, you're still playing one team, just one team, one that you're familiar with, that you've played again already. And then tomorrow, I feel like, is when maybe both teams, whoever wins, will truly be tested on whether they can mentally be able to overtake a team like Fnatic. But I'm with you, Ryan. I feel like if FUT turn up at their best and Giants turn up at their best, and both teams are flawless in what they do, I have to lean very biasly towards my Turkish brothers. I have to.
I'll stand here.
Yeah.
I'll support Giants.
I mean, you'll look really smart when we're wrong, basically.
Yeah, and already wear blue color, so I'm just, you know.
Is that intentional?
Absolutely, 100%.
I think as the map vetoes, once we get to see that a little bit later as it goes, it's going to be very apparent on the kind of thing we're going to get, because Icebox, it's not physically possible for us to get it at this time, but do you guys anticipate Split showing up, or maybe FUT just finally picks Lotus?
I'd like to. I feel like it's almost like FUT not wanting to over-focus on Lotus as a map in particular. It's also a map the Giants are good on themselves, to be fair. But it's one of these cases of like, I think when you have an advantage like that, you can put the pressure onto Giants if they're prepping in that direction. Sometimes doing the obvious thing is the most straightforward one. I think when we saw the results of that series, we kind of went, why didn't FUT pick Lotus? It's such an advantage for them. But when you think about it a bit more, if they want to make Tokyo, they need to be better than just one map.
They do indeed. Well, let's see if they can indeed be better than just a one map. Both of these teams, they faced each other already, but the stakes have never been higher at a playoffs. Please give a warm welcome and bring them onto stage. It is FUT and Giants.
Giants Gaming. VIT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want to hear no talk from names. I don't want to do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that. I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, no, never that.
There's no lie that both of these teams, they deserve there. They made it here on their from their own strength. And I think, as Ryan was saying when they were walking on to me, you're not quite sure how this series is going to go. But for you guys, how can one team dramatically improve their chances as we head into map vetoes? What maps do you feel like we have to see for both Giants and FUT if they want to win today?
There's some maps from Giants we haven't seen for a while, like Haven, for example.
Yeah.
And that's been a map that we've seen FUT constantly play at this point.
I think win conditions with our great maps would be both Split as well as Lotus. I think that could really work in favor of both parties, sort of, but I would still lean to Giants a little bit. Seeing them, how they played Split recently, seeing them, how they played their Lotus, I'm fairly convinced that that could be great. I mean, we're not expecting Fracture. That seems kind of obvious, right?
Yeah, let's see if what we're going to get here as we take a look at the map vetoes. Bind was taken away here. And Fracture. So first map, Giants, what do you got? What you got? No, wait, it's FUT's playing.
Yeah, FUT
okay, Lotus, do they take the Lotus here from Giants?
Ooh.
They don't. It's Haven. What do you think about this?
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just a case of like, yeah, NRG haven't played this since Lock-in and they got battered by NRG, so maybe there's an opportunity there. And then these are different maps to what we saw in the first series that these guys played against each other. Split was one of those maps that we saw previously, banned out instantly from FUT.
I think the Haven one is particularly interesting. Ascent is also something where I think FUT hasn't really been tested. No Pearl, thank God. I don't need that trauma again with what we've seen with Heretics. But I mean, the decider will logically be Lotus.
And also, I want to cast your eyes on tomorrow, Vincent, because obviously the winner of this play Fnatic, and they're about to show Fnatic their Haven, Ascent, and potentially Lotus. And if you're Mini and Bosa, you're 100% watching this game, that's a bit of a risk, right, at least? A little bit.
You're rubbing your heads and be like, yeah, I can actually use that. I like that. It's good. I think it still is interesting that FUT is forcing their opponent on a map that they haven't played before, because it always contains risks, right? What are they playing? I don't know what they're playing.
I mean, Giants, they didn't manage to get the split through, and you said that that would be a really big win condition. So how much has this nerfed them?
I don't know if it has nerfed them, because it could be a surprise factor. You know, you leave it in and you consciously leave it open. So obviously you want to ban Fracture, I understand that. At the same time, I think this logically leans to Haven being the better prepared map.
Well, Haven is going to be the first map, so let's have a little chat about what FUT looked like last time they played Haven, Ryan.
Yeah, so I think the most common thing that we're going to be seeing overall is that Gecko potentially. It's something that we've seen consistently used on the side of FUT, and it actually has some good legs to it. As a one-dimensional character, as a lot of people have been calling it, there's some good stuff. Right now, we're sort of seeing just a heat map of where Krax is playing on the Gecko. I want to compare this to where you typically see a Sova playing on the defense, which is typically going to be over towards this A site, because you can recon dart over in this position, for example, be able to take this control and sort of hang around in that spot. You might also see a Breach, for example, playing in here to be able to actually stun down A-Long in those spots. But what I really like about the Gecko, it took me a while to warm up to this, is just how much diversity you can actually have to some of the strategies and some of the comps. So we're actually going to look at some of these 2D replays and sort of look at some of the defensive defaults that have been set up from FUT. For example here, this is kind of standard stuff, right? You have the Jet towards A, you have the Breach also stunning across to get anybody that's trying to go through a lobby, but the Gecko is actually over towards B. Why is that? Well, any fast execute to actually cut into B, you can actually just molly off in this position with the mosh pit to slow things down. But what I really like about seeing some of these defensive setups is pretty much every single round, it's different. We don't see the Jet always towards A, we don't see the Breach always towards B. In fact, FUT actually try and cut this up into various different looking strategies. You still have the Gecko mid, but you have the Omen actually being able to paranoia towards A long, for example, taking another round 11. I'm doing these randomly just to show how much diversity we see when it comes to these setups. You have the Omen over towards here, you have the Jet with the operator into B, and then if we move over to round 7, we can sort of look at some of these elements. The Jet with the operator over towards C, the Killjoy towards B, and the Gecko now over towards A with the Omen. Every agent is constantly switched up, and even having a nice little set place like this, we have the Gecko towards C, we actually see the ultimate, if it's going to load, actually push towards C long, getting information, and then going back to pick it up. So these are just a lot of different looks that Krax and FUT can use on this defense, and it's good because they start on defense first.
Well, we're heading to Agent Select. Krax probably will be playing that Gecko. I don't anticipate them changing anything here, but it's for Giants, Vincent, I'm a little bit more interested in to see what they're going to play today.
It's going to be crazy because I think they're a team that really relies on that Viper on a variety of maps. They bring it home. Cloud is on the sky, a usual sign, but here's the harbor. I know this. This is a very interesting comp we haven't witnessed in this region yet.
Yeah, it's an America's special.
It is.
Fury allowed the double slice. I think it's the best name I've heard from it, from Anders and stuff. The Gecko's still the same for FUT. That looks the same, but Giants looking completely different from Lock-In.
And this could be very ugly because you hardly prec against those kind of comps in this region, right? So how prepared are you actually playing against such a composition? Is it something very easy for you? Is it something more tough because you're not used to it? This could be really something where I see FUT either struggle or really race away with a victory.
I honestly am a little bit worried for Giants. I know they've ran this comp already, and it was against Heretics when they ran it, and they just relied so much on Nukie hitting his shots. And I just don't 100% liked it when they played it on Pearl. I think they had some weaknesses here and there, and they couldn't just figure it out 100%. But Ryan, they've had time to prep for this. They probably maybe even expected a possibility of playing this, at least, if not today, definitely tomorrow. So let's hope that they have something cooked up.
Yeah, I think they panicked a little bit. Maybe the tilt set in when the Euro's just running at them and winning those fights on Pearl. So it's a case of, are FUT going to play to a tempo where they just disrespect stuff like the Harbor Wall, the Viper Wall, if they can get that utility out early and then just run past it afterwards? I do feel that this is going to be Giants trying to take control. It's just whether FUT let them.
Yeah, well, Giants, they are warming up here on Aim Labs, but I feel like, Vincent, with a comp like this, maybe the aim isn't as, doesn't matter as much if you know how to play it.
Yeah, particularly with agents and players like Cloud. I mean, those are the ones that you really want to keep your eyes on as a viewer. He's an absolutely carrying unit that can really work well together with Nuki. When we come to frags, same goes working with Vitinho. This Initiator duelist combination is definitely something that gives us strengths to Giants.
Yeah, Ada Captain is a player I'm also looking at for FUT. Like, he's had unreal stats on the Breach with this map in particular, and it's just how he's incorporated into the team. He was like a 6-man additional sub in certain maps at the start of the year. Now he's fully firmed into the squad. He's earned his place. And for Rhyme, I think it's a good chance to sort of try out that mid-round calling, how much he can control, because this comp is very meta, but that doesn't mean it's always the best optimal approach.
Yeah, we will see indeed interesting change here with a lot on the line, and it's time to jump into game with your casters for this first series. It's Ender and Pavlos.
It's amazing. We're here for playoffs finally. 6 teams remaining, and they're all trying to battle it out to get the title of VCT EMEA. But I feel for these 2 particular teams, it's a fight for Tokyo, right? The top 4.
Absolutely, right. These are the 2 teams that were around tied 4th, 5th place. Giants, of course, winning in the head-to-head earlier in the season in a 2-0 fashion over Foot. But this is a preview, especially with Double Elim, of what's to come. Vitality, the only other dark horse beneath them, maybe trying to battle in that category. So this is, I believe, a must-win match for these 2 teams to try and push themselves towards top 4.
Yeah, we've had a lot of battles, Spain versus Turkey, and I think here, reflecting in playoffs where you lose 2 matches and you're out, this is a very high pressure point. This is where it all begins, and this is where these 2 teams really will get tested.
Absolutely, especially for a Giants who have not played this map since lock-in, losing 13-1 versus NRG, and now they're busting out the double slice comp, the Harbor and the Viper, and kicking things off on the attack too.
I like the ring of double slice. And, maybe we'll like it in practice as well. First contact collected here by Curie will end up dropping right back up as Giants to pull the brakes on their initial attempt. Vitinho, first blood to his name, although Foot are considering a rotation over. But if you think of what Giants are doing, they're doubling back.
Yeah, Giants not committing off of this, and I think that's one of the things that you're going to be getting with the repeatability of walls throughout rounds, is they can look to maybe find some lurk timings up sewers, pivot out. They don't have to overcommit. Now just using that Skydog to get them some space here up through Garage, but it's going to be a quick fight. Cracks is dropping straight in the smoke.
Off the bat of the Dizzy, just waltzes inwards and collects one, looks to help out on the assistance as long, but still, 3 versus 3, Mr. Fallen with the right click and left click to double it up, and there's only 2 left here for Giants. 45 seconds. Cloud with a backstab. An all too crucial one. Oh, they've got no idea. Oh, Moj turns around right in time. And that's the hopes of Giants this particular round in the dumps.
Yeah, that 6th sensor Moj kicking in. Like, wait a second, the timing's there. Turns right around at the perfect moment. Shout out to Captain finding a fantastic concuss line while those players are running out of Garage to turn this into a 3-on-1 that Hoodie has to try some miracle from now.
Hoodie is known to be nice cold with usually 13 hours of sleep a day, but that 13 hours of sleep today will not pay dividends in the first round.
I feel like 13 hours of sleep would backfire. That would just make me more tired. I would not be interested in that, but yeah, check this out. The paranoia to set up this drop with the Dizzy down there too. It's a really good catch for our observers, and then the concuss, you see Rhyme is like jumping through the air while he can't really shoot back too well. With that fault line hitting him straight in the face, Captain finished the round. Excellent work from them, and it starts after Giants found a very nice pick, and it looks like they're just going to be defaulting this wall. And I think this Viper wall is going to give them a lot of control around sewers, sort of forcing a player to take that decay damage when Fallen wants to fight on forward. And okay, Rhyme is able to knock him down, but still, they don't have to over-force off of this wall. Well, yes, in the post-plant, it's going to give them a lot of value. They can just sort of play behind this and try to pull out some rotations like we saw in the last round.
What's really cool about this matchup as well with Foot and Giants, they played before, right? Giants 2-0'd that one, but it's a completely different map all this time around. Testing new territories.
No icebox, no split.
Exactly.
3 brand new ones. Wall will end up coming in here for the hit, but it's going to be a real tough one, even with that opener, because the rifles are coming into play. Captain takes down 3.
There's still a fight here for Giants, but the flash is just too good. Curie there to put the coup de grace into Cloud's head. And there you go, 2-0 for Foot.
See what Foot can actually go for here, because they went for quite a few Spectres in the previous round, so I think this will actually be a true bonus for them coming on through. And you'll see this setup from Captain, just playing back default here on A with the flash and the aftershock to stall out one side. It's such a powerful position when people are coming at you from the 2 angles to work on up into you. It is a really tough spot to be able to crack, and Giants don't have a ton of force utility to move him off of that line. Really, it's just going to be that Sky Flash. Maybe if they have some lineups for the Viper Mollies, that's something that they should definitely get online, because when you don't have a breach in the comp on Haven, it does make the executes a little bit harder. They have to rely on the vision denial, that slice to cut things up.
Elevated angle here for Curie, giving the first blood to his team, and considering a 3-0 possibility of them building up momentum, we know how momentum-based Foot can be. So if they can get that going for them very early on, can make big dividends by the end of this series.
Giants are really not playing very committal, and usually you'll see on an anti-bonus like this a little bit more of a grouped presence, but Hoodie just takes that fight down long. They've been able to contact all the way into B. We may see a little bit more of this because, again, the lack of forcing utility. They just want to take as much space as they can without alerting Foot to what they're doing.
Hoodie was waiting for that one. Very patient, holds it off, but Giants still have to push through, and 2 defenders, 1 per side. No access to him just yet. Stun is good. Cracks can't quite push forwards. Trying to get them out of the corner here with a mosh pit to the feet, but Rhyme not too comfortable just yet. Giants collectively pushing together. Moj holding on for just a little bit. Is it enough time for Cracks to come on the side? And he does. Beautiful double. Foot 3-0.
Couple of huge kills there, and backside Foot were able to find. Then the mosh pit too to deny the plant inside Cove. That should be powerful, especially with all these opening picks they found. What is that? I love that. Oh man, but yeah, you have Moj just finding this guy with util in hand there, I believe. A little bit overexposed, and that's like a shot. Not too bad there.
I feel like Foot was surprised by that one. Nicely done though. Good buddy system all across the board. Very nicely done.
All right, Concuss just defaulted there from actually long this time around. We'll slow things down just a little bit and threaten that there is going to be a walk-up on short. Fallen actually wasn't playing on top of the box like I maybe thought he was, and that's the power of the wall. You bring it down and all of a sudden the defender can't just hold the one line. They can be on all sides. There can be multiple people fighting into you. A great opener.
But it's definitely a risk they have to take in this particular endeavor. Adacaptan not wasting any time. Rolling Thunder straight out of the bat. Rhyme will be avoiding him somehow. Adacaptan has just walked past them.
Aww.
Oh, they can probably smell each other at this point. But Adacaptan in a good position to hold it back now. Properly defending the site. Aftershock delaying the inevitable push from Giants. But they draw back. They realize there's nowhere to go here, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Adacaptan pulls out his weapon. Not in time for Hoodie to take him down, but still. I feel with one more rifle, Giants have a chance to do some damage here.
They're going to have to get through an operator first, and they don't have an easy way of smoking off heaven. You can see the Viper Orb did not go up there. It's much more towards a link. So yeah, they're just going to get absolutely flattened by the up high, the rifle down low. Another phenomenal defense from Adacaptan. And this guy has been so legit for the team. Ever since, you know, the early week where they were experimenting with that 6th man, Adacaptan comes in, can play just about anything. He's played Duelist, he played the Raise on Ascent, played Smokes, he's played Initiator, and now a couple of times onto these A hits. He has just been rock solid with that stall, and this time even using the ultimate just to guarantee the round.
Yeah, that flexibility is definitely what was needed for Foot and how they've been playing in general, but the firepower as well, been quite an addition to the team.
I like this early Harbor Wall just coming out there to deny a little bit of presence around mid. They can threaten, sort of look to break any Killjoy utility inside of Garage here early on, while not completely overcommitting themselves. One thing you're going to see a lot on the defense from Foot is Cracks is going to play first rotate. So early rounds, he likes to play a lot in C-Link in Garage, but he will quickly reposition himself when there's any presence shown by an attacker, especially when it comes in after the 1 minute mark. Like, you see this dog come, and he's probably going to end up shifting very quickly over to the A site to make sure they have more flash util to quickly pre-take the sites. But don't love to play retake. They like to sort of fight you to the death, and there you see it. Crack's already on the move, but Giants can sort of use this anti-info to pull him around the map and try to catch him in rotate.
Footsteps may be audible at this point due to the position of Moj so close to that window, but look how far Giants have pushed up now. Together with the wall, will start to move onwards, but Moj is able to find himself behind them. Behind him, he lands double kill for him, but he's been killed off, so the rest now need to do the heavy lifting. Paranoia will delay the push, giving an opportunity to Kiwi just push on further. And little by little, Giants being picked off one after the other, and Kiwi is still there at an elevated angle, yet to be dealt with. And Hoodie's just scratching his head, wondering where the hell did his teammates just go?
Yeah, just brutal right there. Moj, you said it, sort of heard the footsteps coming around mid, even with the Skydog playing out towards A. The rotates didn't get caught there, and Foot, we've seen now multiple times, just completely disrespecting the smokes of Giants. You'll see it with the drop out of a Garage window here. Once again, the fault line is perfect. On the rotation, Adacaptan is slamming that while he's rotating through B. He hits that fault line that catches all the players trying to go Garage out through that tiny little exit onto the C site. And every single time that comes in, a player is dropping out of heaven. And you're gonna know that when you play against these double smokes comps, a lot of times you have to disrespect those. You have to fight through them because the attacking side is relying on that no one can walk through. They're trying to get out, burst out onto the C site, and they did not allow that to happen. That was perfect play out of Foot.
The pace that Foot have garnered is definitely starting to mount onto Giants. It's definitely putting pressure on them. 5 in a row. Not easy, not easy. Remember, this is playoffs, right? These teams are looking for the top 4 spots. Looking to be amongst the best in the world, right? And they have to do it by representing their region in Tokyo. There's a lot at stake. And Giants, they brought a new comp out, right? This is new territory. This was supposedly to catch Foot off guard. So far, not quite working the way they would have liked.
Yeah, definitely been quiet so far, but they've only played 2 rifle rounds, so we give them some slack here, although figuring out how they're going to end up dealing with this operator is going to be a challenge all of its own. Again, when it comes to just peeking straight past a smoke, you're just allowed to do that. Versus this comp, that's how you have to catch them off, and that's what we're going to see down short, going instantly past that Viper wall, looking for the angle.
They've used this Cascade as a fake before, but now they're committing with a push. Kiwi has no idea how many have crossed, whether they have crossed. It's just waiting to see if anybody else walks in front of him.
Oh, and they peek out through the smoke. They fall instantly. Great stall down long, too. Those players don't have the timing to make it past the smoke. Now maybe they try to throw out the Cascade to accelerate, but they have no chance to deal with the operator.
Yeah, props to Mr. Fallen's paranoia there. It stopped the push in its entirety.
Now they try to rotate back into C, where the Killjoy setup is going to be perfect there.
Yeah.
If they were to pivot into B, you have Cracks holding that angle just from C-Link. But yeah, knowing that they can go ahead and play full retake because you have Lockdown and Thrash. Those 2 C players actually give up the site if they maintain control over Garage Window. They have full ability to retake with those 2 ultimates.
Which is why they've left everybody out of the site. Moj won't be too overzealous to push here. Neither is Curax. Ooh, Cloud, wait a minute. He was the one to pick up the kill. Stunned up, still alive. How is that even possible? Curax, what a shot onto Fatinho. But he still has to deal with Cloud, and he's finding dinks through the wall. The fight eventually goes to the Curax's hands. And Foot, with a utility, with a lockdown, are able to breathe for a second. Find their way on site, and Giants, a lot to do. There's not only 4 players alive, you've also got a little bro taking down the spike defusal. And that is Foot with 6 in a row. Giants timeout to no avail.
One thing that I have always loved to see from Foot is how they play with a numbers advantage. I think they are one of the better teams at converting in those situations. Up 5 versus 4, big ultimates on play. Forget it, you don't need to overfight. And it all started after a fantastic initial stall. Kiwi, of course, finds that opening kill. Dealing with that operator is going to be a consistent challenge. It cannot be a dry peek. Realistically, it's a Sky Flash or a Sky Dog later to clear that, but when your Sky also has to be the one to flash you into the site when you're geared up towards Long, how does she get back to Dog? It's just really, really tough. And now, once again, another opportunity. It's Fallen that's just fighting from Long, spamming through a smoke.
And Kiwi just connects the pieces at the end. This is a fine symphony of music here from Foot. They make it look so easy. Giants, they're in trouble. Right, okay, coming into this round, yeah, they had pistol. They didn't really have too much going for them. Sort of waiting up, but they're not getting any space right now. That's really hurting at the edge of their seats.
I think they may have a better time disregarding a lobby presence early in the round because they don't have a breach to sort of counter concuss and return fire. Maybe they need to focus C mid early round, then look to use their Dog to re-clear down short later on into the round. Might be how they need to pivot here, because I just don't think they have the tools. Now their Viper Wall is getting disrespected. They don't have that easy control to go ahead and play for that. It's a shorty to do in Fatinho as well. It doesn't get worse than that.
Yeah, doesn't really get worse than that. They did get 1 kill, though. They did get 1 kill, so I guess it could have gone worse than that.
Sure. And now, hey, Cloud has the Seeker, so that is another mid-round option.
True.
For them to go ahead and pop that if they want to late pivot into a site. But, yeah, you know, easy spam through the smoke there. He's going to get the job done. And, yeah, they're giving up on A lobby, I think, as they need to. This op is going to be posted there every single time. This is where Foot should be looking to maybe float that op around a little bit, especially after they see this switch up from Giants, looking to use that Harbor Wall very early round. The Killjoy setup's been pretty samey round to round, so just looking to find this alarm bot break that. They don't have to accelerate, but it looks like they want to.
Yeah, man, if I'm Giants right now, I'm super annoyed by all the Killjoy utility. Wherever they want to go, it's always preventing them from feeling comfortable. It always gives away the right piece of information, but so far they've taken care of dealing with utility before
That's awesome.
Committing to a site.
I love that they're able to peek out there, get the turret, but not overextending themselves. Now, if they do go back into A, look where Kiwi is. That is miserable. Giants will know that that is exactly where the Jet wants to be playing. And luckily for them, they have brought Cloud over into the area. A scouting ultimate that I believe ended up seeing Hoodie. That could have been just around the wall and not spotted out the single player. Footer's still actually kind of leaning over towards C.
Second cascade in a row towards the right-hand side.
That's good. A way of dealing with it without using that dog, and now they are going back into C, but there's 3 players here ready to go with the Paranoia and a fault line ready to destroy these players.
Double lurk going on, one from long, one maybe to be brewing from B, but it's already Cloud to be anti-fragging with his team. Paranoia falls a bit left, and it doesn't quite deliver when it comes to the defense of this site. And a captain with the only kill this round for Foot, they're gonna have to punch upwards to try and retake this with 2 against 4.
At a captain, 1 kill away from the ultimate. Can he hunt? Can he find something?
They've called it off. They've called it off. There's no way.
I don't know for sure. Look, Kiwi is wealthier than Bezos. I don't know. 7.5K in the bank, so captain's gonna hunt.
Is that how much Bezos has?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit more.
No, they're dropping back for sure after this one. It's a bit too much, you know, with a Viper's Pit, too much land grab from Giants, 4 players, but valiant effort. Valiant effort. But Giants, they'll be finding themselves on the board. At a captain, maybe considering. They don't want to take the operator out of play, but they'll try and see if they can deny weaponry on the opposing side. That won't be happening.
Everyone goes to the same little jump around the corner.
Little pony jumperino.
Yeah. Just a little leg shot, that's all that managed to get done. But hey, Giants with a lot of mid-round disinformation. I like that, using the cascade down A short, forcing the op back off the angle, threatening a little bit more presence there. Now, they did end up walking into the 3-stack, but you'll notice the Paranoia and the Concuss, most importantly, was delayed from Ada Captain because he was actually the B hold. He was the B anchor that late in the round with a 3-stack towards C, so he couldn't instantly have it in hand. That allowed Giants to get out onto site and win their first round of the series.
The battle of the fans right now. Giants want to get their team back in the game. 1 round, okay, look, they've broken the momentum of Foot, right? 7 rounds in a row, that's where they thrive. Maybe now they can start chiming in a few rounds together themselves.
They're going to accelerate into A. They do not see a kill or a jet off of that dog. Oh, you better believe they want to capitalize off this lockdown. Now, Captain has the Rolling Thunder on the retake. That is going to be massive for them, but Ryan will have the counter ult. By getting his plant down, he can pop down the Reckoning, and that'll be so powerful to stall out the players that are trying to flood in with that breach ult.
Ooh, right into the corner where Ryan was trying to plant, and Aftershock is placed, which delays it, and Nolan can use the...
Cancelled again.
The timing after the lockdown. Rolling Thunder cancelling, pushing through. The Nano Swarm much doesn't care. He just wants to cancel the pot. Ryan able to kill it off and still be alive at the end of it, but Mr. Fallen is causing more trouble. 2 versus 3. And a captain on top. He's alone all of a sudden as everybody else has died. Spike again in the corner, and he is spotted by Cloud. Giants, they double up their score, 2 on the board, and Foot not quite able to close that one out.
That was crazy. Ryan was just playing bullet hell down there on the site. All the utility flooding into his face. But he wins that opener, and Foot maybe overcommitting themselves in off of that ultimate. Giants, they were able to get through that smoke outside of long and then just went on a field day hunting kill after kill. It looked real clean there. Even if the plant wasn't ever going to go down, it was just a straight up deathmatch on site.
The cries from the stands injecting hope. And on the other side, question marks here for Foot. Obviously, okay, I'm probably overreading it right now. This is a 5-round gap difference from Foot, right? Specifically, not too much to fear.
No, I mean, well, the one thing is, Foot decided to rotate their jet off of A short for the first time in, I think, since he's had the operator. After 2 rounds ago, it was Giants playing for the harbor wall in mid early, giving up lobby like I was talking about. Then immediately the next round, Giants are blitzing down A short, which I think was a fantastic call and caught that jet on the wrong side of the map. So for them, And for Foot, it's about figuring out where this next attack is going to be. Without those powerful ultimates, maybe it's a little bit more difficult, but the reckoning is still there. And I think it's possible we see another blitz down A short. That's what I would do, right? As Giants, sort of expecting, after that works, that Foot are anticipating it and trying to fight against it. I just run it one more time, but they're going to be geared up around mid this time around and maybe walking into the operator. Kiwi's on top of B. They've tried to contact their way around because no harbor wall early. It's actually going straight over towards C.
Yeah, and this time around, all the Killjoy utility, all on A. Pretty open close here for Giants, and they're going to take full advantage of it. Mr. Fallen. Oh, not quite stunned, still. Only one trade so far. Spray through the smoke. Vitinho coming out victorious.
2 players fall in the defense. Tough to retake. Captain used all his utility, would have to wait for the next cycle of his concuss. And they're gonna have an opportunity to wrap around on Garage. Watch this pathing from Moj. He just breaks the turret and doesn't actually commit to that. So all of a sudden, Nukie's position just got mega valuable. If Moj commits, he's gonna get cooked. That's what he's banking on him not to do.
Yeah, Nukia is just comfortable that no one is going to be lurking around, which means it's going to be an easy pick here for Moj, but he's wasted a long time trying to route around. Moj doubles up. Hoodie was holding that one. That should have been his kill. But Moj begs to differ. Out of Captain from the other end. They're really balancing the tempo right now. Really putting pressure onto Vitinho. Crunching down on him. And the collapse bears successful for Foot. 8 rounds in the bag.
Foot are just so calm in the calls right there. They had plenty of time, so they didn't rush it, they didn't overforce it. The reflank in mid was delayed enough that Nukie was not guarding for it, and they're also, all Foot are doing is waiting out time for the concuss to come back, for that fault line to be there. So then they have the Dizzy that hits all of front side. The backside players are both double concussed. Captain's playing off of that entirely on his own. Perfect utility and perfect fights that Moj was able to find to make that retake completely perfect.
Early piece of utility being exchanged, Paranoia on the left-hand side from Mr. Fallen.
It's a big utility flip from Foot, though. Killjoy playing A for the first time this game, so there's nothing actually over here. But this is where the fault line and Paranoia are, so they have active utility to try and stall out the hit if it does end up coming through.
Pacing it down a bit. Giants right now trying to starve Foot from information. A few pings being laid over to the left-hand side.
Ooh, that cascade just threatens that they could have walked into a garage window, but very quick clear from Cracks will let them know that there are players in here, but they haven't been able to scale up entirely. You also notice that down A, none of these, lurk players are taking space, right? They're really just on extremity control right now, so it's going to be tough with only 40 seconds left for an actual pivot to be made from Giants, and they could walk straight into this op.
Yeah, they've wasted quite a long time. Run the clock dry. Kiwi may not be spotted on this upper angle. Repositions, Guiding Light has to dash away, meaning he's given up a lot of space here. Vitinho accurate with the head, and now continues moving onwards. How much space do they take? Do they move towards this A site before they get the spike down? They don't have much time to work with, so getting a few kills here and there is excellently vital. Now Moj on the flank, watching 3, only good for 1. And now Foot with 2, both on the same angle, hand in hand. Cloud, linchpin as well, could play anti-flash. Waltzing around it, ring around the Rosie, but the smoke will deplete, therefore visibility from mid will be available, so there has to be a quick kill here from Foot. They know exactly where they are. The Captain with the first, Mr. Fallen with another, and now it's Mr. Fallen against 2, against the world. Touching the spike, nobody peeks from Giants. They're smart, duck cover though. How long can that be available for him? Touches it a second time, does not commit. Nukia with the spray. And there you have it. Giants with a 3rd, with 1 round left in the half.
It all falls down for Foot there. And a critical shot missed by Kiwi on that opener. Got flashed off the initial angle, but then has to be able to find that one. Right there, straight into the wall. Then Giants are just fighting backside, just not really giving up any of that space, continuing to fight on forward. They had the mollies in the post plant from their Killjoy too.
Giants. The last pace of slowing things down a bit, putting caution to the wind for Foot, did end up working out. Although,
oh no,
things do end up getting tense. Kiwi dashes forwards and ends up with one. Double cloudburst, and he's out of there.
The Seekers was trying to pull the rotates. It did absolutely nothing to that effect. Yeah, 3 players on C, but the operator finds the pick, and now Cloud is just still in garage. They have to move back into this one more time, but Foot have so much going for them. No paranoia on Fallen.
She's gonna hide away. Dark cover, but they've already crossed. Fault line, waiting for Data Captain, has to be accurate. Mr. Fallen, Bulldog in hand, yapping away at Cloud. Still holding on. They've split the site in 2. One side in control of the other. Nokia trying to buy room. Rhyme as well. They can't quite. Foot really holding a leash on them and will not let it go. 9-3 is a halftime score.
So dominant from Foot, and this is a team. Well, they finished even in the standings with Giants, but in the head-to-head, that's where they lost out on the tiebreak. 2-0 was for Giants, but this new comp hadn't debuted to full effect. I feel like we never really saw an answer for the early A lobby control, the mid-rounding. Well, when it worked into B, when the op shot missed, you saw when the shots are connecting like they should with Kiwi, completely disrespecting the smoke. Just shutting it down, forcing those players away from A. Foot up 9-3, and I think their attacks have looked solid on this map in the past too. There's a lot of stall power, I think, with the comp that Giants is going to be trying to play, but this may be one where we're moving on, and it'll be Giants playing from a map deficit in the future.
All right, I think we can nerd out a bit about this, right? Because Foot is one of the few teams that plays Gecko on this map, right? Which is in sort of contrast to how other teams play it, either with Sova or Fade. Walk me through how that differs with their plan now heading into attack.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is Krax will sometimes use his Dizzy early in the round, sort of in a lobby, just straight up to sort of force any operator off that angle or anyone holding down long. But really, I think where the power of it comes into play is when they actually commit into a site, you're going to see the Dizzy come out with all of the Breach utility at the same time. So you can't really dodge the Breach util, you can't shoot the Dizzy, you're just getting overwhelmed on the site. And that's where Foot look at their best. If they're able to get forward into a position, whether it's, you know, garage or cubby towards C, or if it's down long on A, when they commit into the site, that's where it's very hard to actually fight back into them. You are going to get overwhelmed with utility. But what this comp does lack is a Sova drone, is a Skydog, something like that to deal with an operator like we saw from Kiwi that's posted down. A sewers in the mid-round, their pivots are going to be difficult, very similar to what we saw coming through from Giants. And as a result, Foot don't really go for a lot of mid-round rotations. Usually the side of the map they are leaning towards heavy early in the round is the one they end up committing into. So I think Giants get a good read off the initial utility and members they see out of Foot and try to stack into those sites that Foot are going to try to execute towards.
So we need to keep our eyes open. Giants looking to make sure that not too much easy control is given a Foot earlier on these rounds. So potential aggression, but also at the same time, Foot will be eager to have that control early on. So a lot of early fights, perhaps skirmishes, but also explosive takes of sites.
Yeah, but that's one of the weaknesses, I feel like, of this double slice comp is, yes, you can have like some cascades to fight for early presence, but you don't just default have the concuss going down A short to stall out those players. They do have a wall that will block off a little bit of short to threaten an operator stepping into that corner, which I actually really like from them as an answer, theoretically, into Foot. And plenty of stall once they have the money in later rounds, have double mollies on the Viper. That is a very powerful tool to work with.
And whilst the Foot comp may not have a recon dart, an owl drone, or a fade dog, a prowler, does have his little bro.
That's true. They also have Kiwi, and he can be like a drone with a gun, like you saw right there. Does that work for you?
Yeah, very much does.
Sure.
Yeah, no, very much does. Absolutely. So early in numbers, Giants has fallen. But they've got the right amount of players on the safe site.
Yeah, with no one coming in short early, Vitinho, gets paranoid, and that's tough.
Great. What a read. Vitinho has to draw back into short. Nukia has to split his attention on two different fronts. And a captain with his aftershock is the one to get most of the kills. And while Mr. Fallen, QE, and Cracks have fallen low in health, they're still alive, which gives a big advantage here for Foot in this pistol round. Now the two Giants players, Nukia, Hoodie, only Hoodie successful with one, but this is just too much pressure. Everybody's looking in this direction. He's trying to be lucky, but it's a lucky shot from QE to end up with a kill in the end. Bullet between the eyes, and they have it. That is Foot on double digits already in round 14.
I mean, as soon as QE finds that first kill, it just opens up the floodgates into that A site. The utility, even though they don't have full bot utility, you can see how powerful it can be with that paranoia, denying the angle from Vitinho, those two players over towards sewers that they're wrapping in towards, which is the one late push from Moj, I believe, to get that backstab. It's a good setup. And now, because they've lost pistol on defense, it's up to 10. They're gonna go for a full force here, actually. That's tough. It's hard to force round 2 on the defense. On attack, you get the plant, you get the extra money, but yeah, this is rough stuff.
Mr. Fallen with 1 HP.
They try to take the fight early down towards A short, but now they've got this player backside isolated, the utility to try and flood in. Hoodie can't see anything.
Really trying to flush Hoodie out here. But he's just nestled into this corner and just doesn't want to let it go. Nukia to assist with a crossfire.
Okay.
And that's Giants holding on to the control of C.
Slightly over eager, but check out Mr. Fallen. On literally 1 HP, he's decided he will be the mid lurk.
Vibes.
Believe had to break a turret and nearly killed him on that one. And Paranoia will buy time for the plant. That'll be important. Now on the retake, Cloud does have full utility, so actually gonna bring Nuke over towards A-Link to make sure that Cloud has the safety in order to use this dog to clear out. They're bringing 3 players to retake from the A side, which Foot aren't gonna be expecting such a heavy lean.
Out of Captain to pose first contact, gets one and runs away. Not quite. So close to this, Mr. Fallen still alive. Step on an nail and he's dead, but no, somehow able to skip his way through. Hoodie eventually able to shut him down. But the pressure is mounting. The longer they wait, the more the spike ticks. Moj close by, increasing that pressure. And with a poison cloud ahead, Kurax can just rain bullets towards the defusal of that spike. Nukia will try and hold on, but no, he's faked it. And it's Cracks again at the end to finish it all off. 11-3 for Foot.
Cracks cold on that lurk there. But it's the 1 HP bandit, Mr. Fallen, that made it all possible. That walk up into B, the utility to stall out for the plant. It falls apart for Giants. I mean, look at that. A bit labored on both sides, you'd say, but 1 health, he lives. It opens up the entire round.
Quite an important map for Foot. Get things straight away out of the back, going in their favor. And with a very strong result going their way with a big difference, gonna do wonders.
It's force on force for Giants. They can't stop now. Double mollies here. Will buy a decent amount of time, and Giants are actually going for a late aggress down sewers. Check this out, 3 players watching for that. Maybe anticipating a little bit of a fake, but
and he's out.
Foot don't really fake. It's very rare that they would abandon this C hit. It'll always be Fallen and Moj playing extremity, Fallen playing, you know, A or C, and then Moj with the turret guarding around mid.
Man, they spent so much utility to try and get Hoodie out of that corner.
And the timing of this dog is a normal timing. Usually you want to send out that dog right before the second cycle of util comes up, which is around 105 to 1 minute. But it is slightly early to actually spot out these Foot players. The flash will connect, and that will allow the rotation to come in from Rhyme very early, as well as that wall. With just 40 seconds left on the clock, Captain has 1 flash and the concuss, but they have the paranoia to destroy these short players like we saw before.
Giants definitely seem to have a good read on this, and with the judge here on Vitinho's hands, could do quite some damage. Stunned up, though, due to the fault line. Cloud is able to stop it straight away, but the rain of utility is just making it impossible for Giants to keep their eyes open. Vitinho, though, close by, and the judge comes into play once again. Little bro can't quite get the
cancel. 15 seconds, it's canceled. All of a sudden, they have to deal with Vitinho on the other side. Plant trying to go down, the clock begins to tick.
8 seconds.
The kill, it's all on Vitinho.
Vitinho has to close the gap. He is going to move on to the left-hand side, but he's just praying that he can find one in isolation, but no, both of them stacked together, and it's a bullet between the eyes to put him to his grave.
Vitinho, very nearly the hero Giants needed to stay alive in the round. With the judge, no less, just walking on in. But Kraxen captain on the take got a little bit too much, and it was Bulldogs again. It's going to be Bulldogs and Spectres one more time. Just 3 rounds full forcing in a row. As it slips away, Giants realize what's happening to them. Vitinho on Vandal, no armor, as a matter of fact, and fight may have been decided with a fight down long, but Giants are quickly going to back away. Thrasher to try and clear out as much as possible. We'll see Vitinho up heaven, but he gets the kill and somehow escapes.
He's out, but there's still a lot available here for Foot to keep on pushing forwards. Cloud just sprays them with smoke. What is going on?
Okay.
How are they getting away with this? Look, they've got a long way to go, right? This is quite a difference in rounds 9 in particular to try and square things up.
Recalling my bot.
And even then, they have to deal with overtime.
They can cycle some utility here just to eat up time. Cloud has the dog, which is going to come in right now, 105. No real shock on that one. We'll see one, maybe it's all two. I couldn't quite tell down short, but regardless, with 3 alive, you're going to know.
Yeah.
Foot trying to group here to make something happen on this head.
Sticking to their guns, holding close. Vitinho dealt with. Little by little, Foot are trying to empty out this site. Rotation fork has come from Nukia. He's here to help out, guiding light, well timed, but Ada Captain looks away and swings past it. Cloud and Nukia are able to hold it down, lock it in, and Giants still in the game.
Don't know how Cloud got that spam kill, I'll be honest.
But it's easy, man. You just press mouse 1.
Look, I don't think Giants care, is the beautiful thing. Look, a win's a win, doesn't matter how it happens. Figure out some way to replicate. Oh, actually, the bullet trace, of course.
Bullet trace from Vandal.
Yeah, just tracks that one down, and then players running through the smoke a little bit too easy for him. In that regard, still 8 in a row. So Foot make the wise decision just to go ahead and save here. Honestly, if they look to just orb farm onto Moj, he's 3 off. Next round, you could sort of combo Ada Captain and Moj those ultimates to wrap things up nice and easy.
Yeah, Giants have to put their heads down. Not really looking the long game right now. Round by round, don't overcomplicate.
If Ada Captain is the one to plant, I will bald. You already have your ult, man! All right, it's fine.
You okay?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh well, nothing we can do about it.
Hey, they're gonna eat up a lockdown though. They'll take that absolutely. Actually, look at this forward fight, gonna try to...
He's really struggling to deal with that lockdown. It's just behind the wall. It's like that lockdown is just undestroyable. But eventually it's taken down, but to what cost, right?
Tough with the frenzy, I think you could say.
Yeah, the wall penetration on that gun.
Yeah. Solo Q Jet gonna show its head right here with a little bit of a mid lurk as the full diffuse comes in.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, he doesn't have to die. As long as you get that plant down, you remove that 1K cap on the credits going into the next one. So he is going to be perfectly all right in this situation.
Look, Giants already knew that the economy wasn't great for Foot, so I kind of like that they're eager to guarantee every single round possible, and expending that lockdown was one of those measures. Means that they still have a lot in them. They don't want to go without a fight.
I think, though, if Giants are able to win this round, then in the next, they get the Operator online, and that's an op online for the rest of the half. That is a very different thing for Foot to deal with. And I could see a legitimate chance with Giants. Won't be easy for them whatsoever. They're going to take this very early fight. The spam isn't quite there, and Kiwi taking down Rhyme is brutal.
Important kill. Now left to the devices of only one controller, where the snake bite, well, the toxic screen is placed towards the middle of the map.
And the thing is, Ada Captain has the Rolling Thunder, so you have Vitinho now looking to go far aggressive, because the players behind him are going to get destroyed by that Rolling Thunder. He has to push past it as he hears it come in to take a fight.
But Giants, if they still stay in control over short, they still should have a very good chance on this retake.
And they'll have the mollies from Hoodie going down long as the Rolling Thunder comes in to stall.
Crucially enough, Vitinho not bothered by it. Hoodie able to avoid himself being killed there by the mosh pit. And with a Viper's Pit expended, Foot 180 degrees.
But it's down to 40 seconds. Omen's ulting over to the C site, not with the spike, just to try and clear things out. He's going to be there for a long time. Vitinho! Just removing the 1, though, may be enough. It'll all come down to Mr. Fallen if an early fight goes against him, because there's 2 players going to be coming out of CT and Nukia in Garage.
Will they expect it? Fault line coming through, not affecting Nukia, but it's Moj's bullet to take care of him. And now
Fallen
Cloud.
also, hold on, they're pivoting back into B. They know there are 2 players on the C side. Kiwi will take the next fight.
Good information.
15.
Held back by the aftershock. Kiwi, what a flank! Cloud here to save the day for Giants if possible. Otherwise, they're looking to a second map already. For what a tremendous map they've had. And now they just have to stick the landing, Cloud. As floaty as he is, cannot deal with the blades of Kiri. And there you have it, map number 1, the pickup foot goes their way.
Kiwi was on it this map. My God, some of the opening picks he was able to find. On defense, the operator was just unbreakable. On attack, always successful on the entries. A 4K to close it out as well. This is a match that went 2-0 in favor of Giants the last time they faced off. But Foot, they're looking to pull that Uno reverse and slam down on Giants. Because you can't forget, we're going on to Ascent.
Yes, we
next. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Giants.
Yeah, and I think this is already a great start. Last time these two teams faced up against each other was a quick 2-0 by Giants, right? Foot really never found their footing. That wasn't scripted. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
We don't support that here.
Yeah, but now that they've got some tempo going their way, maybe they'll find Ascent to be a good place for them to try and close things out on a 2-0. Let's wait and see.
Turkish team on Ascent, though? I don't know.
We'll be back right after this.
Nice! Ay sana Meral. Nuri sikeceğiz bugün bunlar hadi. Nice! Helal lan! Helal! Nice! Helal oğlum lan Dodo. Nice oğlum! Nice oğlum! Nice! Helal lan!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
What a start from the Turkish brothers. VIT, they take Haven versus Giants in a dominant fashion. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm joined by Vincent and Ryan. Again, Vincent, you have around 20 seconds to apologize. Do your thing. The floor is yours.
I'm gonna say, listen, don't look at me like that. I'm gonna say that I was horribly wrong. I expected that every single number that I've received and looked into would actually tell me a good story. But once more, if you have not played a map before and you start in officials, it's not the best idea.
It's quite literally, I'm not familiar with your game, or I wasn't.
Yeah. I'd like to, it's a Shaq meme. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I apologize.
You were familiar with VIT.
I was familiar with VIT.
You just weren't familiar with what Giants were about to do with
that. You know, I was wrong about that. I thought they would have an elaborate game plan after so many weeks and picking that map, and it, voluntarily be like, yeah, that could be an option. I was wrong.
You were indeed. Let's talk about this comp real quick, Ryan. I voiced my worries before we went into game, and I felt like almost all of it came true.
Well, I mean, you look at the teams that have been running it. You're looking at like Loud. You're looking at, I think, what was it? Team Secret picked it up recently, and I rate them pretty. It's a team that has a lot of cohesion that's been playing together a while, and like, whilst this Giant squad is still fairly new for this year putting together, it's the second time that they've pulled out this super meta comp on a map where it does kind of work and fallen flat with it against teams that are very comfortable here. Maybe it works in scrims, but here it just couldn't get going. There wasn't really any plants, there wasn't any protection of retake, and Rhyme, despite having a lot of assists, died a lot first as well on those entries.
That is a lot of, this is a good problem you're telling me right now, because you need Rhyme in that sense to really build up your attacks. You really need them with the walls, you need them defense as well for retaking capabilities. We had that in one of the rounds. It is a big issue you do not really want to face. And this is something where I fully agree. It felt like it was still a bit like in step by step by step, where they still had to think through what is the second step, what is the first step, and that really bothered me in that sense.
Well, let's take a look at some of the execs on Giants' attack side. I was kind of excited at the prospect of seeing some of this, but Vincent, to see execs, not the best.
Hey, this is cool. The harbor wall is really doing the job. They get a lot of room. Then they come in with this cascade. They can pretty much move out. Okay, they're slowed. And this is where the greatness of Foot shows. But at the end of the day, they still kind of make it out of sight. Mosh is taking a risk. They didn't hold that right, and Nuki also didn't hit his shots. But then there's another ult coming in, and you'd be like, okay, they get on site, right? Well, they sort of do, but then they forgot about angles. Then they forgot about smokes. Then they forgot about cascades. It seemed like there's really the reps and the reps and the reps missing that really would make a team that good on that composition. And that really caught me off guard, because it was nothing in the execution really wrong with it, but it fumbled once Foot found a way to delay them further and further.
I've never seen so many little bits of utility just being disrespected by Foot. Like, there's a snake bite in the corner, Kiwi's just going to stand in it and take another op shot. There's a harbor wall here. I, as the killjoy, are just going to jump through it and get two. And it wasn't the first time that this happened as well. We saw cracks with the flash from Gecko being able to just peek through and get those kills. This was one of the only few times that they actually went for the plant.
But I think there's one layer that adds up to it. Like the thing going out of window, right? It is a thing that should have been punished earlier, but Nuki was not hitting his shots. It was an individual off performance from the most of the Giants players as well, and this has to be added up on top of it. Whilst this might not strategically have worked that well, when you're not hitting your shots, when your opponent is mid-jump, getting out of the window, this was one of the instances, and there were many more where the top players of Giants absolutely underperformed individually.
And I also felt like one thing that's great about FUT, right, is when they're attacking, once they get onto a site, similar as teams like Na'Vi and Fnatic, everybody has very carved out jobs, Two people going to be fighting for CT, one person's going to check left. Everyone is very coordinated, and I felt like at times, I don't even think Giants realized where they were fighting. Like, they weren't often not even looking at the correct places where FUT players were, and maybe that comes down to the fact that they just haven't had that much reps on Haven, right? They haven't had the experience here just yet. But I do want to talk about two Jet players, two players that you guys have mentioned in the past, these are the players that haven't made it to an international tournament just yet. And in fact, Ryan, last year, this time, they weren't even playing in VCT.
Yeah, they were in the leagues below, just sort of farming in their respective regions. Fatinho especially has been so consistent and so strong, but when you're looking at a player like Kiwi that really only came into our scope when we saw them at LCQ like 2 years ago, it's been consistently strong, but also building time and time again.
I mean, one of my favorite stories in the entirety of VCT is that Foot bought an entire team just for Kiwi and released the other few players. And it pays off. This man was, exactly as mentioned before, not respecting so much of what a Harbor or a Viper would deliver, because usually we'd be like, oh, this is a wall, I can't take damage, this might be a problem, oh, I'm going to be slowed by what Harbor is delivering there on the side. That was not the case. And this is what made Foot so good in my eyes, is that they were simply, I know you have this utility, but this does not mean I'm just going to back off.
Yeah, let's take a look at the next map here, because Haven, maybe if you're a Giants fan, you just want to ignore that, you know, pretend that never happened. But if we take a look at Ascent, this was Giants map pick, and I know, Vincent, you're going to be you're going to have a lot more hopium here, but I just want to say, FUT beat BBL here. Nobody beats BB. One does not simply beat BBL on Ascent, and they're coming into this with a win against the best Ascent team in the league.
I'm gonna still come up with another fake argument. I'm definitely gonna tell you that, most importantly, in my eyes, that they still haven't been challenged yet. I think they still have not been challenged yet, and this is one of the things we need to talk about. Their defense can be wacky.
Yeah, so FUT have played like 36 defensive rounds. They've only managed 2 retakes that have succeeded. They've won a fair few more rounds than they've lost on their defense, but so much of it is before the spike gets planted. It's just, these are literally the only times they're both on B. They're both in these kind of like 2v2 situations against Carmen Court and Koi for all teams. It really shows that like FUT are not comfortable being in these positions, because this is all they've really had when it comes to success. Playing up against Giants, their attacking sides and their plants are one of the strongest in the leagues on this map.
And perfectly said, this is once more something they're not used to playing. I know I said the same with Haven, I'm still going to use it here. This is where we also have the Viper coming in, right? Hardly seen on the set. Not many teams do that. Not many teams pull it off. And I find that quite interesting in the sense of how much can you actually do in those scenarios when they get on site on retake when you're facing against such a controller-heavy composition. It can be a big issue, because retaking through the variety of smokes, walls, snake bites, paranoias can be a big issue.
What I find really interesting for this Giants Viper on Ascent is that, especially when they play against, I think, Koi and Vitality as well, is when Hoodie is basically guarding B main on Ascent with that wall. Some teams, they disrespect it, they like to push it through and they pay the price. And some teams respect it a little too much and they end up not taking any space at all. I suspect FUT will probably be the former. I don't think they're going to respect this Viper whatsoever after we saw what happened on Haven. But it is a win condition, Vincent, and I think it is something that Hoodie has managed to kind of master on this map. But we are heading to Agent Select here. Ascent, unfortunately, is one of those maps where we never really get any fun comms, do we?
No.
The standard stuff.
No, we shouldn't. Maybe they're going to swap something up, but I really don't expect it.
I doubt it.
No.
Yeah.
There we go. And Ada Captain is back on the Omen as expected. Maj is going back on that Killjoy as well. Yep, there's no changes. The great part for me, I just want to elaborate that, Cloud back on Sova. When this team is playing with a Sova on their comp on Cloud, they're significantly better.
Yeah, I also think it is just a case of how much mid-control like Giants are going to give up on that defensive side, because they don't have a Killjoy, right? They have all of that focus on the Viper towards B main. How are they going to... It feels at this point like Giants have been consistently showing this map and looking good with this comp that they're running, in comparison to Haven where they're running something meta and it didn't look comfortable. But at this point, surely FUT has an example of how to deal with it here. I think for their defense, it's just don't let that spike get planted, because if it does, your chances of winning the round go down dramatically.
And also on Haven, Kiwi, he had Fitinho's number. As you guys know, on a map like Ascent, Fiti cannot let that happen again if they want to win.
Absolutely not. And I'm personally just very excited for that Jet duel coming in, particularly on such an operator map.
Well, Giants, they have to win here if they don't want to play in that lower bracket. And Pavlos, do you think that this is where they can make that comeback?
Well, it's definitely where they would make their comeback if they did. How do you think about the situation for Giants? Do they have a good chance here?
I mean, I like the Viper. It's fun to see. I'm really concerned with how strong Kiwi was looking on that first map, how they're going to find an answer for him. Because like Zesh just said, like, I usually think the duelist versus duelist battle is overblown in Valorant, but on a super op-heavy map with the Jets, looking at their defensive side especially, while it might not necessarily be that 1 versus 1, you'd have so much power to affect the map on that side, and Kiwi was absolutely on it back on Haven.
Look, we've had a ton of bangers on Ascent this season so far. I hope this one is a banger as well, because, you know, it's a best-of-3 series in playoffs, and who doesn't love a bit of Ascent? Yeah, our first one, exactly.
I love it.
The first one of the season.
Yeah, the tightest number 4 versus number 5 in the standings, dead even, 5 and 4 apiece. the main fight, trying to make it into that top fort. Foot started off on a fantastic note.
So it's Giants on attack, Foot on defense. Let's get the show on the road. They do take mid control very, very early. Bot is dealt with quickly, and Mr. Fallen is called to action, really, to hold it back and make sure nobody pushes past spawn.
And this Viper Wall will let them sort of fight into B main a little bit here and make sure that no one can really have taken that space. Early drone to clear on out here, which will get a quick tag. Have yet to actually throw up that Viper Wall just yet. They're trying to find this fight over towards stairs.
Kiwi's wrapped out all the way around out of A, so they've got all the information available to them. So Foot can be happy to put most of their strengths towards that left-hand side. Kiwi only able to find some damage there. Drops back. Cloud is somehow alive with only 5 points of health.
Yeah, able to get out of there a little bit from earlier, but there's a little bit of a shot here from Krax. Doesn't have the fragment to try and stall away, and down to 40 health. Really hard for him to re-peek into this.
Has to draw it back up, which means they're going to have to fight with the flank of that main position over to Kiwi. So they're going to give over the site. Although they do lose one member early on, Spike to the depths of it. Kiwi, how much does he weigh? That's the question here.
He's smoked off for now. With the door breaking, though, all attention can go over to that. When this smoke in main falls, though, that's exactly when Foot are going to try to pounce on the retake.
All Giants players stacked up to the upper left-hand side, so it's pretty much one way that Foot need to focus towards 2 versus 4, but it quickly means that Fatinho is all by himself, able to take 2 himself, but it all goes downhill from there. It's Foot with yet another pistol round win.
Yeah, Giants just sort of fish in the barrel right there without control over main, over tree, over anything. They're just getting run at from 3 different angles, and Krax sprints them down. Foot showed early the sort of lurk outside of A lobby, which I think is a great thing for them to do. One of the gaps in this composition from Giants is the lack of passive information. No Killjoy turret, no Killjoy alarm bot to guard those flanks permanently for you. So, especially in drawn out rounds like this, they can try to punish in those angles. And then play retaking with control over A main, B main. It makes it so much more simpler. You can look in one direction when you're going back into the site, as opposed to being worried about getting shot straight in the back when you do.
So Foot have carried on the momentum from the previous map by winning the first round of the second. Giants' home ground, their own map pick, where they will try to take a stand. A lot of movement spotted out and telegraphed over to the mid side.
Once again, though, Kiwi is just stepping out of A. It's like, okay, we saw 3 guaranteed off of the dart up through mid, so this time might not go as aggressively. I think he might take a little bit more of a passive stance, not actually peeking top mid until they see players. Hold on, though. Giants want to go into the spawn. I've never seen this play work before, but it's something that teams like to do on Thrifties.
It is. You know, you never know. Maybe you can catch them off guard. That'd be nice. Yeah, but Kiwi's got it all telegraphed. He knows exactly what's going on. ADS, but not too much success when it comes to the kill department.
A lot of damage, though.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are.
ACS looking good. KDA, not so much improved.
Nah.
It's a stats game, really.
Oh,
and
man.
Fallen, I think, is going to be able to get a lot of them.
It looks like a prison. They're all looking outwards from being barred in. Paranoia, I think it catches literally every single one of those players. And Mr. Fallen just presses mouse 1 to deal with all 4 as quickly as that. 2-0 to the board to the Turks.
All 4 players get hit by the paranoia, the voices. They start hearing them like, we got to get out of here. We got to go in. We got to go in. Straight into Fallen. And that just supercharges his ultimate. Yeah, gotta love to see that. And hey, one of the great things about playing Sova when there's not a Killjoy on the other team is you actually get to use your ultimate for something other than destroying a lockdown. How fun is that? You can actually try to play for kills on the defense. And I mean, that's actually just a lot of added power right there, to be fair.
Last map, Foot did win their Logitech G power-up round, right? They did win when they have less weaponry involved. So if they're able to do that again, that would be a brilliant start. But it's aggression shown here from QE very early on, which has just been punched down to the ground.
Looks like Giants were trying to catch, perhaps, if there was going to be that A flank one more time. This time, though, it's just Hoodie walking or holding into 3 players, potentially.
He's alone, so there could be a trade. Bit too quick on the movement there from Mr. Fallen, which does end up dropping. So, yeah, Giants quickly cleaning up here. Very nicely, finding themselves on the board much quicker than they did that last game. I think it took them 7 rounds to get there.
Look, that was the Hyper Gambit pistol round coming in there, just full sending it up through mid and then out of B a little bit delayed. But I did see for just a moment there was money on Mr. Fallen to buy an operator and chuck that over to Kiwi. If that is online in round 4, that is exactly what you want.
That's what I need.
And there's so much power on the defensive side in winning a pistol round because it means you can get your op online as early as round 4. Suppose if you lose that pistol, you're looking at round 5, round 6, if you end up losing.
That's huge. Oh, legging down Vitinho. Not quite the finishing blow. The still Giants hold place.
Yeah, they got to pump the brakes just a little bit. I mean, just baiting out a drone is going to be value enough. We'll see where this operator ends up posting, because it'll be hard to like refight out into mid. You don't really have the tools to see that, although the drone does spot 2 players, so I think he was going to hold on this line right here. Nukier just has the 1 flash to get on into this one. We'll see if he's good on it. He takes the angle too early. There's a shock dart kill from Fallen up through mid. That went down into bench. He got that because of the leg shot from the operator earlier on to Vitinho. Just 1 dart got the kill.
And just like that, Foot are miles ahead of Giants. As simply as that. Giants trailing behind.
And Fallen gets his ult off that play too, so even if Giants find some kills on this attempt into B, which will be tough, because look at all the Killjoy util.
There's so much.
They're still going to get blasted by
they've managed to avoid it because they haven't gone through main, they've gone through market, and that wasn't watched. So Rhyme delivering onto Moj, meaning there's only 1 defender. Kurax, a lot on his plate, and a lot thrown at him. But he's throwing his flashes down as well, and he ends up on top. What a defense there by Foot.
That's the thing, just look at the lines that Sova can send that ult, because he's playing in spawn. If you run downstairs, that is a direct lineup between the Hunter's Fury, where Fallen is playing, and then you trying to flood out onto the site. So him getting this shock dart kill, giving him the ultimate, means that, again, even once the Killjoy falls in the defense, the ult lineup is just so simple. They actually got that kill up in main on the player running out after the initial tag going down lane. Gorgeous stuff from him, putting on a little Silva clinic.
Ooh, Rhyme. Little peekaroo at the start, ending up on top, but a bit of a salad on the second time around. No more Omen.
No smokes, no paranoia to stall at this hit, so Giants are going to want to accelerate into this, even knowing the operator is here.
But it might not be the best call, given that there's already 3 defenders lying in wait at the back of this site. Dash away. Kurax is able, well, try to get 1 kill out of that one. Kiwi! Quadra kill already! Extravaganza with the knives, puts Foot on 4.
It's a Jet playground here. The op kills to open it up. The knives coming online. He plays up from heaven. Kiwi has been a force to be reckoned with today. Trades out his teammate Captain on that one. Trades out both of his teammates, as a matter of fact. And then once there's no one left next to him, that's where he really gets to have some fun, doesn't he?
That came out of nowhere. That really did. That really did, that play from Kiwi. It goes to show how important having the operator on defense is this early into the game, and how much pressure it really puts onto Giants here. That early pick, but the Blades as well, given the opportunity to have them this early into the game. Vitinho drawing out the Blades himself, very far forwards, but unable to find a single kill. Only damage really at the end of the day. Nuki and Rhyme trying to collect the pieces, but that's sort of left Rhyme to his own devices.
Oh, the spawn teleport and then the walk back into A? Or does he go into B now and it's the fake on fake on fake?
It's Caesar 300 IQ play or a 15 IQ play. And we'll only get to see
in the wise
which
words,
one it is, depending on the outcome.
In the wise words of Taylor Swift, the faker's gonna fake, fake, fake, fake, fake. Unfortunately, in Taylor Swift's worldview, alarm bots don't exist. If they did, I mean, maybe red flags. That's a red flag up mid, I'll be honest. I wouldn't trust that.
Well, the red flag is definitely turning the attention towards Rhyme right now. All of them circulating around him. The map slowly closing in on him, really. Not many options apart from this left-hand side smoke and directly over the bot, so it's not going to get spotted. Has to TP away into the site. He's found access to it. The spike can go down, but he's still got to deal with 3.
Spike planted.
And Moj is going to wait. Waiting for the brothers to just join in and start walking forwards.
It's a delicate situation.
Really is pressure mounting here for Rhyme at 11 points of health already, and there's just too many players. And Kiwi isn't even indulging in that fight. He's not even needed. So Foot deal with that one fairly quickly, solidly. Solidly? Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Look, you need to calm down, but honestly, Foot carving up here. And carving up the arena too.
Damn,
they are loud. Foot cannot be stopped. Giants a little bit lost here. Lost for words, don't know quite what to do. The operator, they haven't found a good answer. That round from Kiwi with the knives coming in was a big swing round for them. Slingshot into this next round. The clutch, you have some moments, but it is starting to slip away.
Everything seems under control here for Foot. Everything, absolutely everything. When there is an attempt on a quick push here from Giants, it's always dealt with an early pick. That operator doing so much. When they try to slow it down, it seems that Foot always have a good read on what Giants is trying to do. It's not easy to try and tangle yourself from the situation. You're already a map down. This map will mean you'll drop to the lower bracket. Not looking great. You know you can beat Foot. You've done it in the past, right? This regular season, they beat them 2-0. Fairly clean as well, but this map pool they're playing on right now, this is not a confident Giants. Instead, Foot have got a firm grasp over this game.
They've got rifles now, but one thing we haven't really seen Giants use is their Viper wall towards B. They've activated sometimes when they go for the mid splits, but a lot of times you can use that power to sort of flash past that wall, delete players from playing the common side angles backstairs. They've been playing actually just a lot of passive approaches early on, trying to take space around mid. I actually really like having this orb lineup on the Viper bottom mid. That blocks off an op angle, and not that. Because you control the smoke timing of that, you can bring it down whenever you want to try and find a pick, but Kiwi disrespects time after time after time, removes Hoodie from the field.
The Aldrone was insane. Not only did it spot 3 players, it paved the way for Cougar to move in. And he holds the angle once again, uses the Cloudburst to conceal his position, tries to no-scope into Vitinho there, but finally he's been quashed.
Watch main
finally,
though, there are 2 players
down.
into main as they close the door too. Rhyme's about to walk into double crosshairs, realizes there's a couple of players here. Baits out the shots, is hoping his teammates can come get there in time, but they're not going to be there. The smoke from Captain locks them in, and it forces Giants to flip towards spawn. Vitinho will make or break this round with Nukier, and Nukier falls.
Nukier had to have gotten the kill there. It should have been his. Vitinho calls to action now. It's down to Cloud in the hot seat. The spray down isn't quite there, and Foot keep it going. Not putting the foot down, well, on the brakes. It's fully on the accelerator.
You gotta stop talking about feet. There's too much. Foot though, oh my God, Kiwi absolutely smurfing it. Disrespecting with that peek into mid, finding the right timings. Giants played so slow through it, they actually hadn't taken any space towards market. And you can see desperation, frustration in their faces as they get caught over and over by that operator. Again, full spread on the map, as they need to. They don't have passive info to guard their flank, so they have to look for these so slow splits in. And while they had the orb lineup for bottom mid, it's here tiles that actually Kiwi sees that lineup, knows there's the Viper playing on that side. And the difference between the Viper orb, the Omen orb, you know, after Omen orb coming down, 15 seconds, you can swing out and try to punish it. That Viper orb can be brought down at any time. And that's why Kiwi is actually just going to avoid playing mid.
They're going to walk into Kiwi though again. And every single time he gets a pick and then drops back. Sometimes even stays alive for it. Flash.
Oh, no.
Still holding the position, no command, expended, Rhyme TP, and a captain reads it. Curry again, it's so darn easy for Foot. Giants not getting the answers here. Cloud finally using the Hunter Steward to get a pick.
This round's getting crazy though. Nukier threatened to go up to heaven by breaking glass. They also have the pit down on site now. And the operator forced to play into hell. That barrel extends so far. Giants may have an angle.
There's no comfort for Giants yet. It's not easy. But at least they've got the Viper's pick going for them. Again, tempting. That long side. Still being watched by Kiwi. Is it not? Where is Kiwi? He's underneath. Instead, Cloud does go forwards without reinforcements. They're walking into the line of fire, one by one, and being dealt with.
Giants have no answer to this A-hold. Frankly, absolutely none. They can't send one player into main because Foot are double holding it. Then the operator is dodging away from the flashes. These KO flashes and Tree have not been successful all game long. Kiwi constantly changing the angle he's holding to be able to take the fight earlier or dodge away from it in its entirety. Vitinho has been shut down. It's because of Kiwi.
And Giants down in the dumps when it comes to their economy. And when it comes to the round 7-1, it's exactly like the previous map. Not in the same way, it's not unfolded in the same exact way. But no, they're still trailing behind. And it's got to hurt FUT having all of the answers.
Another one bites the dust, but the op's already rotated back over. You die to the op in mid, now it's playing on dice.
This round's over. It already's over. Shocked up, looking for Vitinho. But as two players group up, so do the entirety of the FUT's defense.
Just a total throwaway round for Giants. Running up into mid. I think the KO knife actually caught Hoodie, so they couldn't throw up the smoke bottom mid that they'd been playing with before, so they just ran out there, took that fight, and got obliterated.
Oh.
Hold on.
That's not what we used to see.
Uncharacteristic.
Cracks. Easy work of that one. Together with Mr. Fallen holding that line of fire down. Locked and key, 8-1, really stapling themselves on top.
FUT have some major ultimates working into this round. It actually looks like Giants are going for light armor techs. This won't be a swing round for them. They should still be able to get 4 rifles going to the next, and the knives theoretically to carry them through. Because FUT have big ultimates. The lockdown to play a heavier retake over towards A, so if they want to, they could change up their setup, play a little bit more passively, but I don't think they want to do that, actually. Again, it's just this operator around mid, which has not been dealt with. Although they're capitalizing on space much more quickly. This isn't necessary, trying to beat that timing. Kiwi's actually been pulled all the way back to spawn to hold this cross. Now that the alarm bot is gone, and knowing that Vitinho actually really loves jumping up on top of Fridge there, we'll be holding that angle for the time being.
Server utility's always been super important for FUT to figure out what Giants' game plan is, but now Giants finally going to go for something super aggressive. Hunter's Fury not finding any damage just yet, but out of Captain's Spray is good, and he's able to make himself out of there alive.
And now they can play full retake with the lockdown. Kiwi might be looking for the fight, but they're going to take their sweet time on this one. 5 versus 4, they can flood in, and there's no utility realistically for Giants to stall them.
Finally, there's at least a chance that Giants have got plenty of players to this defense, but this lockdown is putting a spanner in the works. Out of Captain, still finding the kills. Ryan and Nukia trying to turn things all around, but they just ran out of players. And FUT continue an unbeatable streak. Now up to 9 rounds.
FUT caught the attention of fans early on, very early on in the EMEA. Expectations not very high for this team. Oh, maybe a middle of the pack team, you know, they could get up to that level. They came and jumped away, win after win early on, then tapered off a little bit. I think their loss to Giants in the regular season was a big place where I, at least, was pumping the brakes, have been like, maybe they're not as good as I actually think they are. But they have come back with a fury here today. 9-1 at the half, and Giants had no answer.
They really didn't. And again, Mr. Fallen trying to play anti-flash here. Rhyme gets spotted out. Vitinho starting to shoot accurately. This is what Giants needed. They're back into the game. A little bit of a confidence booster. They just need to stick the landing. Curax at the top. Hoodie delivering. It's Modulone. All right, I feel like this round is over. Finally something to go to Giants' way.
Phenomenal entry by Vitinho. Rhyme's ult got exposed very early, but Vitinho was able to use the time everyone was turning around and capitalized immediately. I also think, like, look, we see a different Viper wall. Giants said nothing is working with our mid presence. Let's just do a full 5-player through main. Execute onto that site and continue just ignore the Killjoy side of the map. I think that was the right approach, because I'll be honest, I didn't see their Viper wall doing anything this entire half. Even their smoke bottom mid, the lineup they had for that wasn't really paying off too much. So now with one final round here to go, Giants got to cook something up.
Yeah.
And I think it's a full B exec, by the way, because Killjoy's been there every round. Nukie, I think this is his second ult of the half, I think. I hope.
Vitinho?
9, actually, he might not have it. 9 kills. I don't remember him using it before, but I think shutting down that Killjoy and blitzing to B, because the Jet has never played that side of the map.
Yep.
I think that's what you want to do here.
Yeah, no, this is definitely the second time that Vitinho brings out the Blades, but has the Blades available. But yeah, no, I feel like Giants definitely need someone to lead the way when it comes to these frags, comes to the successful elimination of these defenses, opening up these rounds, these sites. I feel like they really need that. They've been lacking that department, at least for this game, at least for this series. Vitinho may be stepping into those shoes.
Drone in mid is interesting. I don't think it spotted anyone. The op is positioned. Actually, that's not an op in Kiwi's hands. That's a rifle they want in the final round, playing that close cringe angle up on stack. Giants certainly taking their time. Now with an answer, bringing 2 players to fight into A main. The flash there as well. So they've come up with ways of dealing with this A main aggression. Unfortunately for them, Foot have changed the rulebook on them. They're doing a completely different setup, much more passive towards the site. And now Giants are going to end up rotating Nuke into B. This is the ultimate I wanted to see out of him on the execute. Because Moj is playing on top of his utility, all of this is going to get shut down. She got both volleys off! In the half second you have hearing that audible come in, she popped it to stall.
Just out of range of the null command. Vitinho dashing forward, 2 to the defense of the site, and rotations already coming in. Will they be there on time? Oh, there was a from the shadows. There's now 3 at the back of this site. Moj dealt with, but there's still 2 to deal with more. And they still keep defending, but not good enough because Giants come out on top with all those kills. Giants are able to delete them, and they may be ending up with a 3rd round here at halftime.
Giants once again putting on a couple of rounds at the end of the half. The exact same situation happened on Haven, right? 9-3 on the half. They win a couple of rounds there when they finally figure out. Like those last 2 rounds were the first times I felt like they had a real plan of coming in and dealing with the things that Foot were showing. This one especially with the fight into A to catch the players, even though it didn't pay off, you saw what they were trying to do, and it finally worked. But now the game is completely different with them switching sides.
I feel like we need to see a lot more for Giants though, right? This is Foot's ground completely thus far, right? Even if there's a short resurgence right at the end of the half, it's not good enough. They need entries.
Look, now, I mean, good news is they're going over to defense, so things get way simpler for them.
They do.
They get to play with that Viper wall, which, I mean, Loud really popularized with the wall deep on the B side that gives you an access way to quickly retake on site with ignoring B main switch entirely. I love that. The stall power of the mollies there too, but this is a map where now, because still there's no perma info from Giants, there's no passive info for them, the entire challenge from Foot is going to be to try and pull out key pieces of utility, right? The info util, the dart, the knife. Are those being used both at the start of the round? Because then you have 40 seconds to play with the entire map, another 40 after that second rotation. And apart from that, it's just timings around Cloud's drone. So early presence from Foot is going to be used to bait out those critical pieces of utility. And then they can try to get some mid-round rotations and catch Giants in periods where they don't have a full picture of what's going on the map.
Time for Giants to shine. There is no other. Obviously, there's a lower bracket waiting for them if they do end up losing this map. It's not do or die necessarily, but
also if you win
really
this,
gives them a better chance.
Even if you win this, you're going up against Fnatic next.
Yeah,
so
it's
that is
basically the same fate, right?
That is a tough prospect ahead of these teams. Currently, Foot eyeing it.
Yep. Not an easy way to the top. But after all, they're not looking at a victory. Well, supposedly they may be looking at a victory for VCT EMEA, but logically speaking, from the performances they've shown, they want a top 4 representation. They want to go to Tokyo. That's their goal.
Yep, absolutely is.
And the best way to get there is by winning this match.
I mean, if you look at the standings, like logically, the teams that are fighting should be Vitality and the 2 teams on your screen right here, in Foot and Giants.
Yep.
You know, we've seen upsets happen before, but this is one of those matches against a direct competitor, probably the toughest. Vitality coming in as the number 6 seed. And the dominance in which Foot end up winning this match, if they continue this performance, in my eyes, I immediately have them set in at that top 4.
Big time. Imagining them from VRL finals last year, the level up, the glow up. I mean, they won that tournament, but now competing in Tier 1 just a year later.
But showed the paranoia main at the start of the round, then went up and tree. This is what I'm talking about, trying to just dance around Giants on the map. Giants are not biting whatsoever, though. 3 players ready to go. And a smoke in main will help stall, combined with the molly. And this one-way in market. So now Foot are in this awkward position where they have to wait out this gas before they can do anything.
But just as it depletes, they start to move in, and there's plenty for the defense of this site. Hoodie just goes in for a pot shot and drops away. And here the reinforcements will be arriving as well with a flash. It's going to be messy, it's going to be quick, but it's still a shaky fight, leaving Hoodie to defend the site with 4 to his name.
Okay, Hoodie. Where's that been? Giants showed up to play here in the second half of Ascent. It's not too late for them just yet. Hoodie just unstoppable there and wanted a little bit more. Jumping up there after he gets the 2, it's not enough. Just a right-click demon on the classic. And now by winning this pistol, looking to find themselves with an early operator.
Finally they won a pistol round, man. Finally.
I mean, yeah, straight up.
Took them a really long time, but maybe it gives them an opportunity to have a hand on that steering wheel, to have a control over their fate.
Just some orb farming here, it looks like, from Foot, playing for the A orb early with these 2 players in Moj and Kiwi. Just to guard out, make sure Giants can't push up and take that space. I think they're just going to try to funnel these all into Mr. Fallen. He got the most orbs back in round 1, so makes some sense. Although I think in terms of the attacking side of this map, usually it ends up being that KO ultimate that ends up being a little bit more powerful, but I suppose not having a Killjoy on the opposite side, you can afford to give that over to your Sova instead. They'll still be waiting on Captain's lurk. It's going to be the latest possible lurk because he has to make sure his B players show a full commitment before stepping out, otherwise you just get cooked. Yeah, a little early.
Not looking pretty, but it's clean from Giants on the other end, right? Not really taking any damage themselves, only a bit on Hoodie, but he'll be staying out of harm's way for sure. And that's clean. A flawless round by Giants to keep them going and closing up the gap just that little bit.
You're not a good shot today. Don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Look at the money on Fatinho too. With that Marshall, that's a round 4 operator online. The entire half changes when that comes online. And interestingly enough, Hoodie's wall has been much more of a stall wall here, where he's trying to keep Foot trapped inside of B main. You watch a team like Loud play this, they'll throw it from that spawn point over onto the B side, or they'll throw it from actually Dice on the site back towards spawn to give a lane you can play in, but he wants to take the fight to Foot. As a matter of fact, very early orb there too, just catching to see if there was going to be an early fight, because with that vulnerable, you can just spam even if you get flashed out.
Both sides of Giants actually pushing to the extremities, gaining that early control, and it does indicate that there's a lot of heavy pressure of Foot in mid.
Yeah, well here, you just watch for it. The drone has just been pulled up in mid, so Giants no longer have the perfect info ability in that drone. Good kills traded out, but still Foot don't have to overcommit into this. There's 2 players on that A side of the map. Spike is still back at home for Foot, so they're going to be a little bit delayed getting that one onto the site, and Coutinho has a chance to keep it trapped there if he finds a headshot.
He's got to be super accurate though, and he's got multiple angles that he's got to deal with. Dashes the way instead. The 2 flashes of Nuki have already been used. That's the troubling part. Not much utility to get them into that site.
Captain gets, or Fallen gets ult off this play. The Hunter's very ready to go. If he gets into a position he can use it, he can pop that from hell potentially. Here it is.
Preemptive, but it actually keeps him at bay. Ends up with a kill as well. Foot really having control over this, and all of a sudden Giants need to figure out how they're going to tackle this.
Yeah, heard some shots on the wall. Went for that one. It'll be Cracks taking first contact over there towards Tree. That one-way stalling for so long.
It really is. Smoke after smoke, piece of utility after another piece of utility. Moj at the bottom of the site, together with Mr. Fallen, dealing with all the pesky defenders. And there you have it. Double digits for Foot. They bounce back as soon as they get weapons in the back.
All the work Foot put in back in that second round to funnel every orb they possibly could into Fallen. It pays off with the spike plant tier 2. That kill on Nuki huge. Flash is gone on the retake, right? Scattering the players in tree 2, allowing that second cycle of Omen smokes to be popped down. Time started becoming a factor for Giants, and now we had Giants. I suppose Hoodie has that ultimate he can pop down if he wants with a little presence shown. But that operator on Fatinho, that is the difference maker. Smoking off that dart to allow him to continue creeping down towards bottom mid here. But a drone spots him, forces him back, location revealed, and actually some damage there too. Fallen got the spam through the wall off of the ping.
FUT really liking his mid control, and every single time Giants allow them to have it, sort of how they're dancing around this map. It's being able to react to the eventual aggression from FUT.
Thing is, Giants already used the drone. They used it very early after the early shot up in mid, so they just have to jump peek from spawn. That's the only way of gaining some information. Early rotation coming through, the operator will be smoked off of this angle. But again, because of the lack of control, they have to go funneling through all of this utility. It is not easy to make it through, and the spam shots are going to be there.
It's a really strong position here from Hoodie. Just coming in and out of the shadows, out and in from his Viper's pit.
These guys are completely trapped. Check out top mid now. Rhyme has the pinch around the corner. Hoodie's not going to let B main be taken.
Perfectly changing his direction into the position where an opponent was coming from. The timing is glorious right now for the defenders, and Hoodie is a prime example of a time god. And a captain, Mr. Fallen, on the side. They found themselves some space, and they found themselves a spike plant. They really have to do double the amount of damage that a player normally should, because it's half the amount of players alive for them.
Paranoia comes in.
Recon. Paranoia is so darn good, and a captain couldn't see a single thing. And just like that, they're down in the dirt. And it's Giants now with the 6th round.
I'll be honest, I think FUT really jumped the gun on that one. They were anticipating maybe a heavier hold of players in B main and just trying to get past that, but with the dart off the back of the wall, dashing through the one-way, with a snake bite on the ground there, I don't know. And only the one player to try and catch a timing with the backstab. Hoodie was not going to allow that to happen. Hoodie with another 4K. He has been a bulwark on this B site. You can't get through him, and I think that's going to cause a real pivot out of FUT. Nothing really to fight with in this round, but...
Hey, look, Giants win this round. There's only a 3-round differential, right? And I think this is the closest they've sort of been, unless it's like right at the start of each map, right? So Giants finally feeling that they at least have some control. But you can't ever underestimate a pistol from FUT. You can't ever underestimate their Sheriff rounds. Oh, look, they've got some shooters on their team.
God, Giants do like all the one ways. It's so annoying. you just get trapped in these little chokes, whether it's market or tree. It's a good way of dealing with that mid presence. If the op is forced off an angle by a smoke or anything like this, they just fall back and just contain with those one ways.
Down to timing. Ryan needs to be in the right position to deal with this one. Coutinho turns around in time, and it's just what they needed to keep this under lock and key. Nukia to be challenged for a little bit, but Mr. Fallen, he's got his number. Well, Coutinho's got his number, really, looking at that position for the entirety of that round, trusting in his teammates to be in the right place for the others. And there you have it. Giants with only 3 between themselves and their opposition.
All right, it's ult check now. Nukia, timeout comes in from FUT, trying to figure out what they can do.
Yeah.
You know that Nukia is going to have the null command on the retake. Cracks is just one off. So we're very likely looking at a situation where there's more of a focus put on one of the mains, probably A main for that orb. Otherwise, they have to deal with that smoke wall, or Hoodie's been fighting pretty aggressively for control over on the B side of the map. Then some kills, they can get Mr. Fallen's ultimate back online. They've been hypercharging through that throughout the half. I think mid control is working for FUT, but they need to be not investing so many players into mid. The fact that they're just getting trapped, especially on their B splits, by Hoodie's one-way plus snakebite, can't keep happening like that. They need more of a threat coming through B main so that they can flood out together and threaten a different angle. Otherwise, it's too easy, I think, for Giants to isolate their angles. That's how Hoodie's finding his 4Ks, right? Like, it's not, look, he's playing very well, but he's getting himself in a situation where he can take one fight at a time and then turn it in over the course of a round, where he's just winning every single solo fight that he manages. It's off of his utility and his entire setup.
It's positioning as well, right? You find yourself in a position where if you've got pressure, you get that one kill and have a corner to drop back to. It's always being wary of your surroundings, wary of where you can have assistance if you need it later on as well.
And I think, too, that when he didn't have the Viper's Pit in B main, when there is heavy presence towards market, he falls back into lane. So you could easily show 3 players up mid, force him back, and then have your 2 players work into main, or potentially just try to contact through mid, trap him, something like this. Drone sent to check out the operator on catwalk, the smoke down mid. every attacking round, it feels like you have to send 2 pieces of utility to block off those 2 angles. Otherwise, you just get destroyed by Vitinho.
But it's a bit of a fake, isn't it? An obfuscation of what they're
3 mid,
truly
2 B
going
main.
for.
This is what I wanted to see.
There's going to be big crunch now until this B side.
Thing is, they have to wait out the one-way, right?
Again.
That allows the rotates to come through spawn. They have an alarm bot to make sure they don't get stabbed in the back, but 2 players with a KO maul. Oh my god, they're just dashing out again.
They're really going for this one.
But it's because they already have B main control. Now they're allowed to flood into the site.
And the reinforcements haven't quite arrived, which means it's Hoodie that's going to do it alone! Hoodie! The gatekeeper really standing his ground at this point. Nothing will scathe him, but finally he's been dealt with, and so is Cloud. Foot still in the fight. 2v3. Giants have approached. Not over. Hoodie did a lot, but his team has got to be able to close this out. Nukia closing in on him. Mr. Fallen, the IGL, the captain. God can't do it. It's Vitinho that deals with it in the end, and Giants now on 8.
That entire round was a highlight reel. Hoodie's defense, again, just perfection. I think the timings of Foot there looked much better, pinching both ways into the site. Hoodie somehow still manages to isolate those angles. Like, that wasn't even that, he just peeked into 2 players. Took him down. There's a slight miss from Foot.
There's a world that Mr. Fallen would have committed to that and gotten the ace at the end. There's a world where that would have succeeded. And what a world would that have been?
There were options there too from Foot.
Oh man.
Mr. Fallen already had the ultimate. He went for the plant. Krax was 1 off. He could have got that null command, deny some of the util from clearing them backside. Just in the moment, those little things end up getting lost.
My ult's ready.
Kiwi will be moving in now towards the safe side, leading the
but the
charge.
knives are shut off. No, the knives are down.
Vitinho's walked forwards, not quite able to find a pick. Right coming in from short. This is so aggressive from Giants, and it's sort of working out.
It's too much.
It's a bit
What are they doing?
50-50 at this point.
What are they doing?
Dying. This is so over-aggressive, and they're paying for it. Foot might be able to find some weapons now, unless Nukia's got something to say about it. Kiwi doesn't need a weapon, he's got blades out, and he's gonna try and find a kill from it, but no, Nukia is all you need, and Hoodie, of course, gets the final kill.
That almost fell apart for Giants. They full sent it into the site. Nukia's ultimate was great. It turned off Kiwi's knives. Shouldn't have allowed Foot to get any kills, but then yeah, with the paranoia trying to then jump out of tree. Problem with that paranoia, it's a near sight. That is not a perfect blind. With some jumps up into heaven, Foot made it competitive. It's all right. Enough rounds 1 in a row that I believe the bye should be not questioned from Giants, but it's starting to get with the pressure on. It is getting heavy here between these teams.
Starting to get close, starting to get personal. 10-9. This map is anyone's at this point.
Early Molly shock thrown once again from Giants over towards B, but Foot have not been walking into that. They have not been falling prey to the default. Moj has the lockdown. That's what they're gonna play for slowly into this B site. Once they know the util is down, they're expecting Hoodie to have backed away. The flash and the ultimate, they're going in quick. They don't even need the lockdown.
They're really gonna go in for this one.
Double ults.
Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury. Is that a tag? Oh, it's Vitinho with a pick. Cloud as well. Cracks dropped. But still, it's the entry that Foot are looking for, but they're losing players left and right. Cracks being brought back to life, and now the captain finds one of himself.
Double flank coming in, though. Watch those 2 players from Giants into B main.
There's 2 players into B main, just like you said.
It's Cracks versus them.
It could make all the difference.
No, he turns away!
The timing! Mr. Fallen knows where they're coming from, but he's completely blind, and Nuka takes care of him. We're looking at 2 defending now the B site, and with the lockdown, it's going to put a spanner in the mix.
Plenty of time. Captain has to fight forward. Both players on opposite sides in 1 versus 2, but Captain can't find it.
He misses him up, and Moj pushes so aggressively. Oh, the crossfire, and he gets it, but only 1. Not quite there for him. It would have been a trick and discipline play of a lifetime, but it wasn't quite there.
Giants will not be silenced. It is even after a 9-3 half. After getting blown out on Haven. And it comes in a ridiculous round. Double Hunter's Fury sent away. The Omen ult back Boathouse is actually canceled out by Foot's Hunter's Fury. It sent him packing. But then the double flank where the Omen shows up anyways, it doesn't matter. Nukier coming around, assisted by the Paranoia. Gets them back into this game. Ever since the operator's been online, it's been perfect.
Yeah.
It has been perfect. The only round they've lost this half, it was the bonus. And sure, they had 4 rifles going into it. You know, it wasn't a true bonus by anything like that, but after that, they get the op, and it does not matter. Hoodie's defense has been impeccable on this B site. They haven't found a way to get through him. Even when everything raining down on him, when he finally does fall, all of his teammates are alive.
Crazy.
He's bought so much time for the flanks to come in, the rotates, everything.
And we're starting to feel like this game has more layers to it now. There's more back and forth. It's not all determined by the early picks gathered from the defending side. No. There's more to that now.
And Foot also used every ultimate in the game on that, except Captain's. His wasn't up, but every other ult, they went full sending. They do not have a buy this round. Giants, when you actually look at them, they're on much faster pace. They're gonna have a KO ultimate on round 12, maybe the Hoodie's ult too, if you save it, which is probably the right call versus a half buy on Foot. Using those to look to convert up to 12. The vision is here for Giants.
Ooh, this is going to be a mid-crunch. This is going to be an early piece of aggression. Nice little flash to come their way, but everybody's going away from it! Nukia, 2 bullets, 3 kills! So much explosion in that round! And Giants are holding strong! The ace from Nukia!
That was atomic! My God! Nukia doing it all! That, I mean, they're not even flashed at this point either.
Literally 2 bullets and 3 kills.
Just went bowling up
and then they line up for him. This man got a double strike. That's a spare, really, actually. No, that's a spare. But still. The bowling pins went down. And Giants, for the first time, are in the lead.
Yeah. They have clawed it all the way back.
For the first time this series, man.
The up.
And a bit of belief, a little bit of faith, reinstated, restored. Foot.
But now Foot are walking back to the one. They want to go into spawn. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that didn't work out when they did it on their eco, on their bonus. Paranoia on Coutinho, he's locked out of it. He's wary, takes a deeper angle, and Kuri's dealt with. Foot now backing
in mid, 2 players.
That's Nukia aggressing forwards. Ryan punishes, but Cracks is there.
It's a mad dash now over towards the A side. The rotates are going to be slow.
It's fine. They're going to get the spike plant. They're going to get themselves into post-plant position.
But there's an option now for this tree player. Moj
Planted.
can go for a dance if he wants. He could have played cat. He could have pushed tree. Instead, he falls to the team. Even numbers. He wants to fall into main.
Alambot, great position.
Double mollies on spike as well. And Coutinho's traded over into a rifle.
It all comes down to this. Giants could find themselves on match point. Otherwise, Foot lose this and get themselves into economical recession. They've got to win it to keep their hopes alive over 2-0. Quick trade, and a captain holds on. And it's down to Hoodie. He's had so much good performances so far this round, this map, but can he get anything else? There really isn't. Up against it, he ends up dropping out a captain with 3 and Giants on 11.
Cracks just pulled that round back from the brink. They lost 2 players after this mid push, but then the fact he gets those 2, it opens up the A site, knowing the lean was B. Captain using the ultimate to reposition into main after as well. It's all evened up.
The fight is on. Back to square. The must-win round for Foot, successful. Oh, 1 HP on Kiwi, by the way.
My heart. Check out Cloud, right up in the corner with the drone.
He's got assistance. That Cloud burst will disperse soon. Cloud shock dart. Kiwi dies to the bullet of Coutinho.
Still 2 players down here. Vitinho hasn't abandoned the angle just yet. It's still going to be market protection. Foot, these leans into B have not paid off for them.
With that pick, Giants drop back, not taking any chances here. They've got the numbers advantage. They want to play around it.
This drone so many times has been sent into tree with no one behind it. Threatening, trying to pull Vitinho back to tree to watch that player, but Vitinho isn't flinching.
No pulling, no pushing.
Oh, now he's wiggling just a little bit. It's been quiet for too long. Something's afoot here.
Giants, big in nature, not going to move that quickly.
This hit's going to come down to like 20 seconds. This wall, good stall. Although burning down on the fuel. That one way is not going to last very long.
No, it isn't. The collapse is inevitable here on the B site. When will they find out? When will the rotates be called for? Snake bite dropped. The longer they wait, the more pressure's on them, and Hoodie can do his heroics again on this B site. Paranoia, who does it catch off? Cloud is still well enough to deliver. Hoodie with one. Can he hold on for a little bit longer? No, he can't. They need to get the spike down. But Vitinho holds back. We're looking at a 3-on-3 retake. And all of the Giants players together. Operator smoked off one of the sides. Can you focus on the right side together? Cracks, what a nice shot, keeping him not top. Vitinho, great answer, but Mr. Fallen has got a side angle, and Foot are on match and series points.
It comes down to the wire there, but finally they're able to break Hoodie. I feel that. I honestly do for Giants, my God. Match and series point. A loss here sends Giants to the lower bracket. That shot takes him down to 1 HP.
Oh man.
Unreal.
Think about the emotion. Think about if their brain goes to the what if realm. What if we did all this work to come back and end up losing? You cannot afford that to happen. You've got to keep a straight face and put your head down and try to win this round and close it all out. One way, and Rhyme is right up against it, hides away from the alarm, from the outdrawing. They've got no idea. Finally, Rhyme drops back. Not the risk he's willing to take, but there's a very aggressive Nuka position.
Yeah, still 2 players in A main. They have not been forced away. That's a big loss of the drone. They're going to abandon that space. Cracks would love to play for an orb over in B main, get his way into the site, but they're going to have to break through Hoodie first. Hoodie usually around this time has fallen back towards lane. This time around though, still hard holding that, has 1 molly in the tank. They can turn around, does the start connect? They have to break it. That's a big information. And with that, Hoodie falls off that first angle.
You can't overcommit because only one person shot. Only 1 bullet was heard. Therefore, still question marks in the air.
Now they know. They know it's Cracks with the ult. The ult comes in. There's no stall from Hoodie anymore. It all goes down.
There really isn't. Is Cloud out of range for it? Not quite, no. He's fully under the influence of it. Hoodie, the masked figure, has done it all. Reinforcements are here, and Giants in the fight. And take it all the way to the grand, elusive overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
There's no one better at holding that B site today. That is Hoodie's territory.
Oh man, look at those stats.
I mean, from the pistol round to everything, anytime they went to the site.
That's crazy.
Foot were successful once going over to B. No. Now that we go into OT, they have to figure out a way to salvage a round on attack. Both teams do.
Yeah, both halves going 9-3, each team favoring their defense.
What does this mean though? Going into OT means operators got no armor. Only 1 smoke on that jet.
And that is why neither of the teams are taking the risk of picking an operator up.
Really? That is a shocker.
Dude, Kiwi had such good impact on the operator on defense, and that not being a weapon for them could do all the difference.
Well, Kiwi's pulling back to the last round of the half, round 12 strat, where he was playing on top of stack here. Remember, he actually forsook the rifle in that, or the operator in that round 2 for the rifle. Try and catch Giants after they'd extended themselves a little bit more. But did not like playing aggressively into B main. They just had this setup to shut everything off. It'll be Nuki trying to find this knife. That does catch. I don't know if it actually turned off. No, Killjoy utility is still there. The stalls come through and Fallen's on the way.
Again, deja vu from what happened in that first half, but the attempt is on. Moj ends up dropping. Cloud, easy pick for him. Cracks, he's got snakes underneath him, and just like that, he's got 2 to deal with Giants on the attack, getting the spike down, but Foot have to compose themselves and play this with a numbers game. One more player than their opposition. They've got to trade this right.
Hoodie.
Paranoia. Falls short of the mark. Rhyme, close. Oh, drops to the first one. Hoodie cannot salvage the 90-degree turn. Not quite there. And Foots win their defense round.
Mr. Fallen Sova has been sick. A shock dart into backside, catching both. It's a flood of utility, making it so uncomfortable, forcing players out into the open angles. Fallen's dropped 25 this map, Hoodie's dropped 24. So often this map turns into the Jet showdown. But it has been Hoodie and Fallen carrying their teams throughout it. And now, another match point for Foot. But they have to win on attack. This can't do it. Fatino has decided to go for the operator. That's in mid. There'll be a heavy look towards that area once again. Dart to clear tree, smoke to clear back mid. And he's forced off the angle for now.
Fit's mission is easy enough, right? Win your attack round. That's all you got to do. And you've won the series 2-0 and you're facing up against Fnatic tomorrow. That's all you got to do. I'll join to the right-hand side, spotting out at least one of the defenders
behind
of the
the corners. That drone did not see the players in tree.
It could have seen Nukem. Not quite sure on that.
Smoke has dropped now, but they should be waiting for another cycle. Ada Captain has 2 smokes back up.
Focus faces all around. This round means so much.
The problem position is going to be Hoodie. If they execute off of this quickly, they can try to pinch down onto him, but with Cloud guarding that one-way smoke, they're not going to be able to beat the timing, and again, they're going to try to find this operator.
Oh, Nukia, he's got the read right. Spray is attempted. Damage onto Kiwi.
Another leg shot down to 11 HP.
They drop back. They don't maintain their position in mid.
Here's the thing. Check out where this Omen is. Rhyme has walked all the way up top mid.
They found the opening, the site of the A site. It's clear. Rhyme on the backstab gets one, but at least Foot trade that ground and gain A site control.
But they're still worried about A lobby, A main.
Oh, Rhyme.
They're in such a bad position, getting pinched on every single front.
Paranoia is so good. And again, Rhyme putting his team on top. Giants fully under control. Mr. Fallen trading positions with Tino, but it's still fully under control of the Giants side, and Cracks left alone. What is this madness? There is no way. There is no way. No way. Foot not only representing the Turkish BAME, but they represent the Turkish brain. Insane.
It cannot be real what Cracks just did to them in a 1 versus 3. Don't forget, he's the one that also salvaged a round at the end of the half, taking them to 12 to go into OT.
Insane.
The impact kills out of him. Solo winning rounds for his team. Absolutely absurd. And that will take Foot over Giants.
Let's watch that one again, because this one is one for the highlight reels. This one's for the history books. Foot fans going to be talking about this one for a long time. And they make it through the first round of playoffs. There's still a long way to go, right? They haven't quite locked in the top 4 spots. They need one more win. It's not all over, but it's a good step in that direction.
It'll have to come against Fnatic first. Will be their first chance. We'll see how they perform there. At the same time, Giants finished higher than Foot in the standings, tied in score, but had that head-to-head now fall to the lower bracket.
Exactly.
Have to play for their tournament lives the whole way through. Not the position you want to be in. I think important that they got close here at the last half, because look, Haven did not look close. The first half of Ascent looked like it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah.
But then Fatino's operator came online, Hoodie's defense of the B site. People are going to be watching VODs here trying to figure out a way to break him, because it is not simple.
Crazy time, really. Props to them to being able to bring the tempo back in their favor after the Giants did such a resilient fight on Ascent to try and draw it right back for them and take it to a third map. They resisted. And they managed to stick the landing on overtime. Glorious. Glorious stuff. Oh man, and Giants on the other side, we can talk about them for a little bit, right? Because on the first map, they look absent, absolutely. You could say the same thing maybe for the first half of the second map as well. This isn't the Giants we know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just figured out what they needed to do in rounds way too late in the half. Like, eventually they got there. Yeah. They realized on Ascent, for example, right, how aggressively that Foot were playing for A main control with 2 players. And for most of the half, they were just sending like 4 players through mid on attack, 1 through A main, getting destroyed there. And it wasn't until rounds 11 and 12 they realized, oh, we actually need to play way heavier towards main in order to come up with an answer. We saw similar things back on Haven. The adaptations have to come in quicker for them to be able to challenge. Because if they don't have the right read, you saw it just took them way too long to get the ball rolling.
Wow. That definitely was quite the banger. We all expected it to be, you know, a back and forth, but, you know, I don't think anybody would have expected the dominance we saw from
This
Foot.
is the crack shine, by the way, on 10 to 11, where they somehow pull it back. Because it should have been match point from there, right? It was a 5 versus 3 that he equalizes to bring it 11-11. Then they go to OT from there, and then that as well. The clutch factor of that man won this second map. Wow. Made it a quick day. No Lotus, don't even have to deal with that. They're cruising through.
Well, we're going to be throwing down to an interview with Yinzo, who's got, well, Moj. Yinzo with Moj on stage.
No Enzo just yet, but I did see Mitch walk off there when you said that. That's right, I've got Moj with me, and Yaman's going to be helping me with the translations. First of all, congratulations, Moj. I saw the emotions there when you guys won, you know. Talk me through what it means to you guys to be able to be this close to Tokyo qualification.
Playoff'ta güzel başladık. Gayet iyi ilerliyoruz şu an. Fanatik maçına bakacağız. Şu an gayet iyiyiz.
We started really well, we are feeling very good, and we are looking forward to Fnatic game.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't dropped a map in the last few games. You know, you guys are very consistent right now. I wanted to ask you about the first map. Giants, they changed their comp. They are playing the Harbor Viper on Haven. What did you think about it?
Giants map kompunu değiştirdi. Haven'da ne düşünüyorsun bu konu hakkında?
Biz de şaşırdık ama beklediğimiz bir komptu. Zaten Askent'te oynadıklarını görmüştük. O yüzden fazla şaşırmadık yani.
We were expecting this, but we were also when we first saw, we were shocked, but we were prepared because we seen before. It went good.
I also want to talk about your coach, Gaius. His timeouts, I think, are a little bit famous here in our region, and today, I think he got particularly animated in one of those timeouts. Talk me through what he actually says to you guys during those timeouts.
Gaius'in timeoutlarını görüyoruz. Çok duygusal olduğunu görüyoruz. Biraz daha bahsedebilir misin timeoutlarından Gaius'in?
Nasıl diyeyim?
I don't know how to say.
Oyunu içinde yaşıyor sanki. İzlediğinde yanlış bir hareketleri görünce deliriyor yani.
He feels game inside, and when he sees something going bad, he just goes mental, crazy.
Do you think him going crazy helped you to be able to close out Ascent?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you think Gaius going crazy kind of helped you to win today?
Gaius'in delirmesi sizin için iyi oldu mu? Nasıl gitti, yani sizi motive etti mi?
Bizi motive ediyor, evet.
Gaius'in çıldırması motive
ediyor. Evet, motive ediyor.
Yeah, when he goes crazy, it motivates us.
Oh, okay, that's good to hear. And last question, you lost to Giants in regular season. You beat them now. You lost to Fnatic also in regular season. They're coming up next. Do you think Fnatic have any weaknesses? How do you beat them?
İlk başta Giants'a kaybetmişsiniz, Fnatic'e de kaybettiniz. Fnatic'in zayıflıklarını görüyor musun? Ne düşünüyorsun?
Yani Fnatic'in zayıflığı gözükmüyor şu an. Onu yarınki maçta göreceğiz.
We don't see any weakness about Fnatic. We will see them tomorrow.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Thank you so much, Moj, and thank you, Yaman, for joining me. We're going to head to a break here, but when we come back, the desk is going to break down everything that we saw in this match.
Nice oğlum! Helal gibi lan. Amına koydu helal. Nice! Çok iyi lan! Nice! Helal! Nice! Nice oğlum nice! Nice! Helal!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
It was a valiant effort from Giants, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. FUT secure a 2-0 that puts him even closer to that playoffs qualification spot for Tokyo Masters. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Vincent and Ryan with me. Honestly, once we got to that stage of OT, anything could have happened, but I did not expect Cracks to do that.
Not in that instance, really,
No.
because it was like so much of it early on was just firing on all cylinders. They were absolutely dominant on their defense, but then we see that come back from Giants. They felt in control. There was no crazy moments coming out of Kiwi, for example. So the fact that that clutch happens in that moment, it's just a moment of Giants switching off that allowed that to happen.
I owe you two an apology. I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. But it really, the first half would look, all right, you know, it couldn't be easier for the FUT side at the end of the day, right? But it really felt like the first half really felt like some fundamentals have totally been forgotten by the side of Giants. It really shocked me how often Kiwi got advantages in this situation. As one of the examples, it was really scary.
I mean, let's take a look at this Kiwi versus Fatinho head-to-head, because Vincent, you said in the pre-show that the reason that you felt like Giants were heavier hitters is because they have pound for pound more talent on their side. I mean, both Kiwi and VIT didn't have their live games today, but it was actually the other players on the side of FUT that showed up. So you're eating your words here.
I am absolutely eating my words. Once more to remind everyone, the top 5 players of those matchup ACS-wise, 4 of them were from Giants. It looked like that, not at all. It was kind of crazy to think about that in that manner, particularly considering that, for example, guys like Mr. Fallen, right? IGL, not necessarily known to be a top fragger, had amazing performances and amazing clutches. One of the reasons why they have won a few of those rounds. But this is not the only reason why they have won a good chunk of those rounds on this individual level. As we see, for example, here, Nearly having the ace, it goes on and on.
What's also like crazy about it, in all things considered, like Kiwi was really strong on the defensive side. Like, had 13 kills on attack, he'd won. He only got 1 kill on his attacking half. And it's just like you said, like everybody else on the side of FUT started to show up when it mattered. Mr. Fallon had a great series moving from the Omen in the first map of Haven to the Silver here. It all looks fairly comfortable, but I'm at least glad that we saw why Giants are here. Like the strong protocols, the strong individual moments, at least in that second half, nothing really before it, but it's just that overtime that they just let it lapse for a second and FUT capitalized.
I'll tell you why they're here. Hoodie is the reason that they would manage to pull it back the way that they did, right from the outset as well. Ryan, this guy, I mean, Nat has no access to sight. I feel like Hoodie is a similar story here. It's
just that he's holding all of this on it. He's able to go around, get the player and switch, then go to make sure that nobody's going to push through that smoke. He's got the whole B main control, which does force FUT into positions where if they go for an execute, they have to go through market. But it just feels that Hoodie has control of that as well. The better part is we also saw a bit more variation in his setup. He wasn't playing in the boathouse, for example. He was playing a bit more passive back here, and it was still so difficult for FUT to get in on the site.
And especially for a team that usually executes or has the spike at, let's like 30 seconds on the ground, right? It really became a problem because that setup is so oppressive, so annoying. Really stops you from getting onto the site with that ease.
And also Hoodie saving all of his snake bites, we saw a lot of the times, to the last 19, 15 seconds of the round where he just tosses it and completely derails FUT's plans. But I also got to say, you guys, these group of players from Turkey, when last year they weren't really even playing in Tier 1, Moj has been on this roster literally since 2020. They are one best of 3 away from qualifying for a Masters. I know people say, like, yeah, they're the best team in Turkey, but they could even be the best team in our region, depending on what happens here at playoffs.
Yeah, it was even in like the press conference, Mr. Fallon saying like, if we make it to Tokyo, we would be the best Turkish team ever at that point. Like you look at Supermassive Blaze in Berlin, but it feels that that was a little bit of a sort of flash in the pan almost to an extent. So the fact if this team could do it, then they have solidified themselves as like that team from Turkey that could do so much.
I think they already have. I actually think this might just be the best Turkish team we've ever seen. I know Supermassive Blaze going to an international event, that's a great achievement, but the way that these players are playing, how disciplined they are, their map haul, I know you had a few questions about it.
Perfect
they proved
result.
You wrong.
Yeah.
And also, Vincent, being able to pull out victories like this when it matters, you know? Not many teams can do this.
I mean, the crucial part is, not too long ago, we spoke about them in the regional leagues. Like one tier under, and we were like, yep, they're not even going to win against the old Vitality. We had the discussion back then. Now we're seeing a team close to booking the ticket for Tokyo, with what you mentioned particularly is the discipline factor. Something we criticized so often on the Turkish side has been really reworked.
Well, speaking of Vitality, I see what you did there, Vincent. Do you want to guess who's coming up?
No, I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know, but you guys are about to, because it will be Liquid versus Vitality after this.
Most teams are going to be focusing on qualifying for Japan, but we're focusing on winning.
I hope they will prepare good, because we're going to for sure.
Continue looking incredible.
We are here to make our mark. Get ready to witness greatness.
The tournament has to buckle up because we're about to unleash a storm of energy, synergy, and power.
We are here to play and slay and show the world what we are made of.
If
you think that we are done, we're gonna surprise them.
Let's talk about Team Liquid and Vitality. I'll start with Vitality because for a hot second, it might not have been them here, Vincent. They were the only team that had to really wait for someone else to complete their destiny.
Yeah, so they were rolling out the red carpet towards the end of things, and we're absolutely looking with a 4-loss streak. To be fair, 2 of them being Fnatic and Na'Vi. Really not looking good. Really looking in a shaky manner. Considering when we take a look back at that, on week 1, they started with 2 amazing victories. They started with the chance to being like what everybody thought, at least a top 4 team, but they crumbled against the weirdest opponents.
Yeah, some of those opponents, like they play up against Fnatic and Na'Vi and lose. There were some good showings in between in overtime against Fnatic. 13-11, I think, on split against Na'Vi. But it was like into BBL, and Vitality looked torrid.
Yeah.
Against FUT, it was a bit of a surprise at the time. Now we know that this FUT team's like a fully developed, need to respect kind of team. But it is just the start for Team Vitality specifically was so good, beating Liquid and then Koi, who looked strong at the time, and then just dipping to the point where they have to rely on BBL to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Liquid on the other side, because Ryan, their trajectory is like the polar opposite, considering that they lost to Vitality in week 1. And
yeah.
I think a lot of people had worries after lock-in, and this kind of was confirming it at the time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, you also add in lock-in where they lose against Team Secret 0-2, and then start off losing to Vitality, and then having to pull it back against FUT. It felt that it's been a slow climb back up to this position. Even some of their losses, like Fnatic, yeah, I don't think it's probably one of the poorest forms that we've seen from Liquid on like Haven, for example. But against Na'Vi, they were playing with a sub and they were the better team and still lost, right? So this Liquid squad, look, maybe top 3, top 2. It's just weird how both teams have had very different seasons at the get-go.
And I think particularly the trajectory, as you mentioned, because we were all disappointed from lock-in and so on, individually, the trajectory has been uphill a lot. Also, like the calling style has been uphill a lot. And this made this team much more fun to watch because we had high expectations. We're disappointed at first, but they were definitely seeking, with particularly also like the likes of Redgar and Nats, to have once more this individual uphill battle.
Do you think it's fair to say, you know, the first game we saw today, it was close. We could all make a case for either teams, whereas in this instance, Liquid do seem like the heavier favorite.
It should be, yeah. Well, what are you thinking?
You know what I'm going to say.
I don't actually say it.
I am leaning towards Vitality today.
You could do that, but it would be a bit of an upset that Vitality can take down Liquid here in this sort of instance.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I absolutely agree. But at the same time, I feel like if this is like this last resort, Sella redemption arc-ish kind of thing that we might see. So I see them win.
Hey, Jose have done it before, you know, so Salah maybe. But I also want to talk about the potential of seeing 2 of the seasoned, veteran, fan favorite IGLs maybe making it to Tokyo, you know. Bone Cold and Redgar both were incredible in 2021, but in 2022, neither of them made it to an international tournament. So we're talking about trophy winners, Ryan. We're talking about some of the best we have in our region.
Yeah, and it's like Bone Cold was on that like drop from Ascend, went to Redgar had his whole thing with like mech and having to adjust to everything that was going on there. So both years were pretty torrid for these 2 IGLs. Now that they have like full backing of big orgs, some of the biggest in EMEA, they've got a star-studded team around them. It does kind of feel like for both cases, there's no excuses for these teams to not perform to that kind of level. But for Vitality, I just don't see how they can get
I want to cry, by the way, watching this.
This was 527 days ago.
Wow.
527 days.
Wow.
Redgar lifted his trophies 6 or 11 days ago. So both of them are really with totally different teams, totally different leading styles, totally different components to the way they, form a team, now seeking that option once more. This is the first step to right now show us what they're capable of doing.
It's the redemption arc.
It is the redemption
arc. We all want to
arc.
see them complete it. And speaking of Redgar, he had a couple of great answers we saw from the press conference earlier, so make sure you check this out.
Next question is from Flank Esports, and it's a question for Redgar. You are one of the strongest teams in VCT EMEA in terms of individual skill, but your performance was criticized by many. Do you agree Team Liquid underperformed during the regular season, and do you think you will get better in playoffs?
I think at the start of the season it was pretty rough for us, because we did like a lot of change after Sao Paulo. But I think during the season we become better in terms like everything, communication, our play style, what are we doing, our team chemistry. So I think in playoffs we should show much better results when it was in the regular stage.
This is the thing, right? It's not just Redgar, but also Bone Cold here too, because both of these guys have had plenty of experience when it comes to playing these playoffs games. Even though they didn't actually make it to those international tournaments, Ryan, they still played at playoffs. They still went as far as getting close to qualifying.
I don't think you could get any closer to some of those cases, like 0.01 was it on that defense?
0.02.
Yeah, like that's how close it can get in the end. And so, from speaking to Redgar today, he's like, I'm used to this. Like we used to have just these kind of brackets to qualify for these events, never mind like actually going into sort of playoffs. Like it's comfortable territory for both of them.
And it's kind of interesting as you're saying that, because one IGL has by far the most experienced players within our league, right? That is Redgar. Whilst the other side, Bone Cold, has players who are not even close to playoffs, not even speaking of trophies, not even speaking of international events.
Are we forgetting Angel and Boaster that exist here? You said Redgar has the most experience.
No, not the most experienced, but he has the most experienced players around him.
Oh, okay, I get you. I mean, yeah, that's completely fair. That is completely fair. But let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams when it comes to the stats we saw in the regular season. As you guys can see, Vitality is on the right. And the pistol rate, I think there's definitely a difference. But what I want to talk about is the thrifty win rate. Yeah. Liquid's thrifty win rate is ridiculous.
Particularly with the players they have, I'm not too surprised, right? I mean, there are some maniac plays that sometimes come in, particularly from Yampi. But I think when we take a look at this, most importantly, it is a bit of a shocker, and I think we have consistently been criticizing about Vitality, is their attack side. Their attacks that have really been fumbling. The attacks that they were slow, making late decisions that then went crumbled again because their opponent found a good way to stop them from that. And I want to see a fix to this today, because it is one of those days where it matters.
Yeah, and this is the last time, Ryan, they played against each other. All the way 8 weeks ago, by the way.
Yeah, and this was, I mean, it was essentially Vitality consistently going towards C and Team Liquid struggling with the retakes, which is weird because you said about like Liquid's attacking side, their defensive side statistically is one of the strongest. It is literally the duality of man with his squad, with some of the fundamentals and how they set up some of the squads. That's been built on over time as well. But I think it is just a case of like Vitality started out strong in this season. They've looked pretty decent at lock-in, not amazing. And then Liquid have started to build it up, and not only just having Redgar get comfortable with calling in like English, for example, but also having people like Safe to aid him in secondary calling and coming up with strats on the go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the storyline today was teams getting revenge on the teams that they lost to. FUT already got their revenge. They lost the Giants at regular season, and they managed to pull through. And Fnatic is the next team they have to face. Again, a team they lost to. It's the same for Liquid. If Liquid beats Vitality today, they face Na'Vi, which is the other team that they lost to in regular season as well. So I'm hoping that they could maybe pull off something redemption quality-esque things, but it's easier, Vincent, said than done.
I mean, when we're talking about that redemption arc against Na'Vi, I'm sure Liquid would be particularly interested in that, considering they didn't play with their full roster last time around. But here we go, right? This were the highlights. This is what we still believed in the side of Vitality to really make it through.
Yeah, week one feels. I also want to quickly touch on, I think you guys mentioned Nats, but I want to touch on Nats, particularly if we take a look at Nats versus Sender. Similar roles, but play very different, favor very different agents, and also playstyle-wise, Ryan, I think there's definitely some discrepancies between the two. as well. And also Nats has just been slowly getting better and better and better to a point where I feel like we're almost seeing prime Nats right now.
We're seeing him come back to like his known territory, but also on the flip side of that, for Sender, he was a player that we didn't really see at all at VCT since the early days of this Vitality squad. Like I remember like home ground, he was just absolutely pounding on the chamber against 100 Thieves, and it's like now everybody globally can see what this Sender guy can do. Like this is why he's been on the roster pretty much since late 2020 even. So it's good to sort of highlight Nats and what he could do, but also if there's a player for Vitality to show up and be on that level, it is Sender for me, genuinely.
Can he though show up and be on that level? We're talking about Nats here.
The question is if they even mean, you know, if they just play their roles in such a way. But because as you mentioned, there are agent differences, right? We're talking about a Killjoy player playing against basically a Cypher-only player, right? There's a very big difference. I mean, most surprised, or in a good way, is for me how Nats has evolved. Because at the beginning of the season, we've been speaking about, where's Nats? You know, I'm missing that guy. What is he doing? But he really evolved again. Came back in the last few days. We had it in week 6, and ever since he got better and better and better. And I think this is one of the key pillars that recently got Liquid that success. As you know, an extra bit. You know, I don't want to spoil anything, but even if he can work it on a chamber, he can work it on anything.
We've already seen that.
I know.
You mentioned a good point though. It's like if Nats needs to show up, right? In some cases, like Nats doesn't need to have like an insane performance because you've got like Safe that could do those kinds of things. For example, Soulcaster's had some really good maps. For Vitality, everybody needs to be on their aim.
Yep.
Like, I think it's if you see Destrian or Molzy, especially if he has a quiet map, it shows. It's like so much reliance on Twiston to be the performer when I think everybody in Vitality needs to just raise it up a notch. They can do, but we've just not seen it at this level. Like, are they tier 1 S-tier players that can make it to Tokyo? We know that Liquid have that, but do Vitality have it, and then can they make it work?
I think so. I think Vitality at their best, like you said, coming after locking, coming into the season, I had them as a top 4. I thought they were going to comfortably snatch one of the 4 spots, and then everyone else has to fight for 5th and 6th. I did not anticipate them kind of be the team that qualified last. So if they showed up at their best, I think we're going to get a good game. And I also think that Ryan, I think they might pull off this upset. But on the flip side of that, we have, like you said, a Redgar, a Nats, like all these people that's been in this spot so many times over and over again. So maybe the experience could carry them.
The experience could carry them. I would see that. But one thing I would be very scared of is Liquid is the preparation phase that a Vitality has. They exactly know what they're doing. The kind of coaching staff they have is one of the most respect for. So I believe Liquid knows about this. Liquid is very aware about it, and therefore it might be a slightly different Liquid that we expect today.
I will say those Oglu players and like Salah, like they love the bracket, didn't they? They love to be underdogs to get some crazy results. So like I feel like there is expectation of Vitality to do well in this league, but I think more expectation is on Liquid. So Vitality are like, we'll just go in, have fun. We'll rake some havoc. Let's not worry about it too much. The pressure's on them. Let's just give it all we've got.
Yeah, talking about a team that ran Reyna and Chamber last week as well. I feel like Liquid are having fun regardless of what they do. But enough from us. It's time to bring the teams onto stage. Give a big welcome, Messe Berlin, to Team Liquid and Team Vitality.
Team Liquid. Team Vitality.
Well, Vitality, they look a lot happier than the last time we saw them for sure. But as we head into map beats, I want to ask, do you guys anticipate seeing the same maps we saw last time around come up again? It's been a very, very long time.
So that was Lotus, Fracture,
and Haven.
In the opposite order.
Yeah. No, I don't. I think personally the Haven would be a bit odd to see it again. I feel like this has been something that Vitality recently struggled at, okay? But it still felt like there was small margins that really got them there. So I would personally say that we might just even see the side of Vitality leaving that part, the side of Liquid might even banning it, but at the same time they have their insta-ban, so I don't feel
Yeah, this is pretty expected. Taking away the Pearl, nothing new here.
Ah, there we go.
Wow, they actually take away the Haven. This is smart.
I mean, their map pool is big enough, right? There's still Fracture in there. Vitality picking Lotus, it was the map decider between them the first time that they faced. The first choice of Vitality, and they do look comfortable on it. I think they found like their style that seems to work here.
Liquid. They pig bind. Okay. I'm just not used to it, Ryan. The Liquid picking bind for me, like, it just feels weird. I know it's a new Liquid. They never used to really like this map, so for me, I don't know.
They've played it the most out of anybody so far, right? Like they played it against
by
Navi,
most,
BBL.
you mean twice.
Yeah,
twice at most.
now.
Yeah, literally. I mean, the fun part about it is the M3C bind. You know, this is what makes the difference to me.
True. Actually, yeah, you convinced me. You've convinced me.
Thank you. I mean, I'll take that. I enjoy seeing Lotus again, particularly because it is a map where both. First of all, Liquid was a little bit trolling recently, but first of all, I think this is a map where both have showed us in the past they can deliver tight games. Vitality had a bit of issues here and there. I still believe that this first map could either be a stomp going in the direction of Liquid, or alternatively, there's a bit of a surprise again Vitality delivers.
I mean, Vitality, they will be happy to take them on Lotus, I feel like. Let's take a look at the last time they played here, though, because it's the only map that remained from the last time they played against each other. So talk me through what we got.
So we have a lot of agent composition changes, particularly when we talk about the side of Vitality. Once more, they have done crucial things, right? They were fans of the solo controller Harbor, realized that doesn't really work here. All right, let's swap it up, go a little bit on meta with doing a twist in the form of Gecko in it, but they've realized we play it safe. We need a Sentinel, we need a duelist, double controller, and something called, well, Fate. And I like that. I like that change on the Vitality side. I think it is very, very crucial. I want to say one thing to the viewers out there.
Okay.
That Reyna one is troll.
Yeah.
Don't take that serious.
Just cross it off your list. But I think for both squads, when we actually look at the sort of Breach Fade lineup just below for Team Liquid, they played it up against Giants, looked pretty good. It was, again, a third map decided between them, and it sort of came down to a lot of individual clutches. But I do kind of feel like I'm leaning towards Vitality at this point on this map, because like the comp that they last played, it was against Heretics. It did go to overtime. Weber was playing, but Weber was popping off. It felt that everybody on their agents and on their roles seemed to fit more than we'd seen before. They weren't messing around with Harbor or the Gecko. It felt that they had actually clicked into what they wanted to do.
Imagine if they actually just rock the Reyna again, though.
Nah.
Just imagine a world where they thought, oh, actually, that was all right. Let's just do it again.
They're not going to expect it. It's
nobody's going to expect it.
No way. That's not going to happen.
We'll see, because we're heading to agents selected.
That's not going to happen.
In roughly like 10-ish seconds, we'll find out soon. I wouldn't hate seeing it. I'm a big Redgar Reyna sim, plus 100% win rate. I mean, if you want to bring out a 100% win rate comp, you better be bringing it out at playoffs. But if for Vitality, though, do you feel like you want them to keep the comp? They played against Heretics?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No changes?
Yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of the Breach on this map from teams, just because it's moved away from just stunning A main and trying to keep that control.
Okay, hold on. We are sticking to things that we know.
I got panicked then. I was like, did the Reyna just pop up on the screen at this point?
I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I mean,
no changes.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I like it that way. I personally like it that way a lot. I think it's the safest option in my eyes. I think it's the good way that it is, and it brings us back to what is the ironic wordplay, safest option.
I think for Vitality, how much can they exploit the lack of Sentinel on the side of Team Liquid? Especially on the defense, can they push B? Can they flank around? Can they really get in behind? Remember that Twiston clutch where he just flanked all the way? It was like a bug.
Yeah, where he came from behind. Yeah, where he came from the spawn. Exactly, yeah.
It's like, can they keep doing stuff like that? Can they keep Team Liquid worried about what's behind them instead of focusing on what's ahead?
Well, we will see indeed, but first, Vitality, they're warming up here in AIM Labs. Of course, the last couple of times we saw Vitality, I think they kind of, the expectations, they didn't quite reach it, and Vincent, they have to prove themselves here. They got to dig deep.
And particularly this man we're seeing right here, Twiston, has a very tough duelist competitor on the other side. One of the best ones we have in our region. Safe and him are definitely going to clash. And watching those two, what they're going to do on the server. I'm very curious because I believe it has to be a perfect Twistin day to really upset Liquid.
Oh, we will see if we're going to get that indeed. But let's jump into game now and pass this over to your casters. By the way, we've had no tech pauses at all today. Not one, Pansy and Hypok. So it is kind of your fault if we get it now.
We were having a perfectly nice
I was in a really good
time.
mood.
You were so happy.
Yeah.
Hadn't
I've
seen
never
him this
smiled
cheerful.
this much.
Thanks, Sue.
Here we are.
However, we can kind of drill in on the game in front of us, right? Let's kind of get into things here, because this is actually quite an interesting little matchup. They have faced each other.
Rematch.
Yeah, exactly. It was at the very start of the season. Now, again, though, this is also the very start of playoffs, so a little bit of symmetry to it, but two teams having drastically different trajectories throughout the regular season.
Absolutely. I think Vitality played a very different Liquid that day than they will do today.
Hands down.
I'm actually with Zest here. This is always a discussion, I guess, coming into some of these Vitality games is what do we get from Twistin, right? What's the performance we get? There's been some stumbles along the way.
Yeah, they've also been highs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Twistin's been fantastic in some of those standalone performances. Today, though, he's going to be tested.
Oh, yeah.
In a big way.
Against one statistically the best there is currently. So, yeah, a very tough matchup for him. Hello again, camera.
Hello.
We are getting into game. So kicking off on Lotus, there were a couple of question marks and mostly just had Liquid lost their minds on that previous comp. The answer is no. They've gone back to what we kind of expected, as this was the one prior to that. But we can get into that in a moment, because right now, Liquid pacing.
Absolutely, yeah. Gonna try and find some timing immediately here. Spike going down before 125, actually.
Spike planted.
Yeah, cool. Actually, Yampi's going to farm. I was going to say a clean 5v5 here in the post plant, but Soulcast digging even deeper, finds two.
Massive work from Soulcast. Gorgeous play, just kind of pressuring down towards CT, and the map feels so small. Everything covered off, and Liquid very much in control here. Speaking of control, Nats not missing on that one. Twistin gonna go down. Last player spotted. Soulcast made a bit of an attempt at it, but safe is there. Wonderful confidence round one here, Mike. Let's kind of talk about that. They came out with a plan, executed.
I was going to say, not much to talk about. Yeah, Liquid just set their sights on B site and immediately, actually, again, we talk about a number of times how deep teams decide to dig. Again, pistol round being one thing, but Soulcast's ability to find so much space, deny one of the key areas in terms of retaking B site up here towards upper halls, and yeah, I mean, Vitality's never even get a look back into that.
No, and I'd love to see a Soulcast renaissance, right? Just like him running it back to that sort of form that we see him occasionally dip towards. Yeah, we know how good Safe is, Yampi, Nats, yeah, everyone else, we know they can hit those peaks. We get a good game out of Soulcast, that'd be lovely. But this from Vitality is not a bad plan at all. Stack up middle, try and get a little aggressive, and they find one. That's Nats gone.
I think actually, what, Nats had the Spectre as well? Possibly Vitality don't retrieve the weapon. I think we're going to try and find some space towards A site here, but Vitality are way ahead of this. They're here to greet them once again.
Remember, Vitality and these sort of pistol rounds with the buy up, with the buy back in here, Soulcast, he needs to be very careful in this one. That could have been quite comfortably found. So it looks like they're going to try and lean towards that B site, see if they can't get that plant. Soulcast has to play bodyguard here, though. He's put himself into a fight position. Back to the wall. Players left, right, and he's dead. Sender, huge shot. And now they're sweating, they're nervous. Yampi and Redgar have their work cut out.
Twistin actually going to pick up that Vandal all the way back through here. Yampi going to find one of Zamolzi. Phone call next up, but he finds a headshot here.
Anytime there's a Sheriff with anyone on this team, I don't think Redgar can do anything he can't. Vitality answer right back in with their own confidence builder.
Yeah, much pacier than Liquid's approach to the pistol round. Immediately Nats isolated. Again, don't even pick up that upgrade. Preemptively greeting Liquid ahead of this A site hit as well. Perfect read on the situation. I'll be honest, if Liquid had the same pace they did to round one, might have even found the plant here on A site ahead of that. Answering right back here. Not sure what Liquid 3 weapons purchase, I think. Yeah, actually gonna wonder if there was going to be an SMG or maybe even a Guardian or something thrown in here, but funds just not there. Try and get some utility online though.
And when we were kind of talking about this game before coming into it, because this round, unless we start seeing Liquid really pop off a couple of kills, should go Vitality's way. we're kind of discussing that Vitality have to prove to us that they are worthy of playoff position, right? This is the whole concept here. They didn't get off of their own merit necessarily, maybe the mistakes of others, but they got here. So now we have to see how much can they do. Can they play to a playoff level team capability? So far, it's 1-1 too early, but where do you think we're going to start seeing that difference being made? Is it, you know, on this map alone, do you think it has to span the whole series now?
I think it needs to span across the series, but a confident start here definitely be a good indicator. Bone Cold actually thinking, yeah, Nats was thinking the same thing on the other side of that wall. But Gar falls there and makes it a little difficult to try and recover this. Sender still has a snake bite to try and buy some time here with the Nano Swarm as well, so lots of stall coming out from Vitality here. Liquid just not able to even make these Sheriffs work.
Yeah, it could be a very last-minute pivot, maybe back towards B, depending on how they feel. It has, that enables Bone Cold to close the gap. Oh, follow-up as well, Soulcast dealt with, not really being given much here. And yeah, all that stall is great. And Vitality keeping really composed, keeping a really clean round. 5 standing, no real threat to life. Mike, that was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's massive to flip round 2 and then have the flawless here because it gives you such a huge cushion. Some decent progress in terms of Bone Cold and Twiston for this first ult cycle. Liquid won't be there, lacking the... Actually, no, I am seeing, yeah, Yampy's got his ultimate online already. Not sure it'll be anybody, yeah, Soulcaster away. So potentially a big tool at their disposal, but... So if this is a Vitality win, this is a massive lead to build up. And it's going to take Liquid 2 or 3 buy rounds to even get back into this. This is a very crucial round here, very early on in this half.
So they've gone for quite the proactive beginning towards the A site. You're going to at least post up the likes of Sender as deep as you feel comfortable. Bone Cold was there to supplement at the start, but we look across the rest of the map. It's also being somewhat mirrored. This is a dangerous spot for Destry, and if he gets pinched on this, there's not much to fall back away to. Let's see if he's able to kind of play his life in this sort of position. Okay, gets away. Liquid just comfortably using utility early here. And Destrian, careful now.
A little brave. On the other side of things, though, Sender going to find Nas. It removes the lurk here from Liquid. Redgar actually has to retrieve that spike here, yeah. Curious to how deep Sender's going to go exploring here, but he looks as if he's going to continue. And with his pressure towards C site, he's right to do so. No Sentinel, so no real flank control here on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, the inevitable death is coming, but they still need to try and win the site, and they may not even do that.
Sender's backstab.
He's got Yampy. That's the first court. There he goes. Yampy's now gone. That removes the huge ult from the pocket that they may have been able to utilize here. And now the site becomes once again so small. Vitality, stranglehold until then. Redgar only able to take a small breath as Vitality keeping 3 standing. That'll be 3 rifles and a massive performance out of them so far here.
Sure, and I was just talking about this being potentially a recipe for disaster. This is a massive lead to establish here.
Yeah, look at the money, look at the ults. They got everything going their way.
So the awareness should be, again, this kill comes from quite deep, yes, but nobody turns. Redgar obviously retrieves the spike. He's the last one through, but eventually the last to fall, so he's the one actually following up onto site here. Got to be conscious of that. If Vitality have the awareness to dig out Nats, and it's happened twice already this map.
Yes, it has.
If they can backfill Liquid's early positioning, or even actually the setup ahead of an execute, can really look to exploit that. It's going to force Liquid into a much slower paced default.
And a little bit of a switch up here as well. Look at the change of things. We've got 3 players over towards A, maybe just looking for Nats. Again, this guy is in a whole lot of danger, and he's dead again. Nats is struggling on this. Yes, a lot of utility was put towards it. I think the Paranoia came down, the Prowler as well, so they put a lot to try and find him, but they've succeeded. And now they've got to go into a whole lot of setup here. You've got 2 players who can stall for hours, it feels like. Look at this. Redgar TP's in.
Oh, it's not.
He is so lucky to be standing, but only for a moment. Got a glimpse of the site, but they're so vulnerable on the way through. The spray gifted them 1. The second wasn't going to happen. Sender's still there, and Twiston posts it. Liquid need to pump the brakes now.
I'm looking for a timeout already, to be honest with
100%.
you. Another round that 4 survive. It's a showstopper thrown in. I was waiting for it to pop up there for a sec.
There it is.
The awkward silence, but yeah, the awareness is here, and hopefully this is something that's addressed immediately in this timeout. I mean, is that 3 first deaths for Nats in 5 rounds?
Yes, at least to my memory. So it was that mid-walk that came in. He got caught on that.
Both rounds back-to-back here.
Correct, so 3 at least on the trot here. And don't get me wrong, it looks like this is not necessarily even just the plan for Vitality, but it looks like they are gunning for that, and it's worked so well now. Why wouldn't you keep trying to do it? I wonder what the adaptation of Liquid is.
It's also kind of the perfect storm, right? You find the pick on the lurk on the other extremity where you then have the Killjoy set up on the opposite side of the map. Your hand is forced. Nats falls there. They have to try and catch a favorable numbers engagement towards C-site, and they're walking into the Killjoy setup along with a Poison Orb and Snake Bites, and then 2 bodies on site.
As we saw in that round, it was that's near on levels of impossible to try and navigate around. You're hoping for just like a lucky dice roll at that point, and it's not going to happen. So now let's see what's in the cookbook. What do they have planned for us here? Because that is a problem they're going to have to try and work around. They've got a little bit of cash to maybe get a couple of upgraded pistols, but not a great deal. Couple of ults starting to hit. Looks like they want to try and at least kind of even the money out a little bit. Just that Bulldog with Redgar actually being purchased.
Oh, we were talking about playing a very different Liquid in week 1. I think last time it was only 3 rounds the Liquid managed on the attack. So the bar is set, and it's pretty low, I'll be honest.
And now we see them challenge behind this. Last time around, they were able to isolate Nats. Now you can see the setup that's in motion here. That Prowler comes in. Good trade. Soulcat's going to do the damage, but Bone Cold obviously identifying there's a lot of pressure here. Needs to rescind, needs to fall away. Bone Cold got low in that regard.
Slowed a little bit with the tag there, but the Pain Shell couldn't really connect. Destrian will find Yampy as well. That's Spike noted.
Yeah, they can start really applying the pressure on the rotations too. They can pull the bodies over, make it hard to work. Destrian seeming to keep cool under all of this strain. He's got Bone Cold there, and they're just playing aim training here. Vitality. Oh, safe. Come on then, show me what you got. 46 HP. Didn't. If that had gone around the corner, that could have been another. And now down so low. That's not going to be happening. No, Molsey's there. Yes, a little bit of mayhem, a little bit of threat, but loads of money in the bank for Vitality. They can rebuy these weapons. That's not a problem. Now we need to find Liquid to find the cure to this.
Well, I'm curious if this being the round out of the timeout is a little bit of posturing from Liquid to stack bodies up, almost baiting Vitality. Yeah, we're going to be here now. And we're going to try and reinforce Nats' position early on. See what the response is from Vitality, actually, whether or not they even really pay any respect to that.
It wasn't that threatening. I mean, that was on pistols, though. So
they trade 1 for 1 initially, but the buy round is really what we're going to look towards here.
Nats is on his own again. Let's see if he's adjusted how he's approaching this. For now, it's a bit of a pacier approach, but safe. Gets denied straight away. Vitality, really great job so far. I can't credit them enough on this. I'm a little bit curious as to if this is Liquid not feeling very comfortable on this map still.
It's another untraded first blood as well. Liquid have to try and recover a 4v5 here. And look how deep they are. Coming up to about 60 seconds left on the clock.
No progress.
Haven't dealt with the turret towards B. Haven't even got close to the Killjoy setup on C site either. I'll say that, Molsey actually going to retract the alarm bot, so not anticipating Liquid drifting back in that direction.
Yeah, I think just Soulcast just showing a little bit of utility then, trying to kind of imply presence with Nats. At least it caused them to drift. But Twiston's found Redgar. This feels a little bit planless, a little bit without purpose. Is Yampy going to try and take the side? Maybe by brute force is the way to do it. Soulcast looked like he was on a heater today, and he's going to try and get even further aggressive here. Yampy and Yampy cams, we love to see it, but oh dear, this is not the round to be missing. It's now down to the 2v2. Finally, the first real chance for Liquid in a moment's time, but it's Molsey intended to hold the line. Here comes a pinch, and it's there. Sender, perfect timing on towards Nats, and Liquid making a meal of it.
And the foul line, I think, actually from Yampy is perfectly timed there. Soulcast picks up 2 kills, I believe. That push towards B.
It's now down to the 2v2. Finally, the first real chance for Liquid in a moment's time, but it's Molsey intended to hold the line. Here comes a pinch, and it's there. Sender, perfect timing on towards Nats, and Liquid making a meal of it.
And the foul line, I think, actually from Yampy is perfectly timed there. Soulcast picks up 2 kills, I believe. That push towards B. Well, the backside of B, sorry. So it's a great attempt from Liquid, but I feel like with this one-man fake towards B, Liquid almost need the timing as this is happening. Like when Redgar dies, that almost needs to be like, okay, cool, or at least we've guaranteed a safe setup towards the post plant. Yeah, we did just catch it.
Not too much subtlety about it, but a different look here. Not the same sort of scenes that we've been seeing the last, what, 7, 6 rounds. A lot of intent behind this pressure on towards A.
Safe does have the showstopper, but no satchels now after taking early rubble control. Moldy does actually have the lockdown available here as well. Information gathered on the back of Destrian's TP as well.
But does it change anything?
I'm not sure how many he spotted actually. Obviously would have been shot, but...
Zender, he's got to play his life a little in this, I feel. If he can kind of at least go 1-for-1, try and do some damage on the way down, hold some space for this, but you can see all that utility starting to be put towards him. Bone Cold gets the freest kill of his life. Redgar caught looking the other way. They're going to go for that B crunch, and you're absolutely right. How did they land that? They looked all blind. Safe tries to pop the ult, tries to get closer to one. Does he at least isolate a player here? Ult here, Twiston denies. Massive work! Twiston coming alive here on the B site. You don't get past him, and Yampy's screwed. What a round from Twiston.
Beautifully played as well. Safe gambles, unfortunately, in the wrong way. Perfect bait from Bone Cold, actually, with the Prowler, just to make him turn and show his back to Twiston, who absolutely capitalizes. And the Paranoid didn't actually catch, yeah. The only one, yeah, you're right.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, this is just dissected by Twiston on the way back in.
Nice, Mister.
Beautiful stuff so far from Vitality, I've got to be honest.
Yes.
Liquid feeling a little flat, I'll be honest.
Yep.
It's very different to the last game we saw them play on Lotus, obviously.
Probably that lack of Reyna that's holding them back.
Yeah,
you know? Yeah. Judges, Buckies and bits and pieces coming out. And again, Nats is going down. Nats has been bullied this game.
Yeah.
He has been targeted and he has been destroyed so many rounds here. Now, there is a plant in effect, but they still don't have much to hold on to this with. They need a couple of kills to go their way. Maybe a big bailout from Soulcast could help, but that ult certainly not going to assist matters. That's lovely. Does he expect the follow-up? He does. Very diligent and a good tag. Yeah, making this one seem feasible. He needs the rest to do their job as well, though it can't just be down to him. He needs the others to hold the line. And now Redgar and Safe, what can you do here? Molesy all but too aware. And Destrian now, the last one standing in the 1v1. Gets a little closer. A tap on the spike. This is so precarious. Gets it halfway. Does he find Safe in time? Safe plays it to a T. Liquid giving themselves a little bit of room to work with.
That's the one where they do flip around with Nats dying first as well. Great recovery from them. One off the Rolling Thunder, a couple of other ultimates to play with. Yeah, the awareness here, but even thinking about the previous one, the difference being the lockdown being available. Again, Vitality are trying to force them towards one of these site anchors, either towards the Viper or towards the Killjoy setup. I mean, the only remaining option there is ultimately go towards B site here, but Pacey here and Safe.
It's a brawl?
Yeah, we'll find the opener though.
Okay, Safe good for that one, but it's Twisted on the other side and he's got his ult, so do be careful, do not stack up, because he will obliterate so many of them as he did on that B site not long ago.
They don't know he's here.
His timing on this could be everything. Twisted getting closer. Redgar gonna find one. It's Messy on the first, but the second could be clinical. It is! Twisted doing great deals of damage there, taking down 2 and making this round almost possible. Bone Cold and Sender. How much can you achieve here? Yampy, Safe, and Redgar. No spike down yet. They're still cautious. They're still worried about everything else and the timing on this. When does Yampy check? How close can they get before they even look back one more time? And now they're creeping. The timing could be everything here. They're closing the gap. Redgar, a safe enough plant for this. Might get caught on the way back down by the jump spot. Safe now knows what the game plan is, and they should all turn and they should all be facing this one. But Bone Cold get a little closer here. Has the utility. Sender's going to get him a kill. Oh, Bone Cold needs a little more than this. Everything being poured into it now. Backs away while stunned up, trying to buy a couple of seconds to readjust. He knows the player. He gets the kill. He knows where Safe is. And look at the HP. He's down to 5. Oh, he gambled it. He took a guess, and the guess was wrong. Safe stays alive, and Liquid make it up to 3.
Wow. I mean, by the finest of margins. Bone Cold actually gets the reveal on both of the remaining players. And yeah, just Destrian caught with the fault line just as he's committed to this TP. I mean, there's a world here where Twiston finds a third, potentially fourth, but again, the paranoia of somebody wrapping towards backside here.
7-3 though. This is still a lot of work to do, and Twiston this time not going to let Safe have his same sort of fun as before, trying to get even closer.
Getting a ton of damage, yeah.
Liquid are being held at the door. They're not even getting a say into this round.
I mean, the story of this first half is literally first bloods. Liquid have never had a comfortable footing.
Yeah.
Other than the previous, where they get away with catching Destrian, but that's Vitality going a little overzealous in terms of early round aggression. A ton of utility invested here just to get them towards the orb. And even then, it's a 3v5. Nats does have the Viper's Pit. Again, Showstopper on the other side as well, so don't really want to be putting that into C site. Lots of confined spaces here to find value from that ultimate. Again, here in round 11, look at the funds. Might even want to try and save this, to be honest. There's 30 seconds left. Unless they find 2 kills, this is not feasible for Liquid.
No. They're going on it, and Redguard just took a load of damage. Swing, miss, Destrian there, and they're just feeding over the weapons. Mike.
Again, I think Nats is going to be the one to struggle. If he can get a Spectre or something to make use of the pit, they might be able to at least get some rifles. Yeah, Soulcast 2950. Yeah. It's definitely not a comfortable purchase. I mean, a perfect paint shell. I was talking about Soulcast tanking a lot of damage. It is a perfect paint shell. Yeah. Forces Soulcast out of that corner. Vitality have so many different looks. They're just catching Liquid off guard.
It's wonderful to watch. We've been kind of asking, where's this Vitality been and gone? And so many ults to play with. Spam coming out, Twiston, going to see one at least closing in, so he has to respect this. Safe's a little closer than he'd like, going to pop the ult and try and chase him down. Doesn't get what he needs either. Still standing, Twiston. He's going back in, and they have no idea either. They can't even hear it. Twiston has annihilated them, leaving them in tatters across the ground. This man is absolutely electric right now. The paint shell is at Yappy's feet. This is unthinkable scenes from Twiston.
Give it to him.
The Colosseum demands it. Can he get it though, Nats? Whatever you can do, now's the time to try and do it. Bloody hell, what a round. Nats might get away with his life for now though. Another tag, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's 26 HP. They're counter pitting him. The thing is, Nats' ult didn't actually cover to the spike, so.
And Twiston's gambled, and it looks like he's gambled correctly. Perfect work from Twiston. What a round.
What a half. I was saying Liquid managed 3 last time. It's the same thing once again here. Vitality being the kryptonite here on Lotus. But playing with such confidence, again, some of the adjustments you look towards, if Nats is being isolated and punished in this lurking position, the awareness has to be there that you have no, guarantee for flank control, or at least any real ability to retrieve any information. Or receive any information, to be honest with you.
I'm just thrilled that we have a really competitive first half here. The first half of First Bloods, right?
That was not competitive.
Compared to my expectations, but I do hear word we have Leo down on stage standing by with Yinsu.
We do indeed. Pansy, I'm joined by Leo Farrier, the head of Global VALORANT Esports. Welcome to the best region, by the way. It's really nice to have you here. What do you make of the Coliseum?
Look, I've been watching this show on broadcast for several weeks now, but being here is incredible. The studio looks great. The arena is beautiful. I can barely hear myself right now with these fans, but it's very nice. Very, very, very happy to be here.
Oh, yeah, they're always here. They're going to be here all night. Now, the partnership system, in VALORANT, when it was announced, I think everybody wasn't sure what to expect. I think as we come to the end of the season here for the first year, I've absolutely loved it. What did you make of it?
It's been amazing. I think in a lot of ways, seeing these teams playing week in and week out, and kind of having the opportunity to build a story and a narrative and rivalries, seeing pros building their personalities over the season has been incredible. And it's just the first year. We're definitely going to learn from this year and improve things for Season 2 in 2024.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. And lastly, we saw the trophy today for Masters Tokyo. Anything else that you can leak, to get us a little bit more hyped about Masters?
So look, Masters is going to be incredible. We could not be more excited. As you can see from the trophy, we're taking a lot of inspiration from Japan, from Japanese culture. You can definitely expect some things inspired by anime. The trophy had, of course, some elements from Yoru. So it's going to be a really, really great show, and I cannot wait.
I can't wait either. Thank you so much, Leo, for joining me. I'm going to throw this back to Pansy and Hypok and see if these teams can get close to that trophy.
Thank you so much. Always lovely to hear from Leo and Sue down there. A little bit of a glimpse of what's ahead, obviously. You get to see the trophy today?
I did.
Looks quite cool.
One of the best ones yet, I'm going to be honest.
Look, after seeing another trophy recently, that one really looks much better.
Yeah, no clue what you're talking about.
But no, it looks
Don't
really
get the
cool.
reference.
No, but
No.
someone did say it looks... No, you know what?
Okay.
You know what? I'll save it.
Second half.
Second half now, 9-3. Vitality with a strong upper hand here. This hopefully then leads to a competitive series, because you're right, actually. This first half wasn't all that competitive, but maybe the rest of the series will be, as it looks like, again, they're just herding them around the map. It looks like Liquid want to try and maybe reset the tone a little, but, I mean, Sender's in the door.
Actually, gets the perfect timing on the poison orb here to slip through archers here. Sender might even catch Yampi on this rotation.
I don't know if he's... Yeah, I think he's just lost a little bit of that timing. Should be able to get a plant, though, and start kind of falling into the post-plant mentality. And he does at least get the angle initially, so he can kind of control this. And does he?
They're going to drop it. They're going to drop
they're
the
going to
orb.
go for the nutmeg. Straight on through, Nats. Nothing to do but die in that. A little bit of bittersweet vengeance for those who fall into Nats doing similar
Mozzie
things.
can't
This
see
is
anything.
just- yeah, Mozzie is blind. He has been in the smoke all of his life. So they at least even it up at the time. Keep it in mind, it's on the side and no. You checked the tree, right? Luckily though, Safe is a monster. Turns around, takes him down, removes Sender. He gets back to business. Until then, oh, Destrian, come off it. No way, Yampi. Whew, just about saving that round from going and becoming an absolute nightmare.
As Sarset Destrian hits him with a drive-by. Yampi had taken any other damage. But roll your minds back. Pistol in the first half did go to Liquid. Can Vitality repeat the same upset from the first half? I take it, it took Safe a minute as well to actually clock on to where that kill came from.
Well, if Destrian didn't take that little bit extra damage, he
Yeah,
might have been
yeah,
able to have
yeah.
a fight on that, but...
Let's go!
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he knows he was that close. Like, a little bit more, I could have done something with that. 9-4 now. Okay. Now, Liquid might be having nightmares about this round. Remember what happened in round 2 first half. That was a big turn of events that kind of seemed to stain the rest of the half. For now, though, let's see what these Sheriffs can do for Vitality.
Well, 2 Sheriffs, 2 Ghosts, and actually a scope in the hands of Sender, so definitely an opportunity here.
We're pretty close already.
Trying to isolate a player here. Nats actually finds Bone Cold on the other side of the map. Again, with all this contact, this pressure, all these sound cues towards A, I don't think Liquid are going to rotate off this. Should have noted 2, potentially 3 players. Give this up for a retake once again.
So does the plant go down cleanly? More than likely, don't think much is going to change that outcome. Trying to play quick to the plant, though they do catch Molzy. That's him now gone. Okay, 3 players to try and be a nuisance, be a problem, force Liquid to be uncomfortable. As it stands though, Destrian already stunned up, has to sit a little bit deeper. Soulcast on the cleanup. This is nice from Liquid. This is much better. Destrian's still going to do some damage as a send up, but anything more than this is getting incredibly difficult. Diffuse is gone.
What?
Come on, Sender. Diffuse still going to be sat though. He can't make any more difference, but what's an attempt?
A ton of damage done. I think being as well with the plant coming through, a little bit of a bonus on top. I was going to say, I'm curious actually of how Liquid are going to play this out. They're going to have to pass a rifle across here and maybe even just run with the 2. The difference being in the first half, I think they're aware that they came in maybe 2 rifles and 1 Spectre. I can't remember exactly, but this time around, the full investment in the second, they actually force up here.
Oh.
Where are you?
Vitality, where'd you go on this round? Early show of force towards A. Similar scenes on either side, but now Molesy.
Might get caught here, though. Yampy's going to swing onto it.
Yeah, Yampy. Oh, and he went back for more. I thought Molesy would be happy just keeping his life, but apparently the greed got to him.
Beautiful little bait, though. Redgar on the deeper position, just shouldering that angle. Yampy's playing close to be able to swing on it. We'll remove Molesy here. That's playing very patiently towards C now. The Vitality are creeping in that direction. Again, actually, the comparison to make, there's only really one site anchor in this composition for Liquid as well, and it's Nats, so going to be tested fairly early on here, and a big gap between him and Redgar.
Hey, there was a reason his name got brought down to no access to site, so let's see what he can do with this one. He's had a brutal first half, keep in mind. Yeah, he's lost the advantage early on, but the support system's coming quite well there. Hindered some of the progress from Vitality, so they can't springboard off the back of it. So they look towards B, the next port of call. Safe, careful. Oh, to be cautious here. And they're doubling back, the double pump towards C.
Problem being, though, Destrian doesn't necessarily have information here, and Soulcat's actually going to punish him. A massive combo, though.
He just ate everything that was thrown towards the site. 10 seconds down, they've got to make their move, they've got to make it count, they need to get that spike down, and it's a brawl towards the connector, and now just one alive and safe. 7 HP, caught, found, and put down. Sender, great round there.
Is that the snake bite, the C's, and the paint shell
yeah,
to find Nats? Yeah, and Yampy did actually just spot him on the retreat back here as well.
Nerd. Sit down! I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I must sit down.
What a cleanup from Sender, though.
Sender's becoming such a nasty little player. Like, if people didn't see it before, you're starting to see it throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't sold when he was playing Chamber,
well,
throughout this season, he's definitely been... okay. Was that on the jump peak?
It looks kind of like it.
Nats is pushing close under that smoke, but he's only got a ghost. Stun comes through, Nats swings on. Will be noted here. Destiny's going to relay this information.
That's quite underwhelming, but it's the other three who's got weapons.
Yeah, tried to set him in motion with the fault line, but again, it's a ghost. Nats has got to go
bananas to make that work. Yeah, it's like
those two
just
kills.
Beaming people with the golden gun is the only thing that's going to happen. Safe, light work on one, aim training on the second fails, and now Twistan's got an opportunity. Yampy and Soulcast, the others try and hold this. Keep in mind, Yampy's still on that B site, so it's really just down to Soulcast, who doesn't have exactly the weaponry for this, and he's been predicted. Twistan all too aware of what you want to be doing. And the plant going to come in.
Planted.
And Yampy, there's so much work to do. So many players trying to disrupt, and I just don't see it happening here. This should be 11, Mike.
Yampy probably wants to try and do a little chip damage here. I mean, Molesy, Sender, maybe Destrian in that equation as well. If you can force some repurchases, that would be beneficial, but it's going to be a 6-round deficit that Liquid need to claw their way back into here. Vitality just not giving anything away at all.
Twistan flew on in, a 1-for-1 trade out in the end, but the round for Vitality, and this is when it gets a little bit worrying if you're a Liquid fan, at least on this map. It's been worrying for a while, if we're being honest, but they've made it to 11, and yeah, well, okay, that's how it started.
Yeah, okay. I thought maybe Redgar's like trying to jump peek, doing a rhyme over there outside C site, but no.
Nope, just dead. Just straight up dead. Okay, what do Liquid have in this round? Because they kind of need to do something with this, right?
I mean, some ults to work off.
Big ults.
Soulcast 2 away, Nats 3 off the pit as well. And almost with this deficit, though, I want to see a massive investment here because they won't break the finances of Vitality here with a round win. Need another one behind this.
There.
Trying to get that timing just right to catch, but not going to be able to get too much damage off the back of it at all. Vitality starting to take that territory, but look at the reaction. They've brought 4 players to look this way. And there's the ult on the other side as well. Sends that, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade out. Hold on. If Bonecold can keep tipping the scales his side, that'd be huge, but he can't. I'm looking at the lurk now as well from Molesy, potentially to catch the timing. No, already
info,
filled.
We'll hear these steps, Lauren.
You should do, yeah, actually. Do they clear this as diligently as they'd like? He's heads up towards this Molesey. Great shot on one. Oh, didn't expect the second. Redgar with a swift punish and maybe an opportunity, a chance, and it all falls down to the likes of Nats, and this is how he's going to try and hold on to it. Let's see. Good for one. Holds him at the gate, at the door. He wants to spam this further. He wants more. He's going to get more. He gets the follow-up. He can't expect a TP. Destrian gets under him. And now a 1v2 with 30 seconds remaining. Destrian, that's bold. Up towards the side, tap on the spike. Does he get the attention? Yes, he does. But did he see the other player?
No.
I don't know if Redgar showed enough. And Redgar's not been having a series. This could be Destrian's already down low. He wants the plant. He wants the time on his side, or at least to kind of make him feel like that's the case. Third time of asking. Now the plant's going down, and the 1v1, Omen v Omen, Destrian, the angle looking good, he's found him! A massive round for Vitality, and Destrian again having an absolute series.
Destrian TPs and is blocked by the huge weapon model of the Odin. It's just ridiculous. Great cleanup though.
Hello.
Hello. I've arrived. Again, this TP is huge as well. The fact that he actually gets tucked into this corner, yeah.
I didn't think he'd make it that far. I thought he was going to be open towards that connector side.
I think with the sound cue as well, they may be thinking, yeah, he's TP'd safe back out of C altogether towards Mound, but you could see that. Was it safe that swings through, or was it so? I can't even remember, but first player that swings ahead of Redgar, no awareness he's going to get peaked on that side of Pillar.
This feels like a lost game for Liquid. I don't think they have any.
I think with the nature of the first half, this felt lost then, to be honest.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Considering when we look at the head-to-head result, you could talk about, yeah, well, you know, Vitality already did this once. Of course they could do it again. Come on. That was the first week of this, you know, the entire season. Liquid looked very different then. They've grown in time. They've been putting out some good performances. Yeah. And it's like Vitality kind of started to maybe plateau a little towards the end of the season. Team started to really work them out a bit here. But they look revitalized, and this map veto has worked very well for them.
There.
So yeah, some key ultimates available here for Liquid. They need to string something together. And like I said, even in the previous, the possibility of breaking the bank of Vitality here is still another buy round or two away. Deep utility invested here to force Vitality back. There's 4 Guardians for Liquid. Soulcast already down to 1 HP.
Have I told you about that 1 HP Soulcast clutch though against Matt Point? It's crazy. Where'd you see it? Safe's position has not been cleared. So maybe a chance. Yeah, good for 1. Needs a little more, gets a little more. Safe with 2. Forced to fight and still wins. Still, the 1 HP curse continues to the next player. He's down to 1, but he made good on that position.
Oh, that's kind of just. Molesey will find it. So 2v3 now. Have to try and recover this spike though. Illinois will at least land onto Yampi, but Safe can still spam onto this.
Not with that HP, he can't. And now it's down to 1. Well, do you remember this 1v1?
Remind me.
Left.
Does he get the
Redgar's actually anticipating. Destrian going to get the AWP here for the TP. I mean, Redgar will be close enough to hear the plant here.
Wait. Okay.
It's another round. Destrian 1v1 once again with Redgar.
Yes. This time with a little more on the line. Redgar under-equipped, but maybe ready, and he is. Redgar, great work on the play back in. Going to keep Liquid alive for another go at things.
Well, yeah, keep him alive, but...
Barely.
1 standing. Redgar even tagged up here, so him being the last alive, no possibility of even throwing a weapon across. I think he's got to repurchase this armor, whether it be a light shield. I'm curious now. I've actually... Yes, they managed to get the Guardians online here, but the sacrifice of utility, I feel here. This is ridiculous, by the way. Twistin even forces him out with that satchel. Safe still lands that headshot. Destrian even, I feel like he had the jump there on Redgar.
Yeah.
Lands the first shot at least.
I'll find you.
I mean, actually, the utility is much better than I thought it was going to be coming into this.
Destrian. Yeah, looked very kind of one-dimensional in that. Surprised he tried to stick around. Redgar's got the punish. That could be big going forward. Destrian's been invaluable to Vitality, but they have to respect these ults. Force them away from the sides of the plants, looking very likely. That should be coming in pretty soon. Bone Cold. Careful now. Should be getting that plant.
Actually, I was going to say, if the Pain Shell comes through with the combo, and it absolutely does, Bone Cold will instantly fall. Viper's bit in response here, but
And
the lockdown.
Oh, this is obscene. This is just messy. This is just shorties in the hand. And what do they see? Yappy gonna spot one, but the trade out comes in from Sender. Down to two, Sender and Molzy trying to hold them back here. Team Liquid have a couple more seconds to respect. And what? Redgar, what's going on, man? That's not what you want to be seeing. And now Sender and Molzy get to take a couple more steps closer, trying to get themselves entrenched here. The angle, fantastic, and not the 2v4 loss. This ain't how it's going to go down. Nat's still alive, still trying to do work, but it is not enough. Map 1 for Vitality, and it looked damn good.
Yeah, a little bemused by that. Again, with the previous result, this is obviously rolling back to the Giants composition we saw from Liquid, but even then, it felt like a real lack of awareness on the first half of what the weakness of this composition was. Nats isolated a number of times here, and actually credit to Vitality in that regard. It's not necessarily Nats being overly aggressive. In the right rounds, Vitality were isolating him. And the number of times they found themselves in a favorable engagement, a favorable head count, and able to convert that through. I mean, I'd love to know the stats actually on the number of first deaths and actually the conversion there. The desk have been tracking that, but that was ridiculous for Vitality.
Yeah, that was kind of peak Vitality we've just seen. So I do wonder, though, if they can then go the distance, right? Do they have the map pool? Because Bind certainly caught our attention and the desk. So we'll have to see if that does come back to haunt Liquid here, as that is their really biggest chance that they have of any opportunity to make it to map 3. I'm a little worried now. I'm a little interested. Let's find out after the break.
Let's go. Nice, Mister.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Do you remember when we talked about how a Sentinel is a great feature on a map like this? Well, well, well, who could have thought that this is absolutely true? Because let's say it like this, Vitality part Liquid witnessed that on their attacking side quite heavily. I'm going to show you a few nice tracers that pretty much show us that. So let's take a look at the defensive side of Vitality, and particularly take a look at the last few seconds of the round. Well, to be accurate, we're taking a look from the 42nd on mark, so pretty late in the round. And you might have witnessed this red line. This red line here, and it goes on, and it goes also like this. Well, what does this tell us? Vitality exactly knew what they're doing. They knew exactly that Liquid had not the slightest idea of how to work against those flanks, and they've done it again, as in week 1. We see it with those red lines, as they clearly indicate that Sender, in this case, from the C side, from the A side, made the whole way around to help in those moments. And they've won amazing clutches with it, as we can see. There are rounds that looked absolutely phenomenal in that sense, as they really made it work towards the last second. And when we take a look at them, when we take a closer look at those clips, we are going to witness that it is shocking. There was somehow no awareness sometimes from the Liquid side on exactly that. And this leaves me a bit of the, how could you not prepare for that kind of scenario? Because it looked dramatic in the first half.
I think so much of it came down to timings as well, really. It was these late flanks that at that point maybe Liquid were like, if they would have flanked, they would have done it by now. So let's focus on what's ahead of us. Oh, they flanked us. It was weird as well, because you look at the combo Liquid are running in the top right, they're running a breach. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Vitality on their attacking side was so much faster. And there's just moments where if Redgar's going to be acting like a turret there, be in positions where you can't get pushed and allow a lot of control for Vitality in the early round.
I mean, they can't let them get away with this. It wasn't just one time, Vincent, as you said. It was quite a few times over and over again. And by the time they even noticed where Vitality was, the round was pretty much lost.
Yeah, you see it at that point again, right? It is them not having this realization. They're not aware. It is exactly as Ryan said. They would have done it by now, right? And well, at the end of the day, they were quite surprised and shocked in some of the scenarios. This is a great example how, by the way, there has been such great Fate usage over on this map. I really enjoyed it to see. But the clutch factor from Vitality and the awareness and how to counter their opponent on the attacking side was different today.
Yeah, great initiative there from Vitality. And I also will say that you said that it was going to be a bit of a tough task for Twiston to compare up to Safe. But the good news is, I think he did it. I think he actually managed to outshine Safe. And I know Mitch was getting really excited about that Odin ace.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We saw like a bit more of the Odin, but I think it's just, I said at the start, I don't want to see this over-reliance on Twiston, but even though he absolutely showed up dynamite with an ace and a 4K here, it felt like still the rest of the team enabled him a bit more. It wasn't him having to put the team on his back and carry them. It was just that he was allowed to fully flesh himself out with the aid of his team. You compare that to Safe, who had some really nice clutches and was trying to claw back Team Liquid in this series. It felt like it was just Safe in the server.
It felt, even when there were those great frags and, you know, great multi-kills from Twisted, it never felt like it was a solo effort. It was always combined with someone on his team. Like we saw there was this mount push, right? It was enabled with a stun or a flash from his teammate who was covering him as well.
I will say that I'm a little bit confused about what happened with Redgar and Nats, two of the most seasoned, experienced players on the server we have. And it just felt like the first death that they were giving away, especially on their attack site, Vincent, was so uncharacteristic and just strange.
It is weird, particularly because this is something we have to reiterate. Those are not the duelist players. Those are not the entry players. Those two are taking the controller role, known in Valorant as the ones that lock off sites, clear spaces, in the sense of creating smokes to deny any, vision. But they died first so often.
Yeah, also the lurkers as well, right? You've got the breach fade and then the Raze running into a site, and then you might have the Viper late flanking into A main. Every time that Nats tried to push A main on attack, he was just shut down. He couldn't find any space. He died a lot in those moments, and it kind of made Liquid feel a bit more timid. They were running to sites as a 5-stack, in which case Vitality are like, well, Nats isn't A, they're probably all C, let's just stack on that site and kill them as they try and get in. It just felt really straightforward for Vitality to deal with it on their defensive side.
Yeah, this Angel meta, I hope it doesn't catch on, I hope other controller players don't start doing this. But let's talk about the next map, because this is Liquid's pick of Bind. As you guys said, that they played it, I guess, the most out of everyone, the 2 times they have played it. I'm a little bit surprised they chose Bind, but what do you guys think?
So I am so far a big fan of Bind, first of all, and second of all, I think that Liquid has a really, really good chance right here because there's a variety of reasons. First of all, the win against BBL, I think, was fair. The result against Navi was also quite okay, right? So Liquid overall looks like they figured a way out with this map, particularly if you have M3C players, right, or Gambit players. But at the same time, I think the result of Vitality recently has not been really representing on how good they can be on this map.
Yeah, I think on the side of Vitality, they picked it against Fnatic the first week it was available, and that's just typical antagonistic behavior from Vitality. Like, we're going to make you play here, like, straight away, see if we can catch you out, and they didn't. So I think for Liquid, it's a case of like, all right, we've shown enough. Like, we haven't changed the meta up a huge amount. We're just sort of playing the same. We've seen stuff from Vitality's game that we could definitely like exploit, especially when it comes to comps potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Nats already. Let's talk about Nats on Bind, Ryan, because it's a win condition here as opposed to a liability, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it was just fun to watch like Ender lose his mind in this series as well, because it's all, again, about timings. BBL not expecting these late engagements overall, just how he can catch in behind and then just kind of let the round run away with him. But I think it was the round forward. This one, he's hiding in his own poison cloud in short to get 2. This is the prime stuff that we know and love from this player, but everybody else is trying to take a leaf out of that book to an extent. And like, it's just more, Nats was feeling confident then. I can't imagine he's feeling particularly confident after Lotus.
It's such a Nats thing to do, and it's exact. I would even say this is the map where he got really popular. I mean, often I think of the most favorite plays of Nats.
Icebox for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have said Bind. I remind him of
yeah, for sure, Bind, ultis and stuff, but Icebox is up there.
Either way, you know, the most important part is that from what we've seen, just from how focused those players, particularly Redgar as well as Nats seem, they have to really get back in their headspace, because they were absolutely, abysmal is a hard word, but not convincing at all.
Yeah, this is the last time they played against each other. Definitely very different approaches when it comes to the comps.
Yeah, it's like the 2 metas that we saw pretty much at the end of Bind's previous life cycle when it was taking out the map pool, right? Like the Ascend comp on the side of Vitality with Bone Cold having that Sage in there. Twiston, first ever time playing Sage when he played up against Fnatic as well. It was okay, it was fine. But then for like Liquid seeing the Fade being used a lot more, I think we saw like the BBL coach saying that Fade is really good on this map, especially with the changes, giving more options for the attackers, making doorways wider and allowing faster teleports. It does kind of feel like I'm leaning towards Liquid on this one, because Vitality, they tried to show it early and it backfired tremendously.
But can I be honest with you? I think this is such a Vitality thing to do. To actually try a map against the best team in the league, backfire massively, and now do it decently. It wouldn't be surprising to me if they now kind of stomp this or do a slight, you know, roster part and composition change to it. It seems like such a Vitality thing to do. It seems like such a Salah thing to do. Be like, what do you want to do about it?
Well, let's see if you are right as we head into agent select and see if either of the teams are going to make any changes from the last time we saw them play. Of course, remember, this is Liquid's map pick, so I'm expecting some soups to be cooked, you know?
Right, and so far, so good. Nothing too crazy. Safe is going on the race. All right, we're staying clear.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of the Redgar Omen. I mean, I'm a big fan of Redgar's Omen, but I am not a big fan of Omen on this map when you can have the Brimstone. To me, it doesn't seem like a risk worth taking. The smokes last less long, and you lose the post-plant abilities as well. Ryan, I just don't get it.
You remember like the TP plays of like get like double TPing into like the heaven on A, for example? That's something that Redgar was doing last year, but it's a case of I like the Omen pick on this map, but not if Redgar's going to play like he did on the last map.
Over the Brimstone? You'd rather see an Omen?
If there's like a tempo that Liquid could set, if they could sort of control the pace and stuff, if on their attacking side they can go for flanks, catch timings and stuff, but that was everything that Team Liquid absolutely sucked at on Lotus. Like maybe now you go on the Brimstone, try to set the tempo, be a bit more aggressive, just win him out on duels. So it does kind of feel like Vitality are able to take control in the tempo.
Well, Liquid, they have to show us something here if they want a chance to go up against Na'Vi tomorrow. Pansy and Hypok, do you reckon they're going to be able to pull it back on Bind?
Well, isn't that the question, right? Can they actually do it? Getting blown out of the water on map 1 certainly wasn't part of the plan, was it? Now, coming into map 2 here, is there a chance for recovery in your mind?
Yeah, sure. I think with, and again, this is not to be a dead horse, Liquid, but again, with a performance that was that underwhelming, I think it's probably easy to just kind of forget that.
Yeah.
Right, you come into your map pick now. Again, I'm not expecting a massively different approach here, but I mean, you have to have confidence that ultimately the structure here in place on Bind for Liquid is going to withstand Vitality. Actually, I guess with the upper hand in that regard, because I'm kind of with you, Insu here. the Omen pick just removes so many possibilities that are kind of like safety nets, contingencies, and again, both of these sites aren't particularly comfortable post-plant holding sites, which is why we lean towards that kind of util, the orbital strike, the snake bites, everything, especially if you're running the double controller. It's almost like you just want to play to your strengths there, double down on that ability to play some of that post-plant cheese, but have to wait and see here with Vitality starting on the attacking side.
All right, Liquid, now's the time to turn up. Map 1 was a blowout. You got to course correct now. If they get the pistol, great. And right now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Not ideal, and that's a nice little sheriff there. Close to hand for Molesy if he fancies. And it's just going to be brutal. Nats on the crunch, though, joined in unison. And Soulcast landing bangers. Liquid, much better.
The same thing remains in my mind, though. That round 2 flip that Vitality were able to pull off on Lotus. My eyes go towards the purchase here. I think the problem being it was only 2 rifles and a Spectre previously, and I'm seeing that pop up here immediately. A beautiful pinch to the TP as well. And very decisive here from Liquid in the pistol. Again, a couple more rounds like that, and it kind of regains your confidence, right, after a map 1 loss the way that they lost on Lotus.
But they need to make it out of this.
Well, an extra rifle in, at least.
I get so nervous when I see Bone Cold, when I see Molesy. Not going to find anything, that's fine. Safe will be...
Yeah, there are 4 sheriffs here for Vitality, though.
Yes, and Safe will be one that they are here, but now they need to be careful they don't lose their guard over the pressure coming towards Showers, right? This little pinch coming in, they're aware of it. Flash sent. No one going to springboard instantly until then. Bone Cold merely just waits a moment and then strides on through, and Safe, does he expect anyone to be this close? He's got to be really careful here. Vitality are so scary in these rounds. They want that plant. Paint shell. Not going to quite do as much as he wanted. I think a little bit of chip damage at most. Now they've got to break their way back in this post plant. Keep in mind it's Sheriffs and they're being chipped away. Every little bit of damage does count. Big strike from Safe there. Takes away Sender. Now, Twiston, Destrin, Molesy. Twiston should have been noted on the side here.
Smoked him.
Oh, and
Yampy still clears it.
Beautiful intuition from him. Flash through, no one facing. I know they'll be playing on these corners or in these smokes. Trying to play as unison, play as one, and Liquid. Weather the storm this time.
And 4 standing as well. So actually, Yampy should be able to retrieve the weapon. There was another weapon lying around, right?
Yes,
yeah, there we go.
Shower. Okay, not a problem. And okay, they've made it past that little bit of a scary round that could have maybe turned it, but keep in mind the Vitality looking like they want to get that buy right out here. So again, no harm, no foul in that. I kind of like the Vitality go for it like they do with those Sheriffs because they have had so much impact with them in the past.
So here is 3 moves of Liquid position once again towards B, and it's going to be Safe and Yampy towards Hooker. Should get an early flash out here, yep. So we'll spot out presence at least. We stalled out here by the snake bite. Trailblazer actually no value on the back of that.
That flash was kind of turned close. They're still very cautious of someone being tucked into the corner, but
following
the
through on
pace,
this.
yeah, they're actually committing behind this, which is quite surprising. Almost tunnel visioned a little here. There's still 2 players in towards Hooker. That's not pretty, but eventually it will be Destrian to go down, and that's still controlling here. Comfortable. The pace gets held. Liquid holding on to this one. Composure staying key. And Twisted and Sender not given any opportunities in this round, really.
Sender finding nothing. Disconnected from this default as well, and Spike firmly in control of Liquid now. An undoable task here, you'd imagine, between Twisted and Sender. Be noted with the flash as well.
Oh, they're actually walking the zone. Love that from Liquid. No, that, fortunately, Yampy still actually got Sender. I thought Sender was going to be good for both of them there.
Yeah, they almost lined up.
Too. But
it's a 1v2, yeah?
Yeah, this is it. It's Twiston. The spike's already on the site. He just needs to be able to plant it. But these positions, how does he navigate through these 2 very hard positions to clear without being vulnerable to the other? And he's going to have to make his way forward. Does he take that next step? Yes. Okay, he's made it down, but he's caught Redgar. All too aware. Sees just a little and takes a lot. That's 3 now for Liquid.
Eyes go towards the ultimate progress now. Twisting one off the res, nothing else really for Vitality to work towards in this round at least. Yeah, I mean, thank God Nats finally finds that kill onto Destrian. I think, yeah, it's just off the sound cue here. The red guard's able to spam out that smoke.
Nice! Good job, good proactiveness, good proactiveness.
See if there's going to be any trend developing early here for Liquid in terms of how they approach some of these rounds. Vocold not going to find a spam there.
But they now know the sheriffs are back out, the marshal as well heard, so they should be cautious. And that's not cautious, that's horrible. Redgar, nasty shot, not pretty by any means. And that was very close as well. Vocold though, being backfilled towards his position though. And now he might be pinned to this. Can he slip away deep enough to keep his life? Vocold just being careful about this, but this has then caused a bit of a reaction on the other side. They know the pressure coming in through Shower and they springboard in towards the side. They want the plant. Does the wall get put up? Do they have at least any sort of safety here? Oh, not anymore. Say goodbye. 2 big picks for Nats. But now this is when they start running low on utility. Vitality shouldn't be able to find much more danger out of this round.
Also, he actually does get pinged up by that. Vocold still holding and finds it.
They're made to, my word, the damage being done is actually making me so nervous. HP. The spike's away, they're going. Mosey's off, he wants a plant from this, he's gonna get one. Yeah, Vocold may be able to do a little bit of damage, maybe cost them a couple of seconds, but even maybe retrieve a weapon. That could be huge.
That's the big thing, yeah, if Vocold can actually slip in behind here and pick up a rifle.
He should have one pretty soon. Where's it gone? Okay, found one. Needs to get a move on though. Needs to get there and get there fast. Yeah. Moles has gone down. He did the best he could, but I don't think Vocold can even make it to this on time. He knows that as well. Defuse will be coming in. The TP would have been the only option. He's taken it and he's dead. Maybe almost unnecessary, but goes for it there in the end. Safe. Gonna find him, and now will have his ult ready.
Yeah, the only thing actually being given the kill across the safe there. It's another round though where Vitality looks to try and backfill this heavy Showers presence with no real safety net towards lamps or towards backside. Things I'm looking out for is actually the timing of some of these rotations to come through for Liquid to get an extra body in place. I mean, if that sort of thing happens on a buy round, then you basically concede all of sight and backside. You're giving up so many possibilities for Vitality.
Well, tactical timeout coming in. The Vitality. Obviously, that then means, of course, even on the other side, they get a chance to kind of tuck into things, have a chat. Sala going through the options here. Held at 0-4. Liquid, I think this is enough now, almost. Maybe with 1 or 2 more rounds under the belt, even if it's just, you know, quite diligent, maybe not even completely clean, they can kind of bounce back from map 1. Because map 1 was quite harsh.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest concern being some of the decisions that we were seeing being made and the lack of awareness in other areas. Already a very composed start here to Bind.
Yeah, much different. I like it as well. And Vitality are always threatening the way they play, right? They always have that capability to kind of find a little bit of room to work. A couple of times now they've explored that option through Shower. I wonder if they go back to that at some point now and towards the buy rounds. A couple of ults in the pocket too. Oh, one off from Seekers as well.
We'll see actually if the awareness is there from Vitality. There is a huge opportunity to exploit this A-side hold from Liquid. A number of times though we're seeing this early default outside fountain. Sace found a load of space. Actually, the smoke comes through from Redguard. That's going to be post. Okay.
How? I think he's going to
love to. Yeah, you see Destrian. He's like, I'm not dead, by the way.
Still standing, and losing Destrian would have been horrific, right? There go your smokes. There goes any of that real option.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the flash comes through right from Yampi to confirm presence here. It's a triple swing onto long.
I was hoping it'd be
not
middle.
a treadle.
Uh-oh. Hello. Twisted. He was ready for it as well. The flash to follow. They're going to get caught in the heels. Vitality gripping them back down to earth. And with the Seekers going the way they are, they should know the site is theirs for the taking.
And no chance of this happening. Look how far Nats and Solkas are from this. You can hear, I think as well, general whereabouts noted. They're stalling out the plant, but I was going to say, yeah, Nats isn't even really making progress towards market, so And this is another thing to consider as well. With two stacking towards showers, there's such a huge threat of alert coming up short. So on these B site hits, it's not even as if Soulcast and Nats really have that comfort to say, yeah, we can run straight from showers all the way through A site and through spawn. There's so many question marks by this 3-2 setup favoring B site. Even then, you don't really have a feasible TP crunch to come through towards Hooker.
True.
And like I said, this is why I'm looking towards the awareness of potentially Sender. He's been disconnected a couple of times from this early default from Vitality. If he can actually punish that, he's going to find Soulcast here. Soulcast is looking the other way.
A little bit of hide and seek here.
I thought he was actually at the bottom of these steps here, but tucked in.
A little bit closer. Okay, so they do get to keep their weapons.
So yeah, again, Vitality, I feel like they are kind of leaning towards a B-site favor, but...
Yeah. This just seems obscene
Does it just land like way behind it? Okay.
I did go quite far.
Yeah.
All right. So I thought that just went to the right side of his foot.
I mean, when I look down and I see 89 HP, I'm still thinking, how?
It is a question, and it's one we won't get the answer to, but that's all right. Leo's in the building. We'll pass it down to him. He'll love that. 4-1 Vitality. Couple of ults to invest into this round 2.
This is exactly the setup I'm talking about. Difference being here, Nats is over towards Heaven, so at least there's some safety net behind Lamps. I'm not sure if that was kind of an intentional adjustment here from Liquid. They don't want to explore towards showers.
Oh, Yampy. Getting a little into this now. Deep paint shell comes in as Redguard to catch. Bone Cold found. Does he overextend here? Don't think he needs to. Liquid have it on lockdown, safe with back-to-back picks. The spike now left in a horrific position for Vitality to try and claim back. And Sender has to drift back through, but finding no impact on what he wanted. The spam alone's going to get it. Safe having around here, making up for that ult that went astray. And yeah, Sender's, sadly, his presence feels very lackluster in this round now.
It's like the worst person to force forward there with the orbital strike. It's Redgar in a smoke with a judge.
Oh, they're hunting.
Yeah, they just spot him as well on the retreat.
Nice read from Sender, but he's still got a firing squad on his tail. Oh, bye-bye. That makes his appearance. And Liquid get a good grip on this now.
Now looking towards Vitality to really make an adjustment towards A side, to be honest with you, because some of these early leans towards B, I mean, other than when Liquid triple walk down long, it's not as if they're massively winning out. Even here, I mean, what's the weakness that Vitality have identified towards either Hooker or Long? Because it doesn't look as if they're able to replicate it.
No, and that's what I'm kind of wondering, if there's going to be another timeout for Vitality soon, or if they just try and run through this as best they can. Because
well, they have switched up now, and you see they're actually addressing the showers. But like I said in the previous, I mean, Nats was up towards Heaven, Soulcast had been playing towards back triple. Safe commits to this TP.
Yeah, okay, bit of a messy one here, and Yampy just goes head first into it. What are we
just face checking the TP.
It just seems ridiculous, doesn't it? And now they're starting to consider their options. They've caused rotations, they've pulled players out of place, and B looks so likely. How much stall does Redgar have here? They're going to invest his smoke towards Hookah, but
Burns of Paranoia very early.
Yeah, kind of expected. I hate us sometimes. I was hoping it'd be a little bit later than that. They don't spot him though. Redgar still.
What? How is he still alive?
Someone kill Redgar! Someone kill Redgar! Thank you. It took a rocket to take him down, but
Redgar almost has the perfect opportunity here to punish from inside that smoke. Then tries to TP back out of it. He's on top of somebody that doesn't kill him. What the hell was that? And then he TPs out into no man's land towards Elbow. I mean, Tristan.
Yeah. Oh!
Destiny's like, oh, Redgar's appeared. Yep. That's what I was thinking.
6-1 though. I'm a little worried we get two one-sided matches.
Yeah. Yeah, I think...
On maps, not matches.
Already early on now, it's kind of detrimental to look at the early rounds for Vitality where there wasn't enough pressure shown towards 8. I mean, there's other arguments to be made as well. This double showers hold kind of nerfs the Sage pick, to be honest with you. Oh, I was saying nerfs the Sage pick. Tristan will find an opener here.
Something weird, don't worry. He'll do something weird. Just wait for it. You don't know what it is yet, but it will happen. And that's...
I've seen this in a replay.
Thunder had to sit a little close on that just to not be revealed. And actually now starting to feel too much pressure and too little action on B. Nats pulls that trigger.
Sender's in it.
Okay, he's
don't know
got
why.
him. Yeah, Sender drifting into that, kind of put himself on a platter. And now Nats needs to hold back. The army coming towards him. He almost got there too. Red's going to be invested. Molzy does come out of the ult now, does try and get a little bit further ahead, but Yampy going to backfill the space. Catches one, catches two, the cross, gets denied. Destrian goes down, a bone cold caught. Beautiful work from Liquid.
Again, the sound being cut there. Twiston doesn't react to the gunshots. 7-1 now, Vitality. Almost played out, similar to what we saw on Lotus, to be honest with you. We talked about kind of how the first half of Lotus went and that really deciding the map, to be honest with you. Feels like a very, very similar
30 seconds left.
trend here on Bind.
And the buy. Nothing's going nicely for Vitality now. TP again, red card, go on. Just do it.
Give him that smoke.
Have a little TP down long. Like double day. Oh, safe cop Sender. All right, safe.
Well, that's just a blind spam.
Yeah, it must be, right? Like, there was no fight back, or it didn't sound like it, so they must have just got the timing right. I guess Sender had been present there a couple of rounds, nothing massive given away, but they're so close to this. Redgar completely unawares.
Looking towards the hooker dropout.
Yeah, and now Yampy's got to be careful to not get caught up. He has got support there, safe, seemingly ever present on this. Makes his way over. Yampy's gone down, safe on the back lines. Pops the ult, try and keep himself alive for a moment here. Spots out the player, that's an ambitious shot, it lands! And he takes one down as well on the site. This is ridiculous from Safe. Oh, he wants him dead. Twiston barely breathing, down so low, and Safe trying to match him step by step. 4 kills this round, it's gonna be 5. And Liquid keep on moving. This is looking like a blowout of a map.
Actually gets ahead of this ball, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Great isolation on the first kill.
Oh.
I mean, we saw the not kill Destrian earlier. This one feels like it's much further away on the other side of a wall.
It did seem to be a wall there. It's weird.
And the problem being so late on now, this lurk is being punished or at least pressured. So Vitality's, kind of plan Bs that you look towards in at least rounds, 1 to 4, 1 to 5 in terms of fact finders. And Redgar's posted up very deep on this. Should hear Sender's poison orb get sent, actually.
There we go. He's ahead of it, but keep in mind, Safe was ahead of it last time around, so they might be a little aware of someone playing close to this. They are. Yeah, that message sent by Safe has kind of dribbled into the next round, and Soulcast having to pick up the slack towards Shower. Does well to be able to slip away from this too. Vitality will at least have access to the site here. No one's going to take that initial challenge, and they want to get that plant. Paint shell going to be posted. Nice, that first attempt to seize. A valuable asset committed. I'm not going to find value for.
Destrian will be, I was going to say noted off the boom bot, but the Trailblazer too. Desperately trying to punish him here. The molly will stall a little bit. Want that to come through. Twiston will actually find Nats on the outside of this pit. Now actually a 3v4 for Liquid on the retake.
Yeah, this could be the second round for Vitality here. Yampy, nice try. And Soulcast. Again, this ult pretty much denying any access points towards that spike. And yeah.
Twiston's got a shorty, and he's desperate to use it. Okay. the moment Twiston turns his back.
Yeah, I just, even with the second round, even if we got, you know, even if they close out the rest, I mean, maybe.
Hey, make me a believer. An 8-4 half.
Yeah,
It's doable.
I'm willing to keep an open mind. It's just what we've seen so far from Vitality didn't happen quick enough. It hasn't come at the right time here. They haven't got a buy into this round. Still got the res on Twiston. And 1 away from 2 of their big ults, 2 away from Molzi's. So some big chances here. Soulcast as well, just on the verge of his. So a couple of chances.
Redgar's got a judge.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, God, they actually still get caught on the timing of this flash. Even putting the poison orb down to try and block that or deny that information.
Quite like the idea of it then. That was really nice. Yampy could be pinned here.
He can't really flash out of this now.
Yeah, he needs help, but he's got safe on the site. Does Yampy get to keep his life? Lives long enough to get out of the slow, so maybe there's still a go at this one. Does eventually get traded.
Oh, the timing!
God, that is unbelievable. Molzi threading the needle, all going to come in towards the side, but they are being held at the door. They're taking the TP, they're out of there. Seeker's going to come through at the same time, pouring on towards the A side. The ult just to try and note the pacing, know how far ahead they are. Only going to spot, I think, 1 on the ult, but they should know what's up now. The plant should be on the way. Safe is now here too. A little bit more presence, but the numbers favorable towards Vitality.
Oh,
the reveal was huge, giving away so many of those positions, denying that plant. A second attempt at it now, but look at Nats closing in here. Twiston keeps him at bay, and now just down to Soulcast, a 1v3. Show me what you're made of, Soulcast. Already noted. Becomes less and less possible. 9 bullets, 8. He's looking for a player to make a mistake, and just right now, Vitality aren't. They want to dig their heels in.
They've slowed this down perfectly. Giving Soulcast even an opportunity.
Oh!
Well, there's the first.
A couple more of those, and we could have had something. Not to be. He knows it, and so do they. So they back away, and Vitality are going to get what they need. Maybe there's a buffer to be had here.
Like I said, 8-4, it would feel like a miracle, to be honest with you, to come out of this first half with as many as 4. Because Liquid have been in total control. The timing here, you can see they're waiting for it, but the stars align for Yampy at least. Yeah, the timing is awful there for Redgar.
1 enemy remaining.
Still need another in my book. And we have a double operator out. Nats? How do we feel about Nats on the operator? Yeah?
Well, he's just eating the flash.
That's our man right there. Sacrificial lamb, Yampy, sent to the slaughter. And Nats goes, I got you. And oh dear, Sender, you got to be careful on this one now. You feel like you know where that operator is, right? You've been noted on long. Weird, it's with Nats, but whatever. But Safe has his own as well. This is all on Nats to hold this entire site by himself.
They'll still have 2 snake bites to slow things down. And yes, operator left towards B long, but Twiston's dead, so not too concerned about that being passed across.
There.
How well can he anchor this by himself?
Well, I was going to say, if it wasn't Molzi here with a showstopper,
yep.
He's safe on the X-ray, actually preemptively making this rotation.
He's playing just ahead of this. Couple more seconds.
Poison's off.
And now the problems begin. Vitality at the door. They feel no pressure towards A. And here we go. Does he get to stop it? The trade came out. He actually managed to, well, set up Soulcast at least for one, who's now sitting towards the back of the side. Needs a clean shot, doesn't get it. Messe in the end, as Bone Cold takes over the side. Maybe that fourth is within reach. Safe? Nah, not this one.
Safe has the option between an operator and a Spectre, yeah. Bone Cold down to 5 HP here. Not found with that spam, but he actually commits to this position still.
Redgar TPs have been my favorite thing. Does he spot Bone Cold quick enough though? Bone Cold just trying to be...
I mean, this smoke gives him a pocket actually.
Yeah, a little bit of room to play with. And he's going to find one. Massive. 5 HP might be more than enough. The flash doesn't quite go far enough, but Zender's there. They give themselves the smallest of buffers.
Yeah. But like I said, that's the best of a bad situation in terms of this attacking half.
Yeah.
Especially with how it started, and it comes at you with 3 unanswered to close out the half. The crazy thing is as well, it's actually Twisted up on this off angle, but double zoomed on the operator is actually a very small adjustment.
It did feel as though Liquid had such a stranglehold on the kind of start of that half, right? Like, it felt so good for them. None of the potential issues were exploited. It didn't feel like Vitality found where they could try and pressure.
And the problem being, I think early on there was a little exploration towards showers. They didn't necessarily like the amount of pressure on the other side of it, but not having the full picture, I think is one of the things that you look at in bold review here and you think, yeah, there are massive opportunities to exploit this A-site hold. I don't know if this is just because of the Sages to deny the wall to have 2 bodies constantly, the ability to spam through the wall or at least to break a chunk, and then the second player's there to kill anyone that swings through to try and catch off the reload. But there was a huge gap here in Liquid's defense, but starting out and then going immediately towards that kind of 4-1 default that heavily prioritized both Fountain and Hooker presence. That's pressure and presence.
That was a good one. I like that combo. Presence. But 8-4 is doable. Now, the reason it's doable is we talk about how the economy works and how the chances get opened up here. Now, it either starts with the pistol round going your way or at least converting that second, which we did see, or at least turning that second round, which we did see in the first map. That was ridiculous, and it does give you such a long run back into it as well, if you're able to even then go into that third, get the better weaponry. It all can spiral towards your hands, but Vitality need to start this off strong. I'm a little bit interested to see how Liquid look here, if I'm completely honest with you. Do they look as comfortable? Do they look confident in this one? Because losing those last couple of rounds in, you know, succession can dent a little bit of that confidence coming back in.
Yeah, we're having that age-old historical discussion, Liquid and resilience. Closing out maps.
A movable object against a stoppable force. That's one of the ones I read on Reddit, and it really tickled me.
See, I'm curious as well, really, for Vitality. I think there's other things. There's still the opportunity, obviously, for Twisted to get the operator online nice and early. Nice and early. It's a very quick walk down.
Dear.
And Safe has found both. Yampy finds the third. A 2v5 so early on here for Vitality to try and recover.
They're left in tatters, aren't they?
Yep.
There's not much to this round.
Spike planted.
Okay, it's a little bit laboured, but he gets there, finds Yampy.
Doesn't take too much damage, yeah. It's 79 HP still for Sender.
Twisted's got to be doing something mad.
He needed to win that.
Nats ain't going to have it. He was kind of on that case so early on as well. Sender's got, yeah, Nat's a little low. Okay, give him a sheriff.
Yeah.
Just give him a sheriff. There we go, Liquid back on track. Pistol round in the second half is theirs.
This is just ripped apart so quickly as well. Awareness there at least to try and address the post-plant utility in the pistol as well. Again, without having the Brimstone, only really expecting Nats to be the one playing disconnected in any sort of post-plants. Something like that does continue.
And here's probably the most dangerous round you'll face against Vitality. Sheriffs and Marshals. You can see Liquid being a little bit more careful as well. They are certainly on red alert. Don't want to give anything up here, sitting super deep.
Yeah, I mean, if this does go to the third, you don't want to see that repeat from Lotus. You want to see that addressed for the rest of the series. So I'm not surprised to see this. I mean, look at Soulcast's position. That is the most respect he will pay towards a Sheriff.
Triple swing. Oh, that's really nice. That's much better. Sender did find Soulcast as well. That's the depressing part for him. Sat so deep. Did they note the player? Safe, you're going to check this. You're going to check this, right? Yeah, he's going to check this. Great work from Safe there. So diligent. The temptation, I'm sure, could have been just to keep going, but a little bit of backfill of space, Bone Cold. Are we doing the dance here? And Flash doesn't catch, but he's going to get the reveal. Spots the player, can't handle it. Safe's got him.
Tough.
Yeah, not a bad attempt, but Sender now the last one alive. He's got the Marshall, and he's on A.
30 seconds left.
I think Nat's looking towards policing that weapon, just making sure there's no upgrade possible whatsoever. Plan will come through, and actually this will put Safe just one away from the showstopper, which is a huge tool to bring into round 3. Well, Sender can do any further damage.
Let's see. What is with Sender today?
Well, Sender's just nasty with
that Marshall? Like, didn't he get one through smoke earlier too?
Yeah.
Like, just some pure blind, just shot in the dark. Wild. Okay, here we go. So.
Well, even actually here, Safe does have the showstopper. He was one away after the plant.
Yeah, there we are. Wow, that's a massive tool to have on your side this early on in the second half. Wow. And we talk about the kind of swing rounds. Vitality are a little bit different, if you're going to be honest. Yes, they have that weird, like, Sheriff Marshal round, which can be dangerous. Now's the gun round coming in. This is where we have to see them make impact and honestly get the round. Otherwise, probably wraps it.
Yeah, definitely, because, I mean, Sender has decent ult progress, but everybody else a million miles away. Safe actually looking to pop this nice and early. Actually a miss. Goes straight past the truck, but still finds Sender.
Still good for it with the gun, so he's just fine. Bone Cold trying to make sure he can keep control of that plant. Quick little flash off the wall looking for the follow-up. No one's there for it. Pause for thought for Liquid. They've still got decent weaponry to work with, not ideal. Mostly dependent on those Bulldogs and Redgar with a Bucky. But let's see if that plant comes in anytime soon.
Hey,
Big
Redgar.
TP. Oh, Destrian's got his work cut out. How much has he got left in the tank here? One is not going to be enough, really. Almost had to over-deliver, overdo it. And now there's an upgrade as well found. Sight's looking like it's theirs until Molesy and Twiston make it there in time. Perfect paint shell teed it up as well as Yampy and Nats in unison die together. Vitality digging into this one.
Great response to come back with. Destrian at 600, Sender at 150, but should be able to get something online here. Another round needed to break the bank of Liquid, though. You saw somebody just up at 1800 still here. I mean, Safe catching the edge of the, well, I think the flash is actually popped behind him, but it goes for the direct hit with the showstopper.
I'll find you.
Oh, Destrian.
That's early as well,
Yeah,
very
that's
early on.
Untradeable.
Was it through the smoke, actually?
It looks like there was that smoke on long and it was just a spam along the wall, basically. The Vitality fans have had a lot to cheer for recently, all right? They're a little tired. Give them a second. Liquid, however, plenty more to be cheered for. Ooh. Not in this round. Sender gonna find Soulcast one by one. They're just trying to creep forward and they're being caught in all of these ways. Now, maybe Nats could be the one to break the repetition hit. That dog is not gonna help matters. A little bit of a swing. Molesy ready for it? Yeah, this is very clean work from Vitality. Just doesn't feel like there's any connection towards what Liquid are trying to do here. Yeah, individual, no trades, no nothing. And it's a flat round from Liquid, really.
Redgar are going to have to try and hold on to this. I mean, Yampy down to 350, but 3 other members of Liquid in a position to potentially find a light shield and a rifle at least. Destrian already has that orbital strike online. We're talking about Sender being close, now has the pit, which on the defensive side opens up a lot of opportunities in terms of anchoring one of these sites. So Vitality actually in a really good position now. And like I said previously, another round will break the bank here for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, if they get held on 10 for a couple more, I'm all ears to it, Vitality. I just think there's still a lot to be seen from Liquid. That round just felt a little bit rubbish. So We look at what they're going to get here, seeing a Guardian, seeing
Okay, yeah, so they're actually going to half buy around this rifle. Yes, the smoke comes down immediately. Yeah, it's on the traces, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough, yeah. Destrian, if he's given a chance, he'll take it. And yeah, you can see how individual these fights were. There was never really a follow-up threat. There was never really a counter swing. There's never
Yeah, just a couple of 1v3 peaks, really, that Liquid are banking on going their way. So it might be a set piece towards Showers here.
Let's have a look at the pace they come in with as well. I'm just going to hear those satchels going off. Yeah, looking like a little crunch was intended.
Liquid doesn't catch, though.
It didn't. So they get away with their life, and a preemptive pop of the off of any contact, really, just hearing that utility more than enough, noting the pressure building off the back, but they do have the spike towards the site. That could go down.
I mean, it's a tough plant, though, with this presence towards bench.
And with that thrown in to boot, yeah, not going to be happening. Destrian going to take down Soulcast, Sender going to catch Safe, just trying to slip a little further away. And now Nat's feeling very alone here. His only teammate just got caught. Yampy pinned down towards the Showers. It's just Nats in a 1v5. This is not gone as they'd intended, and Bone Cold, lovely little trade there, making sure it never got out of hand.
I think that's been the last one standing the awareness. That's when the penny drops, yeah. Probably crept up towards Lamps.
Yeah.
That's another one, and
if they get to 8, Mike.
Yeah, I'm concerned with just where the finances sit. Obviously, the round loss bonus will hit after, but 1850 on Nats. I don't know what it's going to look like. It's only really a round away or so from Liquid being forced into a save, and with that gap closing already, well, 3 rounds separate them. The stars could align for Vitality here in the second half.
They could.
Because look at what they're sitting on.
Yeah, they've got funds to spare.
2, potentially 3 buy rounds to follow on from this for Vitality. I mean, Destrian being the most concerning down at 2K.
Oh, the awareness here. Safe was watching this. He's very aware of this. And he's got the advantage on the angle. Twiston fortunately shoulders it, doesn't fully commit towards it, but Redgar overwhelmed. That was a 2v1 down towards Long, and he just wasn't prepared for it. And they've actually fell back. They didn't overextend on that.
The timing now on both of these. Twiston to be Cougar draws some attention, probably draws a second set of eyes towards that entrance. Redgar's just isolated. No opportunity for him to really retreat from that position next to Fountain.
I just want to see what the goal is now. It's feeling a little split there until now. Maybe Nat's making his way across, but Yampy punished, trying to catch maybe a little bit of an information finder.
It's another just round where there's just 1vx engagements taken from Liquid across the map.
They're going to go for the double pump back towards 8. Nat's taking the tour of the map, but there's so many bodies here. This is still hard for them to try and clear. Sender's making it very apparent that his presence is here, but there's more to it. Another TP taken. They're trying to just dwindle down the number, yeah. And Twiston's angle should be very good for this. Going to be punishing this cross. Sender's going to catch the one in the heels. That's Nat's now gone down. Twiston, he can just catch this cross, and the support is there. Destrian does well in this to make it back. And now I'm getting worried. So let's let's us pause the brakes. I think Liquid will as well.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this, because this is the first time in a while I've seen something look so individual at this level.
I mean, if you start with this default that's spread very thin, you want to minimize the number of engagements you're taking. If there's going to be one focal point, sure, stack up. And if it's, you know, 2 outside hooker, everybody else should just be playing towards receiving information. Maybe if it's Soulcast on one extremity, throw a reveal out, a prowler somewhere, but you definitely shouldn't have 2, potentially 3 individuals from this default of Liquid committing to some of these positions so early on. And credit to Vitality in that regard, because a number of times they're winning them.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you don't want to depend on coin flips, right? Because those aim fights are just 50-50s. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, right? Sure, some players are better than others, I get that, but at this level, all of that utility, all of that kind of chemistry, all of the kind of crafting of the round is meant to tip that in your favor, right? So them taking just a lot of individual fights that aren't amounting to anything.
I'll backtrack a little bit. You could justify it if the trades were coming through for Liquid.
If someone's having a hot game,
then absolutely, yes.
Sure.
Commit to some of them, find these openings, especially if the half's going like this, where it feels like Liquid are running out of ideas. If you want to rely purely on finding a trade and creating an opening, go for it. But that's not what we're seeing at all.
No, we are not seeing anyone really finding that comfort here, at least in this half, because look at the board. I mean, Safe had a fantastic first half, as did Nats, as did everyone, really. Redgar,
hasn't had a good day.
He hasn't. It's how it is. But I mean, Bone Cold on the other side is not exactly shining, is he? But, you know, so we put that into a certain pocket. But at this point, I do want to see Liquid just tighten this up now. Maybe not into this round necessarily. Come up with a concept, try and execute it, see if they can get a punish or a chance out of something here. I love this little battle between Twiston and Safe, though. It's like, do I do it again? Oh, he's here. He's knocked on my bloody door. Someone's doing ding-dong dash out here. Oh, hello.
Problem being, it's only Safe on the other side of this, so... Well, actually, no.
Now they're joining behind him. Yeah, there's a little bit more here. So Twiston, I mean, Safe's not bringing a fair fight to this. This was all fun and games until he brought like 3 other people over. But we'll see if he follows up with this. They had to break that wall, had to deal with it at some point. Yampy can help him out with this. Twiston will still outgun them, but there is that 3-man play up long.
Just on the other side of the map, though, very early on, Vitality have explored behind Nats' utility on short. So they know there's no lurk here.
He had to run real quick from that, and you're absolutely right. They know the kind of game plan in this regard. Twiston, how is he still standing? Finally goes down, Nats is going to catch him on that one. It's going to be Destrin to go down next. Liquid, hold on. They're making something out of nothing. Molzy digs his own heels in. Says, no, this ain't gonna be so easy this time. Trying to swing off the Seeker, didn't happen. And now it's Nats in the ult and Bone Cold creeping ever closer. Goodbye and good night. Vitality are back in this game. A valiant attempt from Liquid there, though.
We'll chip away for some repurchase, but like I said, Vitality was sitting pretty. Look at this, even now with Twisted, like I said, the possibilities there on the Sage to still get the operator online on the defense. A little more viable here. Beautiful adjustment from Molzy as well to find 2.
Snappy as hell, isn't he?
To make this winnable ultimately from Vitality, to be honest with you.
Oh, this was the first round that Liquid looked really threatening to me on this half.
And there was 1 Guardian and pistols.
Crazy, right? You think, surely. So now maybe they've got the right method. Maybe now they've figured it out. They've got the right anecdote. They know what they're doing. I'm still a little nervous, though. Nice try.
Send a body block. Lothar smiling somewhere.
Why do you make it sound like he's dead? He's just not here this week. Smiling from up above.
I didn't say smiling down on us.
Oh, Twisted, operator time, man. The battle's won for him this round. He had enough for the playing games with Safe. He didn't like that back and forth anymore. Sender, please be careful. He's getting a little bit ahead of himself. Ooh, Bone Cold might have gotten away with that. But Yampy, he's a sharp player, and he wins it. Still not, he's not going to be lazy about clearing through, but there's still 2 players here. Vitality seem to have the numbers in the right place constantly.
Problem being, Molzy's got a showstopper as well, so an ability to deny this plant even going down. Liquid need the kills. Sender's still got a snake bite to play with as well, so could even slow things down with the paint shell.
Okay, all gonna go in, force them back. It should note the 1. And they take the TP on this. It's Twiston.
Yeah, he's got the operator, he's waiting for this.
And what do they have to get out of there? The TP, sure, but beyond that, the others, how are you gonna try and make it out? Oh, he's played ahead. Twiston, he's trying to ignore that right side. Sit safe for 1 angle.
Just gives it up.
The timing on this could be obscene. Breakos found his teammate and Yampy carried on forward. Punishing Sender.
10 seconds left.
Destrin now, last one alive, and not for long. Liquid, lovely rotation on that.
The crazy thing as well, Redgar is waiting for his smoke there, and you can see the discipline. Liquid's awareness is there.
Yes.
The operators noted at the start of the round, they don't hear it ring off towards A.
They haven't seen him there, there's nothing, yep.
So you can see 2 members, potentially even 3, I'm not even sure how many are in Hooker here, but waiting for this smoke to come through. And Redgar closes the gap with the second TP. Very composed here from Liquid.
Yeah.
It's a real positive indicator with how the last 5 rounds, 6 rounds, sorry, have gone.
And look, that timeout has done them wonders. This is the round that they've really come back in with at least a buy to be able to try and do something with. Much better. Oh. Okay. Back to the battle. 1v1. I don't think Twiston's really fancying it too much this time. He's got that res as well, so you don't want to be going down too early here.
I think the adjustment of what we've seen as well is, look at now, it's a contrast. There's very little commitment to some of these early angles, which from Liquid's side of things was definitely something Vitality were running away with in that streak of rounds. Now this pressure's coming much later on towards the 60-second mark on the clock. At least they have some information to really act upon.
Try to keep him on that B side as long as they could, but we can see it here. Nats is creeping towards that A side and a double stack on the other side.
Nats is being denied space once again.
Yeah. And it's going to be the likes of Molzy, actually, to find any sort of favourable outcome. Sender's been caught. Uh-oh, scatter and run. The counter gets sent as well. Morsey got soulcast. Nats did trade it, but then Twisted on the backfill catches the cross. That's spiked down. Oh, comes in, buys some time. How did that not catch? What is wrong with Safe's Rockets today? And now into the 3v3. This is so close on the edge of the smoke. Bone cold. He wins the fight. Yampy goes down, and now favourable numbers to Vitality. What does Nats and Safe do in this? How can they buy the time? Nats all alone, surrounded and put to bed. Vitality gonna make it up to double digits here. Such resilience in this half. Now we've got a game on our hands.
That is beautifully handled by Vitality. Even there, you got to argue Mosley should have been good for a second with how many bodies were. I think with Nats being up on the box, whoever it was a little deeper on short, was able to mitigate that damage. But the spam coming through onto Nats' Poison Orb actually enables Redgar to find this pick. It actually gets posted over a little to the right side towards cover, But then even then, Orbital Strike behind. In terms of timings here, this is absolutely perfect from Vitality. And this was actually one of the rounds where Liquid approached this much better.
Yeah, way more composed, right? They
quelled a lot of those concerns that we had.
Game on now, 11-10. Liquid being forced to their limits, and financially they're starting to struggle a bit here too. Again, Nats on that Guardian. Starting to see them having to try and make the best of a bad situation. A different look here this time though, no similar battle, right? We've been having that twist and safe little fight towards Cougar, and not the case here.
No ultimates available from Vitality now. Sender the closest at 4 away. Same thing for Liquid. Do have the TP from Redgar, but
feels like Sender's just on Nat's duty. Make sure he doesn't sneak on up.
I mean, this has constantly been a discussion, obviously, with how quickly people caught on to how Nats plays, but credit to Vitality in a number of times, especially ahead of some of these B-side hits where they explore behind his utility. They deny that space. The awareness is there.
Well, they could have I was wondering if they're going to go for the pinch on contact, maybe.
Safe's tried to fake the steps away, but they're going to hear it fairly early on with the Trailblazer anyway.
They're posted up on this too. They've committed towards this position, and the TP taken late is perfect.
The pinch is beautiful.
This is stunning from Vitality. Coming alive in this second half after being bullied in the first.
Again, it's another one that in terms of timings, Vitality are absolutely on the money.
10 seconds left.
Redgar and Soulcast forced now to cling to these rifles because Nat's down at 200, Safe at 1200. Vitality are sitting on 2, potentially 3 purchases behind this, and it'll be flawless, by the way. So everybody will get a cushion on top of that.
Wow.
They can buy out for the rest of this half, regardless of outcome.
It's panic stations for Liquid.
Yeah. Somehow we're looking at Vitality potentially closing out the series.
We talked about a buffer, right? 4 rounds. It's like, okay, there's a little bit of play here, but they didn't even win the pistol. By all rights, they didn't go through that traditional route of giving yourself.
Did it go to 10-4? It did?
I think it might have done. There's normally, there's normally a traditional route. There's normally a way that you get back into a game that the economy favors you. You get that, chance to build up. It's not really been that for Vitality. It's been out of character, and it's worked. It's 11-11. Liquid, you got to come up with something here because you are struggling.
Well, I'm curious because Liquid's adjustment already came in this half.
Yes, it did.
And Vitality still won out in terms of that pivot. So really, the only thing to look towards now is choreographed set pieces. This default hasn't worked, both variations of it. And without ultimates,
you don't get that extra on top, do you? Oh, huge round in front of us, 11-11. Incredible resilience from Vitality to pull this back. We questioned whether or not they could cut it in the playoffs environment, and so far they certainly have.
3 won't be able to buy as well, or not, a full purchase behind this for Liquid, so that'll be Vitality hitting map and series point with a huge advantage. Talking about they needed a set piece here, and that looks like that will be the intention, at least early on. Seekers obtained by Yampy as well. TP committed by Redgar.
Okay, they're going to note the player in heaven. That's not the end of the world, really. It doesn't give you too much. That paint shell could be very nice, though.
Big shift in tempo.
Willing to take fights here. They've taken the space so quickly. Twister on the back lines, does get his first fight. He loses it. Red guard good for that one. Seek's going to go down, but no one really going to find much off the back of it. No chance to close in towards anyone. But it's buying good time here. Safe's got to be careful, but that shorty should keep him somewhat safe.
4v5 for Vitality on the way back through. Safe noted here, but he will retreat a little bit.
But I like that he's trying to play this time, because no one wants to force pushing in towards him with a shorty, so he can take a second or two to have a little look towards the site. But Soulcast tagged up here. They do need to check on that spike. They do need to take a little bit of a look towards this one. Overwhelmed. Destrian's got him down. Hold on. Time, though, starting to dwindle. No more damage to be done. Liquid holding on to these weapons as best they can. 3 still standing. They need to get out of there and keep them safe.
So that's big, actually. They find the upgrade, I was going to say. Should still be just about okay, I think, to drop one across, yeah.
Okay, they can spread the wealth.
No gaps in utility, I see either.
Good.
So Liquid actually find the 12th here. And again, I love this, a total overhaul in terms of pacing here. Revert back to this set piece that we saw earlier on in this half.
Yep.
But they follow through this time.
It's the commitment behind it, right?
Spike's coming down at 125 or something on the clock, or at least they have full sight control at that point.
Much different. The pace completely out of kilter. And hold on, speaking of, Twiston's going walkabouts. He's pushed up with the operator, but the shot goes astray and Safe succeeded. So now he's in so much danger. Has to try and back away. He can't get away with his life. And Liquid's still alive, taking him down, giving themselves a chance. This late map adjustment might be the lifeline they were looking for. Bone Cold falls, and it's all on Destrian, crushing the hopes of Vitality in the final round of Chance.
And like I said, that pace change really suiting them. Makes you question the entire approach to that second half, to be honest with you. Like I said, there wasn't really any other tangible adjustment they could make. At least if they committed to that default once again. But yeah, Vitality, I think, almost in terms of expectation, with how that half played out, just completely sucker punched by the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and it's
they did so much right, by the way. A fantastically executed second half.
It's wild that they even brought that back. No, it's
anything
crazy.
Other than an A4 half there, Vitality close out.
Wild. And this is why we love the playoffs, man. These games are so much closer. And yet the pace, the faith that Liquid had to bring out in those last couple of round calls were unreal. Like, try and just go head first in. Okay, we got to commit behind this. And it worked. It tees us up for map 3. This series deserves it. We are going the distance.
Nice! Nice, boys, please! Nice, boys! Nice! Oh! Wow. Nice, boys! Nice! Nice! Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice, Tommy! Nice! Nice! Ooh!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Full best of map 3 series for Team Liquid and Vitality on Team Liquid's map pick. So I actually wanted to highlight a defensive round because it was the stronger side for Team Liquid, to go over what makes them so solid, and also talking about Nats on the Viper because, you know, it's Nats on Viper. So we start with the defensive side, and I think the main thing overall is to see how Liquid push and pull on their defense, how they try and play aggressive to scare Vitality into walking into a fair few traps. So we'll start this round. This was round 8. And already we're seeing Team Liquid start to play a bit more aggro. They go full no contact all the way into Hookah and Sand, try and take this initial engagement against these players and Vitality that are in this position. But if you're thinking it on a macro sense, you've got Team Liquid trying to push, be a bit more aggressive towards B, and these players over towards A, a little bit more passive. Nobody's overextended, and they don't want to stretch themselves too thin. So we have one side being pushed, the other one being pulled a little bit. So we'll continue this on, and we'll sort of see how this initial aggression from Team Liquid, red guy gets spotted, backs out, smokes it, and you sort of see Vitality get a bit antsy about it, go, well, they're pushing us here, maybe we head towards A. And I'll rewind it a little bit because you can't see it just off of the minimap, but Nats is doing that same play where he hides in his own poison cloud to maybe catch a late lurker from this Vitality squad. So he tries it initially, sees nothing. You'll also see in this position, the Fade Haunt being used. If I go back, we can sort of see it again real quick. Scouting out these spots, it doesn't actually catch Sender on the Viper here. So we see Nats holding this position and then putting down the Viper's bit. So he's there, he finds the kill onto Sender on the enemy Viper, does get overran, but the whole point of this is to just stall for time. Maybe catch some timings, get a little bit of information, and whilst all of that initial aggression towards B sort of heads over towards A, there's a bit of stall coming from these players that we're holding. So it's more of a general macro level play from both the sides, but I think Liquid sort of choosing their fights is probably the best example of it. Trying to push aggressively on one side, hold on the other, and make Vitality walk into some traps.
Yeah, it was a great half to begin with, but Vincent, in the end, it was a hard-fought win. They very, very, very nearly threw that.
They very nearly threw that. You were saying that. I mean, once more, it brings us to a variety of questions and points. And first of all, congratulations, Liquid picking the map, winning the map, but it's really problematic towards the end because, to be honest, it was won by fine, small margins. And this brings me to another thing that once more upsets me chronologically for everything. Vitality and attacking sites. When are we addressing that?
I mean, I feel like this is more of a bind problem. I do have a round, not now, but in a second, that I want to mold over. But let's celebrate some of the good things. You showed Nats there on the telestrator, and I think Nats, after the performance on Lotus, you could really see that he feels so much more comfortable, Vincent, on this map.
Oh, there were so many rounds where he's so ready. Like this. This is such a Nats thing. You know, he's using every single corner that has been created where nobody checks, and boom, he's absolutely popping off. And I really enjoy that. This is the playstyle of Nats that I love and see, which really punishes Vitality's slower style from time to time, where they might be a bit more disjointed on site, not like a big clump altogether. And this is something that really works well from him. The first half looked exactly like the Nats show we know.
Yeah, it's all like intuition at this point from Nats.
Yeah.
He knows how to play aggressive, he knows when he needs to
muscle memory.
Yeah, in comparison to like Lotus, where it's still a relatively new map, he's still trying to learn his timings. But I also think Vitality specifically sought out to make sure Nats couldn't do anything on Lotus. Here, it felt that Nats had a bit more free reign, but no team's been really able to shut him down in the past 3 years of his like career.
Okay, I'm going to mold a little bit about that Vitality attack side. Before we play the round, of course, there's a couple of things that teams always do on Bind that we see over and over again. Some I like, some I don't like, but if we run the clip, here, they are trying to hide from Yumpy's flash on B long. And this is not a new thing. Teams will put this down, and what do? They step out and they get flashed by it. And, okay, doesn't matter. We made a mistake. They're trying to push Yumpy off of this angle. Do you know what is something that you can use that is almost foolproof that teams always do here? That it's just one snake bite. You just send one snake bite there. Fnatic have made the lineup for you, Vitality. You can just go yoink their stuff. They do it every single time, but they don't do that. Yumpy gets traded here, luckily, and just wait until you see what Sender does with this snake bite, because he didn't use it for Garden, and he just throws it here. I understand what they're trying to do. They do, fortunately, end up winning the round, but stuff like that, the lack of synergy and mistakes, is what was really, really tilting me.
Yeah, it's also, when you look at the fact of like Salah's the coach, Gorilla is like the assistant coach, and Strong as well, like these are like people that know their utility. Yeah. It just kind of feel like this is surely stuff that they've like practiced. They know the general positions, they know how to sort of play on that kind of macro big brain level. It just feels like maybe Vitality in the server Sender's rushing some of those snake bites, so he throws it out too early. It gives away that he's going to jump through the teleporter because it's such a bad lineup, right? So it's not only missing some of those key things, it's also giving away what the initial plan might be in some cases.
You don't have to overcomplicate it. Bind, it's still the same.
There are only two options. Sender messed it up, or they have a different plan, which necessarily is not the best. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't see them throw that Viper molly.
No, they didn't.
Not one time. Literally not once.
No. Compare it to Team Liquid, like the last round that we saw, where we see like the C's being thrown towards showers, the paranoia across, like just fast, punchy set plays. That's kind of why I think Liquid won it in the end, right?
Yeah. All right.
Because
okay.
they set it up with set plays.
I need to relax. Is this how you guys feel every single time when you get to break down something? Because I now know how it feels.
Yeah, I break down basically.
Yeah.
At the TV, like she gets it. This
honestly,
is what I need.
Honestly, I get it now. I get it now. But we are going to move on to Ascent, which is is going to be the decider. And Ryan, I know you have something you want to show over there on the telestrator as well for the side of Liquid the last time they played Ascent.
I'll give you 2 guesses who I'm about to talk about.
Nats?
Yep. I mean, to be fair, we've seen a lot of the Viper so far. Now we get to talk about the Cypher, and that's actually, yeah. I mean, he feels like he's everywhere at this point, to be fair, so there is that. I actually don't want to dox myself by actually doing this, so we'll go back to this.
We're literally at Messe Berlin. It literally says Messe Berlin.
Yeah. Hashtag ad. But overall, we can sort of go over this. It's the defensive side that I wanted to highlight from Nats. And one of the common complaints I see when it comes to Nats on Cypher is it's a bit obvious. It's a bit one-dimensional. You know that he's potentially, or more than likely, going to be over towards that A site. He's going to be probably around this position with some cyber cages to hide behind here, for example. A tripwire here, a tripwire there, just general stuff. But this is the heat map of where he's positioned. We can look at the traces if you want to see a bit more specifically where he is in all of his games against Carmin, up against Giants, up against Foot. This is where we see Nats primarily. He's over towards the A side, but he's also on B, so we can actually look at the traces. You can see just how varied it is, actually playing more towards tree on A, rarely on the site to try and anchor it. He's more in these positions where he's allowed to be a bit more flexible, playing here so he doesn't get caught by a KO knife or a KO ultimate, for example, because KO is super popular on this map overall. But we can also highlight some of the specifics of the utility. Where are we going to be seeing, instead of Nats, seeing where his camera's going to be? They're usually a bit more aggressively placed to see if they can catch first contact over in these positions, to spot anybody that's going to try and lurk up on the defense. And if we highlight the trips, it's common stuff. It's actually just seeing the trip going across here, for example, where you typically see an alarm bot, and then over towards the site that he's typically holding. We can even do it as a heat map, so you can see that, yeah, the one in mid is very common, very much used, and then the A main one as well. The reason why I wanted to highlight this is that Nats isn't just, he's going to be on Cypher, he's going to be on A. We know what he's going to do. We're going to overrun him, because that was Nats from last year, and he got punished hard. Now he's a bit more varied. We saw it on Bind as well with how he was positioned. He's not just going to be on one site overall. He's going to change it up, and that's going to be difficult for Vitality to actually get hold of it.
Well, I quite like the fact that we're going to this map for map 3, because both teams made the hubris mistake of leaving it open for BBL, and then ended up getting punished by it quite hard. So I wonder what they have planned for it here. We're going to head into Agent Select soon, and once again, Vincent, both teams have their comfort picks. We're not expecting anything spectacular when it comes to Agent Select.
I personally wouldn't. I think it would be an odd last-second decision, really.
Yeah.
That has not been the case. Vitality made slight changes in the past, but that was putting Destrian on the Sova and Vulcan on the Omen. I think that's not the too crazy of a change. So no, I don't expect anything new, but let's be surprised, shall we?
Yeah, poor Soulcast. He's just permanently on the support duty.
Yeah, he is.
But everything else seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, everything else is pretty straightforward. Yep, it pretty much is. Nothing has changed. We're sticking to what we know. We're sticking to what we see.
It's all going to come down to prep, isn't it, really, though? Because it's just Ascent is not one of those maps that you're going to just throw out a gecko for fun, for example, to try and catch people off. So both teams will have a good idea on what they want to approach. It's a very mid-roundy map. It's great opportunity for Redgar and Bone Cold.
Just nothing has changed. We're sticking to what we know. We're sticking to what we see.
It's all going to come down to prep, isn't it, really, though? Because it's just Ascent is not one of those maps that you're going to just throw out a gecko for fun, for example, to try and catch people off. So both teams will have a good idea on what they want to approach. It's a very mid-roundy map. It's great opportunity for Redgar and Bone Cold specifically to make those sort of calls. It's going to be a good one, this.
And this preparation thing brings us to one thing importantly, the predictability of Nats and how, for example, this usually whack and weak attack sides off the side of Vitality now need to improve. Against BBL, they got 1 out of 9 rounds. The same come in the following ones against Giants. This is where they need to have an idea about the predictability of Team Liquid when they are later on attacking.
And thank God Twiston is back on Jet. As much as I like his Sage, it feels weird that you would put someone who's that confident in entry on something like Sage. So I am hoping that Twiston now, he gets to dash around again, Ryan, that he's unleashed.
3 different agents he's played in this series right now. So like Jet back on the operator working, but up against Safe, he's had some absurd games and rounds on this map on Jet.
Well, this is it. No more room for mistakes. If they want a shot at Na'Vi tomorrow, Pansy and Hypok, they have to win here right now.
Absolutely right. 3rd map this series now going the distance. I feel like we were going to be kind of burdened and almost kind of undersold on those two one-sided maps, but there's life in them yet. In that map 2, we finally had a bit of a battle between both teams.
Yeah, and it's a little peculiar to end up here on Ascend. Both teams coming off 2 losses.
Yes.
I guess in the last, obviously, Liquid's wins were towards the start of the season. We've already kind of said that that was a very different Liquid, right? So it's not necessarily a positive indicator, right, in terms of what we're going to see here on map 3. But again, we come back to that same discussion from map 1. This is actually more aligned towards that head-to-head between Safe and Twisted. So really, ultimately, who wins out in that head-to-head is always the focal point of a map like Ascend.
Certainly is. Last map here between these two. No more mistakes, no more chances. Maybe you can face off against Na'Vi if you're lucky, and that's a fate you have to look forward to if you're at this sort of level. There we go. Map 3, Ascent coming up here. Vitality on the defending side, of course, then meaning Liquid have to try and bring the pain. We're going to be looking at that head-to-head the whole way through. Safe against Twisted. 2 superstars in their own right throughout these last couple of weeks. I have to say it as well. There's something to be said about Bone Cold calling on this map too. Historically, good for him. Redgar certainly no slouch either.
That's going to get behind the split toward that. Very quick, actually. Safe isolates Molesy. Swing through the smoke, not going to come to anything. Soulcast cleans that up. Bone Cold actually gets tagged by the drone as well.
He should be dead here. He's trying to avoid any sort of players being able to close him down in that little bit of timing, but that flash, just perfect. Really good synergy between Soulcast and Safe within this so far. There's Sender and Destrian to try and do any sort of damage on the way back in. Safe's not allowing it. He wants those knives out early. Team Liquid, what a pistol round start.
And the pistol rounds have been very one-sided towards Liquid today. Again, another historical discussion for Vitality, at least in recent months here. Looking towards that round 2 again, that's the constant concern for me with how Lotus went. Liquid applying some of that pace that actually suits them towards the end of Bind, as we noted. It's flawless to kick things off here on Ascent. Camera denied off the rip here, actually. So we'll take some control away or information away from Nats over towards Tiles, and rightfully so, he's got to respect that now.
You can see the knock-on effect, can't you? Because Twiston's already back.
I was going to say, yeah, Twiston looking to actually capitalize on that. Does have Molesy in tandem here as well.
Love seeing that he's not alone in this, but how long do they hold it? They could maybe even punish the cross back over if they're willing to commit. I guess they haven't felt too much stress towards A, unless you're going to start seeing maybe Yampy try and sell something to pull that across, but look at this play. Look at Twiston. And it's going to be so much to deal with, though. Nat's very aware of the possibility after the breaking of that cam that someone might fill that void, and they did. But the weapon's just too good. Liquid now can probably stride towards the site, one smoke towards CT, and B looks like it's on a platter.
Peculiar as well, because you can see on the minimap, Sender actually has a full setup towards lane here. Just Destrian left to find. 30 HP, not long for this world, to be honest with you. Back-to-back flawless rounds. Yeah, very peculiar that it's Sender to be the one to explore there on the back of Twiston. It's, again, investment not going to make too much of a difference. Still has 3,900 to bring in here for 600 credits to allow for that full purchase on the Killjoy.
Not a single draw of blood yet. Liquid flawless in both is highly impressive. First big challenge here, though, is this round.
I think Redguard just all day has thought he's still playing coy with some of these purchases. He's bringing a Bucky in again here. I mean, he found a pick last time with it, so
yeah, don't you?
What do I know?
Yeah,
it's Redguard things.
Exactly. Safe gets to slip up Cat as well. Yes, Molesey's turned his attention his way. There could be a pinch in towards middle, maybe, if Twiston gets the timing right, but for now, Molesey's just going to sit on a deeper angle and Safe. The timing gets just favorable towards his side, and the overwhelm, Liquid brimming with confidence. Beautiful work, and really, Vitality have no say in the matter.
Yeah, 3v5 now for Vitality. Lots of bodies invested towards site as well. They even have anything feasible to work off here on the way back through. The tag actually 1 HP for Sender.
this round is wraps. Get out of there if you can. Twistin takes one with him. Destrian, yeah, a little follow-up, but it doesn't matter. Liquid large and in charge. They got it all going. Oh, dearie me. Sender, 1 HP. Trying to cower in the corner, and Yampy wants him dead. Good luck, Sender. How long can you survive? Can you make it out?
Stiff breeze will
there?
blow him over, that's for sure. But now this one going to slow things down. And they're here so early, those are the problem.
Yep. He's just going to hold his breath, and it's not going to be enough. Safe's caught him. They remove all the weapons, all the upgrades there. 3 of them standing, converting the bonus. Liquid, untouchable.
Yeah, we're coming to round 4. There's only 2 deaths on the side of Liquid. And another round where actually the Owl drone is rewarded with a tag on site. It allows Liquid to just flood. An overwhelmed site there.
That flooding I like.
Yeah, free flowing. Like a river.
Nice flash, forces the first off. Redgar, the angle wasn't good to him there.
Counter flash is perfect.
Yeah, really nice. Try and stick around as long as they can. They have drawn first blood here. They've taken away Redgar, so that does remove some of that capability of comfortably getting towards some of those sites. Do they just brute force it? End of the dash does dissipate. Flash through the smoke, not good enough, but the pressure from Cat was. Twistin goes down and safe on the follow-up. 1 by 1, they're just slicing through them. Until then, Molsey lands back to back bangers, needs a third, ain't gonna get it. And now just Destrian, and he's not got a hope in hell. Nats having a round.
Yampy won off that Hunter's Fury as well, and so I think actually the old cycle should be, massively in favor of Liquid with how this half has started. But Twistin one away from the Blade Storm, and Operator in hand in round 5. Nats finds this timing perfectly, because actually with this door going down, you almost think, well, actually, Nats has to... Oh, okay, cool. Nice shot. And Nats ultimately is the one that needs to make something happen there. He's disconnected a little bit from Yampy. Much pacier approach here. Already forced the adjustment of the Killjoy as well.
Yeah, they're going straight off this. The counter paranoia going to slow things down. The TP taken though. He's not alone here. Run on the back of the side is Sender. How much more can one man do? He does a great deal. He should be dead. Now he is. He goes down, but the support system was there. It just got there in time, but they just take their foot off the gas for a moment. Allow for that plant to come in. They need to get themselves ready for this retake. High flash prepared. Aussie going to send that in. Can they swing in time? That ult, though, sitting with Yampy does become such a predicament to try and get around. If Soulcast and Safe can buy time, that becomes almost paramount. Flash goes in, trade comes out. Yampy's going to find Molsey. Yampy's gone down, though, and Twistin gets to keep his life.
Yampy just desperately trying to bail out his teammates there, but maybe sure if ever the plan is to rely on that Hunter's Fury with how that's played out from Liquid TYSU. Liquid happy to just brawl for these sites. Sender, I mean, does all you can ask for in this situation, to be honest with you, in finding 2. Whether or not actually this is already a tick in the box for Liquid, though, to force the adjustment of the Killjoy so early on in the half. Do they start exploring elsewhere? Probably being Sender's flipped right back towards B site, so almost a red herring if they have it. Well, looks as if Liquid are going to rely on this A site hit. A gap towards main as well, 2 stacked towards tree on the side of Vitality. The timings haven't been perfect with this flash into A main, by the way. Couple of times now.
Nats is
they know exactly where he's going to be holding.
Yeah, and the predictability is something I do want to talk about with Nats. How many times does he get red or punished? That'll be something we come back to later on. For now, Liquid have the site. So the A site completely waving the banner, should be able to get the plant down. Bone Cold catching Soulcast on the cross.
Yeah, that res is going to be very difficult with the door broken so early on. Yampy might find the time in here. Sender was ready for it, but...
Here we go, this is where it gets messy. 3 still standing, Hunter's Fury going to come in. We're going to see all these trades coming down. Yampy unable to find too much with that, though. TP taken. Has a little bit of a glance. Safe, though. Oh, I thought he might have had the adjustment on that. Not to be. Now down to the 2v2 here. Yampy happy to be the one to be first man forward, try and take all that attention play in. Redgar, take him off the spike. Molsey, hand forced, has to fight, and Liquid once again brawling their way out of this bedlam.
Again, the timing is perfect, though. Even with Nats being isolated, Liquid's still able to garner site control.
Yeah.
So no hesitation whatsoever. The pace is actually overwhelming for Vitality in these rounds. Not even sure if there's going to be any adjustment here for Vitality potentially pinched towards tiles. I'll try and deny some of this early control that's relatively free. I'll be honest with you, there's not an awful lot of resistance, right? Yeah, they isolate Nats, but like I said, towards A main, there's still a massive concern. Unless, did they have the lockdown in the previous? I'm not even sure there. If it's like, hey, we get a first blood, we have a 5v4 retake, and we have the lockdown, so we're fine to double stack towards tree. These are definitely questions I hope are being addressed in this timeout as to how they're actually going to approach this. Because that pace from the end of Bind has remained here for Liquid.
Yes,
and it's suiting them very, very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. So we need to see if Liquid can keep that up one, and if there is an answer for Vitality here.
I think Sano actually ran out of time there. See, throw his hands up a little bit. I think ran out of time for what he wanted to get across. Ultimates are plenty here for Vitality. Obviously, Bladestorm invested, but none of these rounds, to be honest with you, have been rounds that you're looking towards, you know, shaping something around these ultimates. So they'll come here on the pistols and send her on a red guard bite.
The only switch up being really going B on your anti-eco, right? Like that's kind of it. Destrian.
So he's playing with fire there.
Yep.
Scanning ahead.
And they've cleared through A main. I mean, yeah, they could be sitting deep, but this is highly indicative. I'm surprised they haven't tried to pull over that third player, but maybe still aware that there could be presence middle, but Redgar waiting. Catches Twiston. It's a problem, because now they get a little worried. They bring back that third player again. Redgar is now determining the outcome of this round from so far away.
Especially going to swap out for Nats. Just to try and get the ultimate. Oh, what?
Come on, Nats. You're not meant to do that to him, and now they've got all the information they need, and it is clinical, it's concise. That B site is theirs. Everything working their way until then. The only blood drawn is Molzy finding Nats in middle.
And he should have already been dead, to be honest with you. Molzy will get a rifle, but a 1v4. And a lot of ground to make up as well. Yampi already taken away some of that ground. And we'll find the kill. This is clinical from Liquid.
I'm waiting to see if it...
Well, the question now is, from the timeout, what's the adjustment in the buy round for Vitality?
I'm half expecting a double timeout at this point, but we'll see. We'll see what they can do in this one, because they've got a buy and they've got ults, right? So you've got so many potentials to run into this round.
I mean, it would be disastrous if we see some investment here and Vitality not actually find a round.
And maybe the adjustment was towards that A site, and of course we can already see what's happening here. Liquid looking towards B. This is going to make it very hard work for Vitality, considering what they've come up with, how they handle it. Destrian's first true test here. Spam, not much for it.
Well, looks like he might have found a little bit there, but it's just chip damage. Safe and Yampi. Under 85 and 79 HP, but orb retrieved.
Does Twiston get punished? No, surely not.
He's playing way ahead of this alarm bot. And Liquid have done a great job at mitigating Twiston's presence in these rounds by avoiding mid.
Well, they're playing really deep up on towards Cat. That paranoia was massive as well. Huge stall, big punish on the core of the rotation as well. That was gorgeous. Understanding all those audio cues. And Redcar's still forging a path though, hold on. You wouldn't lose a 2v5.
Redgar's playing ahead of the door as well.
Is he good for a kill here though?
Gamble's wrong.
It felt like a shot in the dark, and it was. So it's just Yampi. 1v4. Tough position to play out from here. One late split through heaven. Stunning shot on the first. Still has a shock dart to play with. Spots another!
Okay.
Gets another! Oh, Sender. Keeping them safe in that, because you could feel him heating up there, Yampi.
See on the reaction as well, he wanted that. He made it doable. I mean, in another world, Redgar and Yampi stacked up there. Definitely have a chance to do it. First time, I mean, I was just crediting Liquid's ability to really mitigate risk in terms of avoiding twisting in mid here. This time around, Vitality in the right place at the right time. To catch that regroup towards short. Again, these are the sort of things you want to look for Vitality as well, is holding on to some of this key utility to catch Liquid on that re-hit. Well, they have to kind of re-clear through mid, stack back up towards short. Oh no.
The counter.
Oh no.
The counter. Yampi can't get the clutch, so he'll get that kill instead. Feels just as foul. Sender panicking. He's worried. He's got pressure coming his way. He does have the lockdown. If he tries to invest it, they will swarm him.
Yeah.
He just has to stand and try and fight, and he's done well on the first. The spam, though, makes it so difficult to go forward. The timing, great on the paranoia. He's done wonders. Nat's still connecting, though. So making this into a 2v2.
Last player standing.
Make it a 1v2. The spike is down deep.
You can retrieve the orb here, so no way he runs across to A and gets the orb and TPs, right?
Well, he's going somewhere.
Redgar's playing a different game today. He's...
When do you think the penny drops for them as well?
I don't say it often,
Yeah.
but let him cook. I've seen him win these. He's gonna get the orb.
Heard it.
Mosey's heard it.
He's like, it's happening, but Mosey's here.
Wait,
so
is he
early.
like double faking this?
30 seconds left.
He's gonna go back towards B.
Where does he? He still has to. He still has to TP to at least try and sell us this, right? Okay, but the problem is that Mosey can clear.
Yeah, Mosey can clear A. But he finds
But
himself a
there's time.
1v1 with Bone Cold.
He's given himself at least a fight. It's 10 seconds though. He has to go and he has to clear Bone Cold within a second. I don't think he can do this one. Nah, absolutely not. A great attempt. Red guy is trying.
Who let this man cook? I mean, there is a reality where that actually works.
If you had a little bit more time, maybe you could see something.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the counter spam. Ugh.
I mean, the crazy thing is, well, that's not even off tracers.
Nope.
It's just like...
I'm shooting him.
Yeah. So Vitality, yeah. Because his mate's on A site.
Oh, that's so good. 3-6 now. Vitality getting a couple of rounds, right? The game doesn't feel so wonky and one-sided. But have they truly worked out this B-take? Have they worked out a hold back Liquid as well? So many more questions. It certainly hasn't stabilized yet. Now, last time Twistin got all of these audio cues from kind of filtering through towards this, playing close, relaying that perfectly. Now he's going to hear nothing behind this.
The crazy thing is, Liquid relying on the conditioning here of making Vitality believe they're leaning back towards this A split, but the drone going to spot out a key member in the form of Safe.
Damage? Not so much. And away we go. There's that lockdown, though. This time a little bit more. Oh, a couple more seconds to work with. Hunter's Fury going to counter it. That's going to remove it. They can carry on the path. And Sender just got obliterated.
Lockdown removed, and actually Soulcast finds that kill as well.
Okay, Safe, Yampi. Oh, they're in so much danger. Yeah, Vitality. Managing to take down the final two there. Vitality have stabilized. They've stemmed the bleeding.
We'll have a timeout here from Liquid, yeah. 3 rounds on the trot here. And brings it within 2. Something's up.
The red car round just sent us absolutely spiraling. 4-6 though. It's enough, right? The Liquid feels though that's close enough. They don't want it to get any closer now. They're going to just slow down the roll, get a little bit of a grip back on the game. The information that Vitality have been trying to find out, get those correct reads, has been working wonderfully. The conditioning from Liquid now has been countered, right? They can't depend on that mid pressure. Hey, it's a tech pause. Hey, funny. Great. We did so well today.
We were doing all right, actually, yeah.
Are you not clapping a tech pause?
You're not clapping the tech pause, surely not.
Calm down, audience. I was on your side. As if we've got to take those, Michael. It's getting really exciting, this game. Okay, so let's review where we're at, right? We had brilliant start. Doing really well. Lots of pressure. Looks cool. Pacey. Counter comes in. Now, is there a next step that's obvious for Liquid to adjust?
I'm not entirely sure, because like I said, the things that were accredited early on, Twistin didn't really have a say in many of the rounds, and that was due to the way Liquid were really approaching map control early on. A couple of times Nats being isolated. So I was just checking what the chant was.
What was it?
I think it's Liquid.
Okay.
I don't know, I have headphones on, so. If you could chant again, just so I could hear.
No, they're done
No,
now.
they're not listening.
I think they're just yelling.
They're just yelling at Liquid.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like in an encouraging way.
Their own fans. But yeah, it's a little strange because I don't necessarily think Vitality were looking to be proactive in some of these rounds. They're like I said, in terms of limiting the amount of utility they're investing, a couple of times actually the drone timing has been key for Vitality in terms of now identifying, okay, what are the indicators of how Liquid is setting up? We talk about obviously stopping that split towards A with the paranoia coming through, great help between Molesey and Bone Cold, I believe. And then a couple of times where they're catching them on this cross.
This cross, yes.
And earlier on it was Liquid were finding value in deathballing and finding
100%.
a 5v2 towards A, potentially a 5v3 when actually Send does the adjustment in terms of the killjoy coming across. So I'm hoping now that actually, you know, in terms of versatility, Liquid have another look.
Well, you'd hope so, right? You'd hope they've got another gear to slip into. We'll see what that may look like once we come through to us. This was a tactical into a technical, so there was still that chance for them to have that conversation early on. Hopefully we can get an update as to what the issue may be. One day.
That wasn't rhetorical.
No.
Production,
no.
if you're listening.
They're putting out their own fires.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You know. Well, it was a good day today.
It was, yeah.
I felt really weird that we hadn't had a timeout yet.
I mean, the benefit is that it's still Tuesday. Usually any other tech pause, it would already be the next day.
That's
honest. By this point.
Don't say that, though. There's still a chance. We're getting later. It's getting later. We are in the same day, so you're right. Our feed has come back, so maybe things are starting to look up. Now I can see what the people see. Soulcast.
Well, yeah, just hoping everybody can actually see something. The thing I always find funny as well is like, what does Twitch actually see when we're just like in limbo? And they just have to, is it just like a blank screen? They're just hearing us nattering absolute nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thankfully, it looks like whatever the issue has been at least resolved for now. We fingers crossed, a true mystery of the ages. But what has been the resolution here? What have they come to during the tactical prior to the technical to try and get this one back on track here? Because Vitality have had the answers. Maybe not as cleanly as imagined, but they've had the answers.
Yeah, and actually the funds have dwindled for Liquid. Went to this, Nats on a Guardian.
Yeah, see if that's going to come back and actually prove to be a problem. We'll set up over towards A though as well. Ready to receive, and again, I'm looking to see where Twistin is in these rounds. This time around, over towards short, playing towards tree. Destrian then having to shuffle over and make sure he keeps track of Nats. It's kind of just hinging on find Nats, make sure he doesn't get any value, and the rest we can probably handle as they try and flood the site.
Look at this as well, though. Sender actually has the nano swarms towards the choke point on A. Twistin, first time we really see him not play towards mid. He's actually the third member committed towards A site here. And Liquid look as if they want to plant the seed towards B. With this drone, something to deal with the turret as well. It hasn't pulled the rotation. Vitality have the right read here.
Yes. Oh, this is actually huge.
These nano swarms won't be denied either.
Nope. This is massive. This counter is horrific as well, because Liquid are really hoping to dissuade them, but seemingly still getting the kills on this. And now just down to Twistin, who's just gone wild. No way. Oh, Twistin! Unthinkable round in the end from him.
Absolutely ridiculous to find 4 there. Somehow amidst the chaos. Because it looks as if Liquid find 2 on the way in.
Yeah.
They deal with, I believe, Mosey as well fairly quickly. Yeah, it's 3 actually. Include the knock there in that. A ridiculous round from Twiston. To get this within 1.
Yeah, look at the money now. It was bad before, now it's worse.
Get out of my way.
Okay, but surely they don't just keep going on this A piece. It looks like they still want to try this out.
Another adjustment from the mollies as well of send up. Now to prevent that split coming through. They could just want to throw themselves on towards A site here.
But this time Safe got denied on the way in, so they're not making it past that kind of middle point. They can't even make it past the opening gates. Bone Gold still standing. Yeah, Soulcast goes forward, sure, but he can catch them on the cross. There's still damage being done, and it's down to 2. Soulcast and Yampi. The spike is not planted. They don't have a lot of safety here. There's a lot of very awkward angles to be worried about.
They're split as well. I mean,
What can they get?
You don't want to be the person to retrieve that spike.
Nope.
Maybe waiting for Yampi's dart to come back. Because there's no utility for Soulcast here. There's no flash to play off towards heaven.
Ahead.
Knife will at least reveal Twiston's position. But again,
nothing.
What?
Well, that's a Jonas one right there.
30 seconds left. Last
Well, Yampi couldn't make it across. You said it. Anyone going towards that spike is probably going to their death. This is going to need heroics from Soulcast. And no one's giving him anything. A jump peek is all he's going to get. A shoulder is all he sees. Yes, he gets the spike, but to what end here? The tap on it, and the swing comes in. Vitality back in the matchup again. This is feeling like, you know, we're back on repeat here, right? We're getting a one-sided start, and then Vitality find the formula.
5 rounds unanswered to come back into this after. Make it 6 apiece. Like I said, very early on, this looked as if Liquid just wanted to be very aggressive, very decisive with this A-site execute. I'm not even sure, actually, if it's the rounds where Nats gets picked off or they catch the backside of the split, that then Liquid are a little paranoid, because even at the time that that came through, Liquid still had a massive financial advantage and the advantage in terms of the ult cycle. I mean, it was a round that Vitality came in, I believe after the timeout, it was their eco and they had 4 ults, right?
Yes, I think so. Okay.
So I'm not even sure if that's the one that, if that's what throws Liquid off their game here.
That's the crazy part though, isn't it? Because it feels like nothing major got worked out. Like maybe a little bit of a punishment, some intention off the back of maybe finding Nats, or you know, that good information through middle from Twiston. The rotation started to get better and better, having him in the right place, but it was that stopping power, right? The pace coming out from Liquid was so hard to handle initially, but then there was nothing massively changed in that regard. So very interesting to see completely throw them off.
Well, the thing is as well, it's not as if Twiston had a big half in terms of opening duels, right?
No.
I mean, and nobody from Vitality did. It's not just to say, but that was never the intention. They weren't actively hunting. So yeah, a little curious if Liquid can at least take across that early success into the second half as well.
This was just wild from him. And we kind of talked about that head-to-head that, I mean, it hasn't really come through to the same extent as we'd hoped, but that kind of like safe twist and head-to-head, they've both been just kind of facilitating the team more than anything. It hasn't been that big showdown, that big matchup, but I've got to say, Twiston to me still keeping up here, but considering Safe has been, you know, the hero of Liquid at times with his numbers alone, maybe not in this series, but historically, to see Twiston going pound for pound with him.
Yeah, sure, there's an argument to be made that I guess in terms of Jet players, this one leans even further towards being defensively sided.
Sure.
I guess, yeah, especially early on when you've got, you know, 4, potentially 5 people barreling down through a choke point towards site. Safe's not really, you know, in a position where he has to be self-sufficient, right, and frag out. It's been Liquid have looked towards moving as a unit.
Well, here we go, folks. 6-6, tied all even. Could not be closer. Vitality started to work out what was working for Liquid and threw it in their face. Now it's their turn, though. And look at this proactive start from Liquid here.
A very deep position here. Chip damage done, but Redgar will actually find Bone Cold. So no smokes available for this hit other than potentially Twisted. Actually, the backstab here. Yampi's going to find Sender on a deep lurk in mid.
Where the hell do they go now? Nats, unnoted, still going to do some serious damage, but he can't get the kill. So that's created a chance, but the damage was done, right? Twiston's down to 20. This starts getting so difficult. Yeah, Safe going to catch him on the cross as well. And just relay that information to Yampi. The right click, good though. Destrian's there, and Malzy gets the double. Hold on. How are we now down to just Soulcast in a 1v2? Still got the knife, but no flash. He's going to try and close the gap.
Did he still spot him there? How close he was? At least will be heard. Doesn't get tagged, though.
To break.
Yeah.
These positions, unless he catches them backpedaling like this, maybe. Ooh, can he get a 1v1 from it? Chip damage on Molesy, gonna get a little closer here. Soulcast eats the flash, has to fall back, and now the timing's starting to work against him here. Destria makes it to the back of the site, and Soulcast is struggling. Vitality finally picking up a pistol.
This is ridiculous. The fact that Molesy actually finds these kills to flip back. Was that a 2v5 at some point? Definitely the 2v4.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a full 2v5. It might have been. It was, yeah, at least a 2v4.
That is... yeah,
Poor
okay.
old Safe just walks on in, he's like, oh, I've been headshot.
I mean, you just can't line up like that.
No.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
These are basics. Thanks for the zoom in, by the way. Nice touch on the replay, because I thought it was the two players close to market.
Yeah. Pacey. They're not wasting any seconds here. If Liquid keep pushing those extremities, sure, we'll take middle.
Sender was holding that one between his front teeth.
Oh, okay, Redgar with one this time. And now this is a little bit of a reminder, isn't it? It's a little put you on notice, Vitality. You've done it to us a couple of times. We'll get you back for this, but Nat's going to keep himself safe. Just.
I'm not sure where Nats was looking there, but was shift walking back in towards market. One called Paranoia burn very early on here. Twiston, a rare whiff from him. Redgar making this Sheriff work.
Yeah, Redgar looking absolutely on the money with it. They are going to get past Soulcast, though, to the side. Certainly not looking safe. Safe, though, going to find Bone Cold. And now the last two. What can you do with that? Oh, the reveal, not quite enough with the Sheriff. Destrian and Sender trying to navigate such a dangerous area. Destrian trying to slip away, but you've got to be careful now. 40 HP ain't much. And look who's closing in. Nats, 24 HP creeping around the back. He's going to be desperate to try and find this.
He's got to make a move,
Sender's got one. He's got to get there fast, and Destrian turns it. Maybe reading the timing, reading the lack of presence. And Yampi.
4 seconds on the dart.
He's got to get closer, though.
Wait.
Just going to get it to half.
Nope.
Okay, Yampi, okay. What was Destrian up to there? Panic. The spike not where it should be for him. Made to be hard work, and Yampi noting that issue. Now Liquid answering right on back in. That was Redgar. See, I didn't know where Safe was in that because we were watching, I think, his POV, but Redgar having a round with that Sheriff. Oh, you can see how gutted he is on that one. Hero rifle coming out. That's about it. Molesy going to be holding on to this. The rest, obviously, of Liquid on rifles. Can Vitality summon some strength here?
Here.
Just here, very early here towards short. No resistance on the way in here. Redgar actually posts the Paranoia the right direction here. Soulcast might even find some time, and with the flash comes through. Soulcast and Redgar are going to find him. Safe to find one as well. Sender will find a response. Unfortunately, Yampi there to seal the deal. Actually, Liquid getting close to a couple of ultimates here. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury within touching distance. On the other side of things, Molesey and Sender close to theirs. See if actually there's going to be any attempt to deny this orb.
It looks like there is.
Yeah.
They're going to get scrappy on this one. Paranoia. So on one side, yeah, they knew what Liquid were trying to do as well. Very aware of this, but Destrian very quick to get to task.
The task's
He's rewarded for it as well. Yampy falls, safe under so much scrutiny. Overwhelmed, but Nats saving the day. 2 massive picks there, denying any chance of vitality in this one, and Nats is having a round.
Just Twiston left now on a 1v4. Safe tagged up, Nats down to 77, but a tall order.
Headshot.
We'll find the first, actually, Nats. Must have fine timing on a peak there, but Twiston going to slip away. Gonna look to give this one up, or okay, maybe not. Goes back in, Redgar will find him. By the way, somewhere in the mix, Safe catches a flash.
Yeah.
Looks to drop his operator out for a rifle, I think, that falls on sight.
Yeah.
Then doesn't pick up a gun. But still finds a kill with the shorty on lane.
As you do, seems like a totally reasonable thing to happen. This is a round from Nat's POV.
But this is it, you can see Safe.
Yeah, he's charging
just saying, oh, okay, well, Bone Cold TP'd there. That's why he found a kill with a shorty. Yeah. He is thanking the Lord above.
Yep.
And even during this timeout, I'd love to see that from his POV, actually.
As it stands, though, Vitality not finding that form in the second half here. Starting to flounder a little bit as Liquid closing in towards that 10th round. Do we have anything else to bring us here? Been discussing that kind of back and forth, who can adapt the best, who can find that next level, that next layer. Need to come up with some sort of conclusion soon. 5 more seconds to try and get whatever they can filtered through to the players. Because Liquid are starting to have fun, and that's what scares me. When Liquid are, you know, not stressed,
But fun all day if you're Redgar.
Redgar's. I wish I could be like Redgar.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just joyous. He's truly a happy man. And now they're starting to come into their own. Now, we look at this. This round is probably not one to do it. Maybe they can get a little threatening on it because it is Vitality, but this should be another for Liquid. This should be 10. Let's see if it is.
And Vitality should have everything but Bone Cold's TP for their buy round as well.
Get out of my way.
Retrieve here will actually get the Bladestorm here in this round. Try and make something of this light purchase. Sheriffs and a Stinger available for Vitality. The ping actually comes through onto Yampy. Unable to find that spam, but Twiston looks as if he wants to try and capitalize. Yampy does get out.
How much danger can one man cause? Twiston with those knives. Look who's watching middle as well. Second he feels anything coming his way, Sender's probably dead, but let's see. Twiston, show me what you got. In towards sight. Gets in for now. Nothing to deny him, checks towards the door. Safe access point. Needs to go towards the next though, clear anything else. No one nearby, they're sitting deep, they're respecting this enough. The plant's gone in.
Sender's playing very late on this as well. Liquid trying to re-clear mid.
Oh.
Actually, the fragment posted.
Oh. The
The
read
awareness
on
is there.
that. They knew it so well.
They can Sender look like Nats in the first half.
Yeah. Liquid really understanding what they had to do, but Twiston's still going to catch Nats here. Can he close in any quicker, though? Bone Cold still has to hold back the flood from up on top. Waterfall down they go. Bone Cold with a shot lands it. Yampy gone down. Redgar on the trade. Needs more, doesn't get more. Twiston's still alive and still firing on all cylinders. They have to deny the defuse. They've done just that. Got into halfway. Vitality! Digging deep in a round they desperately needed.
Somehow, I mean, the point comes to this where it's, yeah, throw what ultimates you have into this. Beautiful conversion from Vitality, and this would have been Liquid finding their 10th, by the way.
Yeah.
This is a massive point of the game to turn.
One enemy remains.
The Bladestorm paying off for Twiston. Even Destrian here catching. Solkas has to stick that first half.
Yep.
There's no sustain after that to try and get another half defuse going. You still actually have the lockdown and null command as well. So in terms of the attacking half, 2 pivotal ultimates in terms of a site hit. It just so happens we're leaning towards Nats' side. And a little confused by the purchase here. Nats is down on a Spectre, only had 1 trip. It looks like everybody else is forced. But he's got the full shield and the Spectre, and he's got 1,500 left.
Take flight.
Does the operator get any say in this round? Maybe a little bit of a challenge for him. Look at that mid creep. It is going to be on Nats. And this is now where it gets terrifying, right? He's got a little cubby to play in, and that's about it. He is in a whole lot of trouble. Nats, can he go undiscovered? The ultimate hidey hole.
Well, the smoke's going to help as well.
And does he get the timing to backfill this? Would he dare do it? Does he get the read right? We're looking for it. Yampi's going to find Destrian. And actually, Nats has been caught. Sender's got him. The site is theirs. The plant should be coming in. But the lockdown as well to add to injury. This makes it very difficult now coming back forward.
The fragment's used as well. So they have to retreat away from this. And honestly, consider the save. Yeah, this is the thing where actually with that purchase, Yampi's not going to be able to rebuy. I mean, 650 for Soulcast, 900 for safe. I think they're going to be able to get rifles across the board here. Nats should be able to buy at least. And whether or not even that purchase there is just solely focused around the fact that there's an old command, you're not necessarily going to find the value of utility, and he wants to get, you know, a little ratty spot to play within a cage and then backstab lane. Or if this is just completely off kilter here, not necessarily made a difference, because it's another death today that we've seen Nats a number of times. A, look frustrated on the player cam, and B, just unfortunate circumstances, to be honest. If somebody comes back and steps back out of that smoke on lane, he's trying to play off the second set of footsteps as well, which is, in that situation, the right thing to do. Yeah. Especially with some presence deep towards CT on the side of Vitality. It's just really unlucky for Nats, to be honest.
Yeah, and into this round, I'm just keeping an eye on what he gets. Ghost, light shields, yeah. Okay, this game might be destined to get closer again. Soulcast up to something in the middle. This is quite brave and maybe a little too dangerous, trying to take the game to them, maybe tee up safe for something, but it ain't worked at all. If anything, Vitality welcoming that sort of pressure here. No success found in middle for them.
Find Sender and Twiston at least, and actually you see the ping coming out actually towards these trips set up towards lane. Yeah, one well-placed shot guy actually should deal with both, but I think only gets the one.
Any chance to build off it? Not really. Twiston obviously going to navigate around it, force them away from market even just a little bit. The cross should be had. Spam coming in. That's deciding time to back away from that, and I think they all are.
Yeah. Want to hold on to this operator in the hands of safe. In 1500, no Blade Storm. You have a chance to get another one back on, or back in his hands, sorry.
Let's see if they can all stay alive on this and get away with 3 rifles. That's not the end of the world for Liquid, but...
Well, the concern being is Vitality now find their 10th.
Yes.
We were talking about Liquid potentially finding theirs not so long ago, and they have a massive cushion. Yes, those ultimates now have dried up a little bit, still have Bone Cold's TP. But we've had back-to-back now Liquid save rounds. And even here, they're not going to be able to establish much with 3 weapons saved across. Uh-oh, Yampi.
This could be Yampi dead. Yeah, okay, that's now just down
to 2. He can still buy, but...
Yeah, would have been nice to supplement, but sure. It's been 3 in a row now for Vitality. Finding strength here, but honestly just compounding Liquid's problems more than anything. Didn't love that mid piece, if I'm honest.
No, I'd love to take another look at that, actually, of whether or not anybody's posted up towards top mid, because there's no smoke. Again, it's a fairly default dart from top mid that comes through. Maybe just to throw things out, see what sticks, yeah.
I mean,
it's almost a dry challenge towards tiles.
Doesn't sound great. Doesn't sound fun. I think this is the cause for this timeout potentially to come up with a plan going forward, because they are starting to run on fumes, it looks like.
Similar sort of trend to Bind, really, where we were talking about them running out of ideas. This is
it a set piece, Michael? Are they going to
well, on the defense this time, so I'm hoping they're not going to start getting aggressive, because they don't have the benefit of being able to play out, you know, trade-heavy rounds.
Sure. I don't know.
Vitality definitely with an upper hand in terms of the economy overall here. Not necessarily the old cycle. I didn't actually know what was available for Liquid ahead of this timeout. Obviously with the Blade Storm not being there, it's why they're holding on to the Operator, but no Command on the Hunter's Fury, nothing else really on the cards.
Tricky round here. Critical to success for Liquid. Safe, what do you do with this now? What's your plan here? Doesn't want to stick around. Does he go back for this? He does! A mistake made and a prize found for Bone Cold. Ready for that. Ready to see if they can bring Safe into this round, maybe post him up somewhere. Find impact, and it's not to be at all.
It's just so risky as well to re-clear on that. Shift walking out with the Operator. After the flash is there, there's intention from Vitality shown to force him off that angle. I mean, you can understand if Soulcast has a flash set up from...
Sure, a little counter to it.
Yeah, anywhere close to it, but there just isn't. Uncle gets a freebie.
And now we look at what the options are for Liquid. They've had one of their main proponents in this round taken away. Safe with that Operator gone, leaves them vulnerable. But down to about 40 seconds here, Vitality is starting to congregate. They're starting to try and consider where to go. And it's a little bit of a setup towards Shaw. That's not bad. That's actually fantastic. Redgar with 2. Takes away Twisted and Bone Cold. Over-delivering here. They might get away with a little bit more here. Soulcast blinded, though. Very heads-up work from Molesy to re-clear. Redgar now gone. It's on Nats to try and hold this from the back of the site. Spots out one, gets the one on the other side. Molesy's gone here. He can only do so much. Yampy from across the map still going to catch Sender and bring it down to a 1v1. Destrian up against Yampy. Beautiful 1v1 here. And Yampy closing in. Here's the bullets and Destrian lands the shot. Vitality crushing Liquid in a key round.
We'll have a purchase available, but I question what's behind it now for Liquid. Yampy down to 100. And this is beautiful from Redgar as well. Avoids the paranoia, playing a slight off angle away. Almost plays Soulcast in, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And Yampy just out of range as well to even find the second tag. And looking at where the first Hunter's Fury is posted, I'm not even sure actually if it would catch both. This could be a heartbreak here for Liquid, because they're going to have a broken purchase in the last, regardless.
They need this round. They need it, and they need it now. Yampy, that wasn't a good enough flash set into motion. I think Twisted maybe either turned or didn't get fully blinded by it anyway, and they had players there. Vitality starting off with the upper hand again. Last time it was Safe, this time it's Yampy.
Safe will tuck in here. Does still have Soulcast nearby. Does have the null command as well, so problem being, with it being a contact play from Vitality, it might even come too late in the day. Unless I can find some information here off the knife. Not sure what that tagged.
Oh, 2.
The big information as well, it's both initiators for Vitality.
They're just pausing for now. The smoke's finally going to come in. High flash gets sent. Safe is blind. Did he get noted on the way through there, or does he try and stay unannounced? Soulcast over delivering.
Oh my God!
Soulcast! Huge 3 kills. Couldn't do any more, but he's done enough, surely.
Is this a lifeline for Liquid now? Destrian once again left in the clutch. Nats holding the cross here. We'll get the information. Actually, crucially, finds another tag as well. Destrian out of 45 now. Nats will seal the deal.
Soulcast saved him that round.
Yeah. I mean, this is beautiful from Soulcast. Another attempt with this smoke from Redgar as well to create a little pocket next to Switch. And almost tailor-made to try and counter Twisted.
Wow.
Ahead of that smoke blooming as well.
Nice! Nice!
With 3 standing though, I'm not even sure if they can get an extra rifle across. Sam taking selfies down the stage again.
Oh, Sam's back on the stage with his camera.
Producer Sam.
Producer Sam. 11 to 10. Vitality held off from getting to that prize 12th for just maybe a moment longer. They've still been able to fashion a purchase here though for Liquid. Soulcast has ult too. A little bit of a switch of the setup here, but they are ahead of this. This looks like Vitality going into that kind of like lean, heavy lean towards A. This is a lot of pressure on Nats. He's above it all though, stays unscathed, sees the first, gets one, the trade not there either. Soulcast keeps him safe. This is perfect. What a nice little setup they've got here. Liquid absolutely just lounging through this round. It's perfection coming out from Team Liquid.
Is this another one where Liquid just switch things up when it gets down to the wire? And finally chipping away at the finances of Vitality. 11-11. I'm not sure actually how the next purchase will look for Vitality, but you're absolutely right. A beautiful setup here. And everybody from Liquid swinging at the right times.
Could not be closer now. We were talking about all that money that Vitality had built up. Suddenly, not sitting so pretty. Swings and roundabouts in this game. Redgar went away from ult, not exactly the most impactful. Everyone else held off some way away. This is going to be one of those rounds that we remember. Safe going walkabouts here, but he's been set into motion a little bit, but he will be noted. And look at the space they've lost in the meantime.
This door is closed preemptively though. You have to pop through this potentially with a flash and Twisting to follow through.
But who's going to address main? I'm still waiting to see who's the one to kind of crunch towards safe potentially, if they can get a nice little kind of like...
I mean, Eurus want to see Soulcast drift in there as well. Double stack towards main here to deal with Sender on this lurk. Trying to plant the seeds here, but again, Nats' utility is here, so they'll have a good idea that nothing comes through on the back of this.
Yeah, Nats isn't feeling that pressure. He's really not. Now you're going to hear that door breaking. Now you know what's coming your way. This is all down towards Soulcast and Safe. Do they get that nice little unity between each other? Those crossfires in place. Safe, tucked in the corner. Good for one, spots a second. Oh, the adjustment. Bone call deleted. Safe, he's having a round. Absolute stunning work from Safe. Unthinkable.
You joking? What is that from Safe?
The position was good, Mike. I didn't think it was that good.
Oh my word. This is beautiful. The reposition as well. Absolutely disgusting. What a time for him to come alive. Soulcast bails him out with a round on that site as well previously to make this doable for Liquid. And they find themselves now on 12.
Vitality going to have to pick themselves up off the floor after that one.
Salah just looked emotionless there.
Yeah, devastated. Safe now, patrolling, prowling middle. Coming alive exactly when Liquid needed him. Gonna get the hell out of danger, but fancies a bit more. Fancies it going in, rightly so. Safe, unrelenting now. Truly coming into his own. Does he disregard it? No, he has to respect this finally. Falls away. Gives up a little bit of middle, but the rest of the map still under Liquid control.
Soulcast and Yampi here tasked with holding on to B site. Safe still causing problems for Destrian as well.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Yampi will find Bone Cold. Redgar in a position here to find Destrian. And just like that, Sender in a 1v5 now.
Sender, you've got your work cut out. It ain't gonna happen, Team Liquid. Off the back of that man's brilliance. Safe taking them all the way.
That is absolutely outrageous from Safe. What a way to close things out. And back-to-back maps where, across Bind and Ascent here, Liquid just come alive when it gets closer and closer to that round 24.
Wow.
This is heartbreaking for Vitality. They played such a fantastic game throughout this series.
Yes.
And like I said, it's Soulcast that gives them access to closing this out. Yeah. That bailout round with that 3K, then Safe doubles down, finds an ace to hold on to that same site once again.
So
amazing stuff.
Let's kind of take our minds back to the start of this game, Mike. We were discussing the factor of Vitality had to prove they deserve to be here. They put on an absolute series today. We got a good game out of them. They looked fantastic in times, but then bailouts coming out from Liquid, from the individuals, to keep them in this matchup, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I even think at the end of that, Safe ends on 20 kills total. So in terms of that head-to-head, and by the way, that's 8 kills, I think, in the last 2 rounds for Safe. In terms of that head-to-head, I mean, it was very closely contested. It wasn't as if we were talking about Liquid's ability to really mitigate Twisted on the first half. Again, credit to them in that regard, but everybody else from Vitality stepping up. In the second half particularly, Safe didn't necessarily have a lot of freedom.
No, he didn't. So finding that value was incredible at the end here, and just kind of a look back throughout a lot of this. It feels like a lifetime ago on this game, and it really does. And what a different start
what a contrast. Vitality completely outclassed Liquid on Lotus.
Yes.
There's no two ways about it at all. The awareness and the weaknesses of that composition and Vitality's ability to really exploit that and run away with the macro game was beautiful to watch. Then even in Unbind, they come back so proficiently in the second half. To even make that possible, in my eyes, was the biggest win from today. It went to 10-4, I think.
Yes,
Liquid even won the first 2 in the second half as well. So, again, I'll double down. Vitality played a fantastic series today. Surprised me, because that was the biggest thing to say. You come through here, you get a second shot at, obviously coming through, I don't want to say it was gifted to them, but coming through, not from their own deciding series, I guess, through the regulation
Unable
series.
to determine their own fate.
Exactly,
right?
yeah. To come out here and put this performance on, it is a massive positive for me.
Yeah, and God, map 1, I'm glad you mentioned it. I just remember Nats getting found so often on map 1. They were so ready coming into this, they were so prepared. The resilience on Liquid, though, is quite impressive, because we've hounded them in the past, we've talked about it in the past, and they have faltered.
It's always the thing we cover. Whatever Liquid roster we have in front of us is always that historical, I guess, consideration. Concern, yes. But today, I mean, for it to close out like that, like I said, across Bind and Ascent, where the moment just comes where Liquid just turn up, it is also something that actually rights the wrongs in terms of historical Liquid.
And I think we're going to leave that there, because we want to hear from the man himself. Nats is down on stage, joined by Yinsen.
That's right, Pansy and Hypog. I've got Nats with me from Team Liquid. First of all, Nats, congratulations. After map 1, you guys started off the second map and the third map with a very good lead, but you made it very close. You know, you could have closed it out after some 8-4, 6-1s. Why do you think it ended up being so close in the end?
I mean, first of all, games against Bonko, it's always the same. Like, you cannot play against Bonko and have a easy game, unluckily. But I would say it was a lot of mistakes from us. It was a pretty good game plan from them, because we prepared. But anyway, some kind of things they changed. They played a bit different play style. So I would say in some kind of moments we wasn't ready for some kind of things. We wasn't on the same page, as we're saying. But it's a good experience for us, and I think we have to bring it for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, it was a super good game. Now, your Viper Unbind, I feel like 2021, you know, vintage Nats, we've seen this so much. Even though the map has just come back into the map pool, and there's small changes, do you feel like it's changed? Or is it just, you know, you also feel like Nats 2021 when you play it?
I hope... I hope 2021 will come even better. I cannot be only 2021. I want to be. But about the map and that all, I would say that TP that came to the showers, not all of the team is using right now, and it's more and more exploring about that TPs. You can create more fakes. You can, as you saw, a lot of teams is fighting toward that shower, so it's easier to fight. But in general, the idea of bind didn't change, in my opinion. So For me, it always was Viper short fight. Who gonna win that fight? That team gonna win the game.
It's normally you, luckily, yeah. Now, outside of Viper, we're going to ignore the chamber, okay? That didn't happen. Outside of Viper, you normally only play Cypher when other players are right now playing mostly Killjoy. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. Do you just not like Killjoy? Is that why?
I mean, Killjoy is a great agent to play, but I just came to that game with a Cypher. I think my Cypher is not bad to show. Maybe one day I will show Killjoy, who knows? Nobody knows. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but I think everyone's gonna be surprised that that's gonna happen. About the Cypher, why am I thinking that for me and maybe for the team it's better in some kind of way? Not always, but I'm just trying to create more space on that agent, because on Killjoy you always just fighting to the zone, you don't create a lot of space because of that. You're just fighting. With Cypher, you have a different play styles because of the cage and other stuff and the camera. So, as I'm always saying, it's always easier to play the Killjoy, and some people also prefer the Killjoy ultimate, and that's why it's just people more prefer Killjoy.
On Lotus, the first map, you were getting flanked a lot as a team. They were just flanking you every round. Do you feel like maybe you need a Cypher with Killjoy there?
I mean, playing without Sentinel will have the same thing on Bind, that people just coming behind. We had to be ready for that. As I said, it was a great game and great experience for us. It actually was in our game plan that we have to hold behind, but for some reason, sometimes we was forgetting about that. I was surprised, the boys was surprised sometimes. But yeah, we have to wait for that, and I hope for tomorrow's Navi game, 4 of us gonna hold behind.
I mean, it's Angel's probably going to be in front, behind, everywhere. You know what he's like. When it comes to the Cypher, everyone always say they take your stuff. In fact, I remember a Dubstep from Team Secret when he changed roles onto Sentinel. He said he watched a ton of your VODs just to try and take your stuff. Whose stuff do you take? Because you got to get it from somewhere, right? Is it difficult to keep trying to find new things?
I would say that I'm just, I could take from everywhere, from Ranked, from some of the players. It's just sometimes you see one of the ability of the setup. Maybe in general all of the setup not great, but you can see one of the ability, and after that you can create something of that. But mostly it's hard to create everything, because for example for us, we can create some anti-strat with the Cypher. But in general, all of the Cypher setups, they're all the same. It's just more about how you play around that Cypher setups, what you're doing around that Cypher setups.
Yeah, you have a lot. You have a lot. Now, tomorrow, you're one game away, you know, from making it to another Masters. Last year was very heartbreaking, I think, the fashion, which you didn't end up making it. So describe to me how you're feeling now. You know, tomorrow is a very, very big game.
I mean, me and M3C in previous year had like, if I'm not wrong, it's only 5 chances to qualify during all year. We had 4, we lost all of the 4. I'm just saying that I'm experienced and I'm ready for everything. Even if it's going to be all of the chances this year, I'm just ready for it. I don't care anymore. Like,
you got this, you got this. But it will be against Na'Vi. The last time you played against Na'Vi, it was close, but you didn't have Safe. And even without Safe, it was pretty close. So how big of a buff do you think Safe will be for you guys tomorrow?
The Safe definitely brings a huge buff. He's doing a lot of stuff. Like, he's the main person right now who is creating all of the space for us. The game against Na'Vi definitely gonna be hard. I'm thinking about the 3 maps tomorrow. I don't think it's gonna be 2 games map. And against Na'Vi, it's always a pleasure to play against them. It's always a great game to play against them. It's always you find something new when you're playing against them.
And last question is, obviously you win today, you have to play tomorrow. It's kind of back-to-back. And what's your preparation been like for this team and for Na'Vi? Is that why you ban Haven? Because Na'Vi, they like to ban Haven. So you not playing Haven today or tomorrow, it saves you some preparation time?
I mean, the only thing that I'll answer here, it's not me who has to think right now, it's Na'Vi has to think what Veto gonna be tomorrow.
Oh, I like it. The mind games, Nats. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations once again. Nats is gonna be back on this stage once again tomorrow as Liquid play against Na'Vi, but we're gonna kick things off with Fnatic versus FUT. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you then. Bye.